Great. We've got everything ready. What's up, Ada? Yeah, I mean, it is June. Newsflash. We're already a week into June, as crazy as that is. So, welcome to the present day.
Viewer discretion is advised.
I'm so hyped for this event. I think Ascent being back in the pool is going to make some really interesting changes.
Where we are live from the Copper Box Arena. 8 teams enter the Swiss stage, but only 4 will survive to playoffs. It's day 1, and I'll be your host, Victoria, and joining me for the whole of Swiss, we've got EMEA's finest. It's Billy and Minnie. Hey, guys.
Nice.
How's it like to be here on home turf?
I think there's a lot of pride, honestly. I think for myself, having some Scottish representation at a UK event, and just to be here in EMEA as well, it's exciting to have a home event, Minnie.
Yeah, my whole body right now, like I obviously feeling the emotions, because like I feel like I'm about to go on stage as a coach once again. Like I have all that tension inside me right now. It's
really?
Kind of yeah.
But you're here on the
I'm usually not this kind of person, but I'm kind of feeling it right now.
But you have some history here in London, right?
Yeah,
Back with
of course.
Boaster?
Like me and Boaster here, we made Summon FC our first team together, and then we got signed to Fnatic, London-based organization. Qualified the global events here, you know, it means a lot to me, but Fnatic aren't here, and I'm now a washed analyst, so times have changed.
That's right, times have changed.
Happy to be here.
But I'm glad we have you here, and I'm sure London's happy to have you here. And like I said, it is day 1, so let's get the quick TLDR on the format. And here's an explainer from who else other than our favorite Pansy and Hypok.
All right.
Welcome to the Valorant Masters.
I got some good
London
analysis stuff to look at
clean,
too once we
no-nonsense
get through the
breakdown
format
of how
explainer.
Valorant Masters London works, you are in the right place.
If you're here for high-stakes drama, lower bracket miracles, and the sort of heartbreak that lingers for weeks,
Yet still in the right place. Now let's talk format. 12 teams, 1 trophy, no nonsense. Masters London will consist of 2 stages, Swiss and playoffs. The first seed from each region gets a bye and goes straight to the playoffs. Yeah, look, the other 2 qualifying teams from each international league will compete in the Swiss stage. 8 teams will enter, only 4 will advance to the playoffs.
win 2 matches in Swiss stage and advance to playoffs, lose 2 matches, get sent to the nearest airport.
Hopefully not Luton. And just like in Santiago, all matches in the Swiss stage will be
All right.
best of 3.
That means you can't just join.
Check this out. So we've got our updated team dashboard now. We've got our first matchup, which is XLG against NRG. And look at the map pools. Who's good at what? So XLG hasn't shown Ascent yet. Energy's lost it once. Find no longer in the pool. Irrelevant. Breeze, XLG, 40% win rate on 5 plays. Energy, 80% win rate on 5 plays. So advantage Energy for Breeze. Fracture, XLG, 50% win rate on 2 plays. Energy, 100% win rate on 3 plays. Haven probably gets played. Both teams like the map. Lotus maybe gets played. XLG 75% win rate on 8 plays, 60% win rate for NRG on 5 plays. I wonder if NRG antes the triple sentinel and allows XLG to pick this. I think I probably would if I was them. Pearl, XLG, NRG both kind of struggle. I wonder if XLG targets this map because NRG has not had very much success with their double drone stuff. And then Split has been not great for NRG, decent for XLG. So the map could be really interesting, actually. I'm not entirely sure who's going to pick what. Seems like maybe XLG should try to avoid Haven, even though they've had a decent record on it. But I think NRG's kind of owned most of the teams, and XLG's been kind of hit or miss. So we'll have to see.
Get involved. But today, it's going to be a very exciting day today. And to update, we're going to be playing on match 12.0 here. And the map pool is unchanged, but Neon has been slowed down quite a bit, guys. And there have also been bigger changes to how shotguns work. So the question is, Minnie, how impactful are these changes actually going to be?
I think there's a sigh of relief for players across the road from ranked up until VCT that Neon is now actually killable. The fact that she's slowed down and able to actually be shot now is a very big advantage to a lot of players. And I think that I've been snooping on some of those trackers, and a lot of these VCT players are no longer playing it. It seems like in the ranked games they're playing Jet quite a lot, and I think that might translate into VCT. Double duelist Jet, maybe that Phoenix too.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, the main thing that we can take away from these Neon changes are these kind of movement changes that we see, so we won't be seeing that utilized in the way that it once was. As well, it kind of mentions the shotguns there. I'm still anticipating
NRG probably prioritizes Breeze.
But of course, the Bucky and the Judge, I guess we'll see a decline because we're expecting a decline with the Neon as well.
Yeah, I
this
think there are
really
going to be a lot of changes,
actually,
and sounds like you guys are predicting a complete shift here in London. So we put together a little meta axis to quickly vibe check everything. So Minnie, you know, you've been leading the charge here. Can you tell us how this works?
Yeah, so coming into this event, we thought Neon and Phoenix were going to be very strong. So just to explain, like, the X-axis is for things that the desk likes, and the Y-axis is stuff we think teams will play. So coming into this event, we thought that Neon and Phoenix together were going to be very good, but with that Neon nerf, now we see the Neon in the bottom left, and Phoenix in that top right. I think the meta right now is defined by Phoenix. 72% win rate in VCT right now. That is the highest number I have ever seen, and it's very poetic. British agent, British event, makes a lot of sense.
But I see you haven't put Neon on the very bottom there, so maybe we might see a little Neon still. In fact, let's talk about the shotguns that you were mentioning earlier, Billy.
Wait,
yeah, so I think the shotguns, we could probably move down a little bit, because I don't think that teams will play as much as what we saw because of those Neon changes and the impact that will have. But what I will say is, I've kind of hinted at it previously, I still expect people to be picking up the shorty. We have a plethora of operator players here in VCT, and I think that having the shorty to kind of sit by that is obviously great, and it works well. So yeah, I think in terms of shotgun usage overall, though, it will probably drop down.
Yeah, I don't really know where the 72% is coming from.
And there's another duelist that we're seeing a rise of across the regions, and that's Jet. I know you're not a big fan of Jet, Minnie, so how do you see her playing into this?
Okay. I would put her like just the left of Phoenix. Like, lots of teams are going to play at this event. I think it's the question, what is going to replace that Neon? I think we've seen something in PaperX and then Full Sense Primi leading the way, and I think that now with the Neon nerfs, a lot of teams are going to take action and make the Jet Phoenix that double duelist combo into this event.
Yeah, we're expecting quite a bit of that, and I think with a Jet, of course, comes the operator usage.
Yeah, so because of that Neon nerf, where they're not getting that snaky jumping around Neon, I think the operator is even stronger than what it was before. In this low util meta, I think that having the op right now, those Jets with the op together, is like a match made in heaven for some of these teams, and it might be the defining gun of the tournament.
Well, that means surely we're going to see a bit more Chamber. What do you guys think of the Sentinel usage here?
I would like to see more Sentinel usage. I honestly thought that that would have been the initial counter reaction to a lot of the double duels that we were seeing.
Something interesting we can look at
Chamber, but we haven't seen an awful lot of that. I think I want to pick up on the operator and the Jet here as well, though. I think that Jet is kind of strong because they're an agent that you don't have to rely on when it comes to utility. They're very much a gun-focused kind of agent, which is why I think we'll see an increase in that. And the operator as well, as you kind of already hinted at, Minnie. We're in a kind of meta where it is gunfights that you're taking, right? You don't have utility to be able to clear out that operator, which is why we're saying it's such a strong weapon right now.
My Chamber Glaze will come when Lev start playing tomorrow because I love that agent.
Neon as well for Lev.
It'd be nice to see maybe that pick rate a little bit higher at this event. I'm not sure we're going to see it, but in my opinion,
current MVP leaderboard of players.
Chamber all over.
All right, well, that brings me
Brock,
to the next question.
Happy
So we got a
Way,
little bit of the ins and outs.
Jing, something.
And of course,
Baby
we have
Bay,
to do
Chichu,
our
Smoggy.
MasterCard
We got a lot of
fan
players
poll.
at this
And the
event.
question this time is, which region do you think is going to win it all here at Masters London? I know picking one team is a little bit hard at the moment. We got to pick a region.
I like these
Who wants to
XLG
go first?
jerseys.
Billy,
These are cool.
what you got?
I'm going to be biased on the first day. You know, I'm going to get it out the way here now that we got the predictions. I got to back up EMEA. I know it's been a while. I know people are probably looking at that and thinking, Billy, there's just no way. But you know what? There is way. There is way. Team Heretics have beat their regional curse and been able to come into this event lifting an EMEA trophy. Now they need to go off and do that at a global VCT event and win here in Masters London.
Okay, that's fair take. How about you, Minnie?
I think for me, I'm not biased at all. A complete opposite. Backstabber, some might say. I think Paper Rex are the favorite of the tournaments, but for me, America's the 3 teams they're sending. All of them could make deep runs here, and I think they have the biggest shot overall into this tournament.
Well, I think you guys are crazy and you've forgotten history. Who's been winning all the Masters trophies over the last 2 years? It's VCT Pacific. So I think it's going to be Pacific winning it all at Masters London. Maybe a slight bias, but you know what? The stats are there. The history is there. In fact, let's talk about how this tournament is going to be panning out and look at the bracket. We have some newcomers coming from Pacific speaking, and then we got Global Esports and Full Sense here for the very first time.
NRG.
And we got repeat
Think
orgs
Vitality.
back. We got 2 China orgs playing today against NRG and Vitality.
Full
How is
Sense.
it stacking up for you guys?
I think there's definitely a lot of potential for upsets here, especially in this first day, right?
Last one's tough.
People have been looking at the China
think
region
maybe
coming into this
GE.
event and maybe kind of doubting them a little bit, I think is fair to say. But then I'm also looking at some of these newer teams to the stage, like the Global Esports, like your Full Sense, right? Coming here to this global event, there's a lot of upset potential coming in against these big names.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing to me is there's not many through lines from Santiago, bar teams like Paper Rex. A complete new tournament for me and new faces. I think today is a very big day for China. I think right now we consider them maybe one of the weaker regions in the event, and I think that today is a big day to see how good have they got with the time off they've had.
Yeah, that's definitely the big
question. That's the crazy
on
thing
our
is I
minds, and
genuinely
it's a
have
very
no idea how
polarizing
China's going to
question,
look.
I know,
They've had so
for the
long
fans and their expectations from these 2 China teams. But we got to talk NRG. They are the current reigning champs from back in Paris not too long ago, and the roster remains unchanged.
Yeah, you don't change this roster. It's star-studded. I think that if they make another deep run this tournament, I think they go into the conversations immediately for greatest team of all time or greatest roster of all time. I think they're up there with that kind of caliber team, and I think that going forward, I think it's an inevitability they're in that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that they're the reigning champs, and then of course, let's not forget, they had a podium finish when we think back to Santiago. They had that 3rd place finish, so still being able to come off the back of an event and doing so well. And I think one of the big things for them is they've obviously kind of changed their identity, I think, since Santiago. There, they were kind of leaning into that double initiator composition, and now it's kind of
Minnie calling them potential greatest roster of all time is pretty high praise.
Tough lower bracket run over in Americas, but they did end up coming through looking much better than how they started in stage 1.
Yeah, I think to echo Billy's sentiments, they won champs, 3rd at Santiago. It means that they don't have as much time as other teams. Santiago, they're playing, in my opinion, off meta. They're playing double initiator. That's their bread and butter style, but they realize that that is not where the meta is right now. It's the double duelist and maybe some anti-meta ideas. And right now, I give them a bit of grace for that 3rd seed. I think that they've had to reinvent themselves completely, and I think coming in 3rd here with a little bit of time now, I want to see them ramp.
You guys play
leaning more into that double duelist. They're 100%
VFL
win
at all?
rate playing double duelist, 100% win rate playing that Phoenix, and I think that's going to be a key win condition for them.
Do you agree with this, Billy? I hear a lot of support from Minnie right now, having a lot of faith in this team and this particular roster.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we need to consider the performance that they had in Americas, right? They lost their first 2 group games after coming off that 3rd place finish at Santiago, and then they had to start from that playoffs in the lower bracket due to the tiebreaker situation in their groups, which meant that they had to come to London through that lower bracket. They didn't drop a single map in their event and being able to qualify to
We've got a really big day here
that's great
for
them, because I
VFL.
think even though they come into this event as the 3rd seed, that's nothing to be doubting.
The only doubts I have right now is being the form. Marder and Scuba in particular. Marder's not been liking that neon, so maybe saved a little by bit by this
the
neon
VFL
nerf,
that we're running
to
today.
The Jet and the Waylay. And Scuba, I think he's in a
double
little bit lower form right now. I
XLG,
think
double
his
vitality,
is not
double
showing
lev.
the same way in previous events. I know it's hard
It
being
could
a
be
Sentinel
rough.
right now,
Could be
having
rough.
to deal with these double duelists just running at you all the time. But I think both of them are going to have a bit of an uptick.
Or it could be genius.
If they're as good as I am selling them right now.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you have a lot of faith in them at the moment, and we have to talk about this one young fine man here. It's Kiko. He was returning to London as the hometown hero, and he is in fantastic form.
Yeah, him is alongside Brock are in fantastic form. Him on this Phoenix, he is the kind of core piece to NRG switching towards that double duelist style. And he has been absolutely frying. It's completely poetic that we get the British man, British agent in the UK.
Sure.
And it's a match made in heaven for me.
For sure. I think that when we think about Kiko and his time in EMEA, of course, we were
I think NRG's performance entirely depends on Kiko today.
On his time on Team Liquid.
Be really interesting.
For me, he's always been a pretty decently rated duelist, even when I think back to his time in Challengers way back in 2022, 2023.
If he's good, they win.
So, yeah, I think that
if
this is definitely a decision that NRG
struggling
made,
or feels the pressure,
into the strengths with the puzzle pieces that they have.
Then there's a chance
for
that
me,
XLG
like
could
when
win.
I first knew about Kiko coming into VCT in 2023, I wasn't that high on him. I think when we competed against him, he wasn't a scary player, and I had my doubts. But over the years, he's become one of EMEA's finest, and now just one of the best players in the world. Maybe backstabbing us a little bit, going to Americas, but I don't blame him joining this team.
Well, you doubted him, so he's like, I'm going to go to Americas with NRG.
Joining the world champs, like, can you really blame him? As heartbroken as I was that he left.
Well, he's back here in London, which is really exciting, of course. And like you said, we have some expectations of role changes here, and hopefully we do see him on the Phoenix. That would be really fun to watch. But speaking of him, Jen Lee did have a chance to catch up with him earlier, so let's see what he has to say about coming home.
Jen here with Kiko of NRG. Kiko, you're back home for Masters. You definitely have the hometown spotlight. What's it like to be back? You know, did you miss the weather? Have you met the king? Are the nerves any different? What are you expecting to see from the crowd today?
Yeah, it's nice to be back in the hometown. Have a lot of like interviews and extra stuff, and like personal camera crew who follows me around. And the weather, you know, it's raining and cloudy, so it's the usual, but you know, it's fun. It's nice here. I like being in London. Any extra nerves? Not really. I think it's a little bit more excitement playing in front of like friends and family, so yeah.
Right, have fun today.
This is a casual, you know, greeting the royalty. Is that something you guys do?
King mentioned he doesn't play till tomorrow. Like, what are they talking about?
I like how understated he was, very British, but I think that is the most excited a British person can get. So he was really enjoying that. Just to translate, you know.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I've been missing a lot of the British cues here, but of course he hasn't been here since December, and I know as a player it's tough. You're coming straight into a tournament. You don't really have that much time to see everyone until the very end, and hopefully he makes it to the very end.
Yeah, when's the last time? Okay, NRG played how long ago? 6 days ago?
XLG. So let's turn to them now.
7 days ago. They played.
Did take them down in Santiago, and they must
the 31st.
be so hungry to avenge that defeat.
Oh, for sure.
That's crazy. It's really short turnaround.
Might be, you know, new faces to the global stage. We have to speak about Leo, who joins this roster for 2026. He's been the most recent addition. He had a top 8 finish at China last year, and he comes into this roster. Of course, you're looking at Lysor there as being the most experienced player, I guess is fair to say, when you consider his time on FPX roster that he was in. And Raga and Hathaway, of course, the kind of foundation of this roster, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, I think Happyway for me in the recent years, people look at players like Chu and Kong Kong. Happyway for me in the recent era is the best player playing in China right now. He is consistently a great player time and time again, both domestically and at globals, and I think he's going to be another rock for this team on that Viper.
And you know the coach pretty well as well. How do you think he plays into all of this?
Yeah, so XLG play with a very EMEA style due to their coach Hoya, who used to work in EMEA, with Dirk and co. And the way I'd sell it is that in China, they don't play so much with the fundamentals as much, not so much with the strategy or structure, but Hoya is the person giving that to this team. And I think that is very good domestically, but I have my doubts when it comes to a global event, because obviously here, a bit of global nerves potentially. I think that with that set structure, you're not letting players off the leash a little bit. And I think that with teams like NRG, who are very experienced at dealing with that slower pace style, I would like to see them off the leash a little bit. Let the structure kind of fizzle a little bit. Let Raga off the loose a little bit. Give teams something to deal with, basically.
I think people are doubting XLG coming into this event, which is kind of crazy, right? When you think about their performance regionally, they only lost to EDG in their own region, right? And when we think back to that BO5 Grand Final, if EDG didn't have that double map ban where they could take away Lotus, XLG's favored map, where they could take away Ascent, that Grand Final could have been
let's
a
dig
very
into the
different
maps
story,
here.
Considering that it went to all 5 maps.
What
so
are they actually going to pick?
I agree with you completely domestically. It's just that whether that translates to the global stage. And I think that the thing that I like about China is that fieriness, that little bit of just mechanical beauty. And sometimes I feel like XLG, they're just kind of a little bit too reserved, a little bit boring EMEA style.
Which is very ironic, but you know, they have gone a couple of global reps and maybe things will be different. And on this team, they also have a Welsh dual national. He's going to be going head to head with Kiko today, our two Brits. Do we fancy his chances? Did I say that right? No, that was terrible. I'm sorry. I'm never going to do that again.
Do you know what? For Noman, I think some people forget that this guy was playing in Challengers only a year ago. He had obviously joined this roster in the campaign towards that Champs One last year. And obviously, taken to the global stage, I feel like it's still a kind of a new experience for someone like
NRG was
Noman,
banning
but
Split.
I think when you consider the amount of different roles that he's having to pick up for this team,
Will they
what
ban
he's
Split
definitely
against
offering is that deep flexibility for them to be able to pivot wherever they need to.
Yeah, he is the Swiss Army knife of the team, allowing them to do anything. I think that it would be really nice if we could see that head-to-head with Kiko.
On the
Phoenix? British players, maybe playing the British agent would make a lot of sense.
It would be his debut on Phoenix. Overall.
Phoenix is easy. Everyone can play Phoenix, it's fine.
Have you guys heard that?
The one thing about Noman, though, is he's got a lot of energy. We're going to see him on the camera standing up.
XLG, this is stage 1. Played Split 5 times.
In the game and off this, outside the server.
Yeah, absolutely. He has a
lost
lot
to EDG
of personality.
twice.
Definitely a lot of fun.
Beat DRG,
to watch
EDG,
there.
AG.
And,
so their split's pretty good.
I think this is going to be really fun for
full
both
time
of these guys to be
2026
playing on hometown right now. Do you think the pressure is going to...
They're beating a lot of teams that are pretty good on this map.
It's a buff. Yeah, surely it has to be
so
a buff,
maybe
right?
NRG does ban
UK,
Split.
You get the hometown crowd.
Yeah.
Like, surely... Unless there's the pressure of like your friends
8
and family
plays,
watching you, I
they've
don't know,
only
but,
won
like,
this map
for me,
twice. I
would
guess they
say
probably
it's
just have to ban
Absolutely
Split.
a buff to have that home crowd behind you. I think that cheering for Noman and Kiko, if the fans can do that.
Okay, so NRG bans Split.
A bit more, just wanting it more.
All right. Well, Jen Lee did get to have a catch up with Noman, so let's see what he thinks.
Jen here with Noman of XLG. Now, Noman, with your Welsh roots, does this event mean a little more to you?
So they banned
And
Split.
also, how do you make sure that you have more success against NRG than you did
and
in
XLG does
yeah,
what?
so this event means like the world to me, especially because I have like 8 family members coming
I
to
assume
watch,
it's Breeze.
So it's going to be really special. Against NRG, I think we just have to shoot their head. Like at the end of the day, it's just a 5v5 shooter. So that's what you have to focus on. And maybe we'll bring a bit of British flair, maybe with a certain agent pick. But I won't leak too much.
Okay, a little bit of curveball, but yeah. Okay, thank you and good luck.
Noman playing Phoenix is interesting.
That's a terrible non-reveal. I think there's only one British agent in this game, so we might get our wish of seeing a little bit of Phoenix here.
Yeah, the Chinese teams right now are very Waylay pilled, and it'd be very interesting because the Waylay's had that nerf, and they've had that.
I have to assume that they just ban Breeze.
With that meta access, we saw that Phoenix.
Like it doesn't make sense for them to allow NRG to play Breeze here, so I think this is going to be Breeze.
Baiting us in with something though.
you say this about the Waylay, but Noman had recently moved off of the Waylay that he was playing in groups and has started picking up things like the Deadlock, like the KO, when we look at the playoffs performance and the compositions that they were playing. So yeah, I guess it's, are they hinting at something? Are they not? I don't know.
Pearl.
I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, we will have to see, and we are going to see that really soon. What we're also going to see are the results from our MasterCard fan poll. We were talking a bit earlier about which region do we think is going to win all. It looks like the people are agreeing with me on this one. Come on, but Pacific's been winning it all.
I guess you can also pick Lotus.
That's actually such a cop-out. I'm not having that. Like, respectfully, I'm actually not having that. Are we just going
at 10%?
Yeah, they've lost Lotus twice.
I'll take the underdog.
G2 and Crew, though.
Is a little bit higher today. I think everyone's believing in a bit of
XLG,
I sold the
Lotus.
I sold.
Like
They've only lost early on.
For EMEA, so.
Haven't lost since they swapped their comp.
Yeah, fraudulent analyst.
Yeah. And of course, you know, the sentiment across the board are a lot of question marks for VCTCN teams. And how could we not? But they have made with this team.
Ascent is maybe another option.
He was with Wolves, and they placed third.
Although I don't know if you want to
last time they were there,
straight
so
up
we
just
can't
pick
forget that either. These teams have
Ascent.
often surprised us.
I think
now
probably
let's take
you
a look
Pearl.
at the map, pick and ban between NRG and XLG, because I know we have a lot of questions about this, and this is going to determine a lot on how this plays out.
I think they pick
for me,
Haven.
The big narrative is going to be about that Lotus. Are XLG, are NRG going to ban it or not? XLG love that Lotus. They've been running a triple senti
Second phase, I think you ban Lotus.
In China.
Yeah, I think that considering what No Man just said though, like, oh yeah, we just need to focus on shooting. Like, I'm honestly, I don't know, like. What does he mean by that? Like, if we do get to see
actually,
are we
no,
be seeing some
pick.
Funky
I mean, from interviews I've seen, it sounds like what I was saying about that
I think
structure.
maybe they pick.
I think sometimes instead of overthinking it, it is a shooting game at the end of the day. Letting people off the leash a little bit. Especially with Raga, when he's in that domestic competition, he looks extremely loose. He looks like his aim is phenomenal. But when he gets to that big stage, he hasn't been performing
XLG
quite as
probably
well.
bans
I think it
Haven.
is a little bit about No Man maybe being that he's not the IGL, but that leader
final
in the sense
is
of
Ascent.
you know, letting the boys off the leash a little bit. Like having that aggression, having that firepower, and stop thinking so much about the strategy. Stop doing that EMEA.
Maybe depends on who has last pick.
That's what No Man was saying. He was like,
probably what I would
it's a 5v5 shooter after all. In fact, let's go to the map ban picks now and see what they ended up with.
All right, welcome and hello. So we're gonna conduct the map veto real quick, and we have XLG as higher C, so they will pick their side. So please go ahead and pick your side and please announce it.
Team B.
Right.
Team B. Okay, so energy bans first. Assume it's split.
Energy is banning.
Ban split.
Yep.
Okay. Ban Breeze.
Okay, got that.
Pick Pearl.
Ooh, they pick Pearl. Okay, interesting.
Pick Defense.
Okay.
Pick Lotus.
Okay, so they do go for the Lotus.
Attack.
Interesting.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. Okay, because they don't want XLG to have side choice on the last map, so that makes sense. They want to play Haven or Fracture.
Ban Haven.
Ban Haven. All right, final map is Fracture. Very cool map pool.
Attack.
This is a very
Alright, let me give you a quick recap. We
pretty bold,
Pearl, XLG defense.
Pretty bold pick from NRG because their Pearl has not been great recently.
NRG attacks. Everything correct?
Correct.
It's kind of a confident pick from NRG, saying like, hey, we assume that you would pick Pearl, so we're going to take the pick away from you.
We heard a little bit
really
of a crowd reaction there and a little bit of reaction from you guys as well. What are you thinking?
I don't know what NRG are doing personally. I think that Pearl is a weak map for them. It looks, I'll be honest, horrible for them. And then also letting that Lotus through too. And then Fracture as well. I got so many questions from NRG. It's like, I don't know what they're doing.
This is super interesting.
Yeah, I sold them high. Yeah, if we go to Pearl, a map where NRG have not looked strong on in America.
This is a really interesting map. Oh my goodness.
Also looked that strong at either. So
well,
maybe
they were banning it in groups.
Maybe
like they
a
didn't
target
play
pick here.
Yeah.
But very surprising to see that. And then we see the Lotus coming through. So NRG perma-banning that split. It seems like they're happy to go to that Lotus. And I'll be honest, I do think that NRG are going to deal with this triple Sentinel Lotus pretty easily. I think that Americas has the best Lotus right now with those.
I'm super curious.
And I think they'll be fine.
Is there a world where XLG has changed their Lotus again?
There are definitely ways that
Probably
XLG
not.
can get into this map pool.
For sure. I think as well, what's interesting to me is that
if XLG is able to win Pearl, I think there's a decent chance that they win the series.
Kind of one of the main bans that XLG had in playoffs, but of course we speak about the prep time coming into.
But if NRG has fixed their Pearl, then it's bad news for XLG.
And we're thinking about the Lotus specifically too, in the composition that they're going to have to play up against. If XLG do continue with that triple Sentinel composition, you're almost asking yourself how much experience do they have playing against a composition like this, and how is that going to play for them? 100 Thieves did play a similar like double Sentinel composition on that map, but it's not like triple Sentinel is something that you get to play against often.
I do want to ask you guys what your predictions are for this very first match, and has it changed now that you've seen the map veto?
I predicted 2-0 for NRG, and I'm going to stick with it despite the fact that I think they've chosen some maps here that they are very shaky on, and it could give XLG that in.
All right. Okay.
I'm giving a little bit of grace to XLG, but I am going 2-1 NRG. And like you said, I think with this map veto, there is definitely gaps for XLG to be able to get in there. And I'm curious as why NRG have gone for this kind of warrior map veto. It feels like almost not egotistical, but I guess in a way it's like, are you kind of doubting this region by picking these maps?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like Pearl, for me, NRG, that attack side, not many good pro attack side teams right now, but they run a very good composition. They run the double initiator here, the only map where they kept with that style, but they don't understand what to do with the drones right now. They're not using them across the extremities to push out the chambers, and that is what XLG are running, is one of the chambers. And you need to be using these drones to take those extremities, but not doing it. Lotus is going to be the highlight for me, though. Getting to see both teams, I think it's two of the best maps
this is so interesting.
Respectively, just going head to head, and that second map is where I'm excited.
Well, I have to agree with you on this, Mini. I end up predicting NRG on this. But NRG and XLG have been here before. It was during Masters Santiago, day one of Swiss, where NRG came out on top. But today, XLG could get their shot at revenge. So please welcome both teams to the stage.
All right, here we go. Pearl first pick, man. Very bold from them. Oh.
We're all believers, praying it's gonna go our way.
Takes us to overtime! It's the stuff of dreams!
We're gonna lift that trophy. Easy. No pain. All glory.
This is the Phoenix voice actor doing the voiceover. Cool.
Nah. Dreams don't move like that. Whiffed shots. White knuckles. Wasted opportunities. Years of grind getting dashed by the same old curses. In this city, dreaming's gonna only take you so far.
Oh no? What's oh no?
Feels good to be back. My last Masters was in Tokyo. I was scared I'd never make it again.
What's up, Radioactive? How are you?
But here I am, ready to win it all.
Dude, these Vitality jerseys are horrible.
I knew that I was gonna be a pro. I wanna be somebody and have people remember me and my team.
It's the first time that a full Thai team has been back to an international since 22.
Feel like it's long overdue.
I've been in many iterations of web. Every generation is getting better.
真正的赢家不是追着机会跑，而是算无一策。我会向你们证明我是属于世界赛的。
I really hope the Chinese teams show up. I don't want these to be stops today.
After Paper X dropped me, people stopped believing on me.
My predictions today are NRG and Vitality, but I'm rooting for XLG because I want them to show up.
Wasn't a fluke.
I want them to show up and be good.
Ended up coming in the playoffs as the 4th seed. Only one chance. We managed to win. Kiko just refused to lose that day.
It's good to be home. Nothing beats a UK crowd.
体育竞技是充满偏见的。当你连续失败之后，会很难让人回想起当初胜利的感觉。
I think I'm like kind of full rooting for China this event, honestly. I think it'd be really cool to see EDG have a deep run. Yeah, it's great to see Yudo and Crystal have success for sure. The world
stage keeps sending me back empty-handed. It starts to feel like a curse.
Playing in England, it means family.
You know, it'd be kind of sick, actually. It would be a Heretics EDG matchup in the finals again.
This is where the dream started for me.
That would be insane.
I know what it feels like to fall short, but all it takes is one moment to change the story.
This hype video is really good.
People can say what they want. The curses are just an excuse. And I don't do excuses.
Dreams are always worth it.
Yeah, we could have some really cool rematches. Like G2 Paper X finals would be insane. EDG Heretics finals would be insane.
The people that I care
about
NRG
the most could make finals as well.
Crowd watching. I want to make them proud.
London, we have waited so long for Valorant to come to our shores, and now it has. It's time to show the world that we're ready. Are you ready, London? And are you ready to meet your team?
Nice. Crowd looks pretty good so far.
I don't know. I'm seeing some people at the back, and I can't see them on their feet. The super fans here, they're showing up. Everyone, on your feet, because you heard Kiko. Nothing beats the UK crowd. Nothing beats London. So if you're ready to meet your teams, make some noise!
NRG versus Chronicle again? Yeah, it would be sick.
It's good enough for me, London. But will it be good enough for our teams?
Yeah. Dude, I'm still tripping about the map pool. This map pool is very interesting.
It's NRG!
Why has Phoenix been picked so much? Because he's simple to play. He has the cheapest ultimate in the game. And he just fits how a lot of teams are playing right now, which is just fast, explosive. He's pretty good on defense, actually.
Minnie, tell us, why does XLG struggle against
good on retake.
And is that going to change today?
I think it's all about that pace. I think XLG
fits the meta really well.
A much slower pace than the other Chinese teams, and I think the Americas teams are very mature, very experienced, very structured at dealing with that. I want to see XLG coming out with more firepower and just taking the fight to NRG today.
Yeah, I mean, we already touched on the fact that BO5 Grand Finals in China was so close. They're definitely a team not to be underestimated. And then, of course, we have to remind everyone of NRG coming here all the way from that lower bracket to be here is also not something to be underestimating. I think both of these teams matching up today is such an exciting opening game for Masters London.
Okay, do we have any changes
that's right. And we had our
on these maps?
Map select just now. The very first map is gonna be Pearl. What are your expectations?
I'm expecting a little bit of a messy one because both these teams have not shown high proficiency or high win rates on this map so far. I think there's a lot of theory for them to add, and I hope that the time they've had off that they have gone back to the drawing board and figured some stuff out. NRG in particular, because it is their map pick.
Most recently. I actually don't even know what XLG was playing most recently on this map.
I'm hoping that they bring out something new. Maybe a new composition or just a new...
Chamber KO Teo?
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, when we consider their time at Champs, right, we want them to
Neon
be
Astra
setters here, and they have the opportunity to be able to do that
Will they be
whilst
playing
in this opening game. I agree with you, Minnie. I want to see something new. I want to see something fresh. I'm intrigued to see what is Mada
I think GE can make a deep run. I think they can. I think tomorrow's game basically determines what happens for GE. My take is that if they can beat Lev, there's a decent chance that they can make top 4 at the event. If they lose to Lev, then they're going to go out 0-2.
With something in Primi, and I think you could just be inspired by that and keep it simple.
Yeah, that's right. And like you mentioned as well, maybe not for this map, or maybe so. Seeing Phoenix on this map.
I think how they handle the pressure of playing on stage, how they handle a really good team like Lev is going to completely determine everything for them.
This guy, I don't know why he's always talking about not having confidence, because he's so goddamn good.
Yeah, he's one of those few players that when I'm watching the VODs and I'm looking at that mini map, he's one of those few players that drags my attention right to his crosshair because his aim is unbelievable. Domestically though, I just want to see him have that confidence on the global stage.
Yeah, I think for Raga, this was someone that coming into this event, I was worried because he was that neon merchant back in China, but honestly, when you consider the mechanical prowess that he has, he don't want anything.
And here comes Ajax Select. Are we getting what we wanted?
We are getting that Phoenix, but it isn't Nomad. It's going to be on Raga, which is a big surprise there. I think that's going to be very interesting to see Nomad on that entry. For the poetry, not the biggest fan, but hopefully Raga can set that one.
Okay.
NRG on the flip side, keeping with that double initiator
So a bit of a change. No chamber, no neon.
Eco on the Vice. I'm a big fan of Vice right now.
I mean,
but I think fundamentally that isn't the make or break agent here.
Eco Vice is interesting.
I've got to have gone back to the drawing board and re-looked at their attack sides. I have not been impressed with these attack sides. I want to see the drones being used across the map.
I think it's going to be hard for NRG to fight for A main.
Stop going through middle at the start of the rounds. Stop doing B splits. Actually push off these extremities.
Will Lev be nerfed because of neon changes? I mean, yeah, certainly, but
I think he'll be playing this very selflessly.
It'll be really interesting to see what their comps look like.
And I think as well the synergy that we see between Phoenix and
yeah, I mean, I picked GE to win tomorrow's game actually.
Especially starting on that defense, being able to take control of those extremities like you're
I started out thinking it was going to be Lev, but then the more I thought about it, I switched to GE.
One thing I worry about with XLG's composition going onto that attack side is no Sova drone. We've seen them struggle domestically against players like Kong Kong with that operator on the long B. I think Mada's going to just be sat on that long B.
Yeah, he's got to get the op up quickly.
And I don't know how XLG are going to deal with it.
If NRG gets op early from Mada, I think it's going to be hard.
Well, Billy, with these
but also they could just slam A bunch.
Coming through, you're saying it was a 2-1 NRG. You still think that's going to be the case?
Yeah, I can't go back on my word. Come on, right. I can't just change now.
No take backsies. Now to kick off the match 1 of Masters London, we got Achilles and Paper Thin.
Nice. Okay.
Oh boy, here we go. It's Masters time, baby, and I am excited. I'm Achilles, that's Paper Thin, and we're going to be taking you through all the action here to kick off the event. NRG are reigning champions, going up against XLG, who are still looking to find their footing on this global stage.
Yeah,
the arena looks sick.
Once again, on day 1 of Masters, just like Santiago, it's going to be these two teams squaring off. So a lot here to prove for XLG in particular, for their region, for themselves, for the fans here in London.
Looks nice. All right, here we go.
There's still some hope.
Here we go.
That's been making it to international events out of their region time and time again, but can't do anything. But what a difficult opponent they have to go up against
win rate.
in NRG.
Advantage.
Going back to the comp that was their bread and butter at
Advantage energy.
Out.
Ooh, heavy burn already. Two players low.
One is going to be Mada down versus Nomad, able to strike.
Yep, just fall back with numbers advantage. This is good. They've got wall and art, so they don't have to worry about getting split. They can just go play deep on site. This is really nice, actually.
Slowly scale back up towards A.
This is going to be one of those things.
As long as they don't over-rotate.
Might have to adapt a little bit too. Is that
small gap that they're worried about? They're just going to come re-clear this. I don't love how much they've rotated off. I don't like 2 people in middle right now.
By Leo's haunt, so slowed things up, but XLG expecting a rotate. Instead, Ethan calls for the slight
they are going to give them the site.
Hit towards A.
I mean, XLG, they're kind of going to be reading that this is going to be a split through mid, so they have some security because of that vice wall, but with all of NRG just slow
don't
walking
get caught
forward
here.
Up into this A side, this makes
the contact is good.
Here. The pressure going to be applied to WS Leo, tucked away at dugout. Nebula gonna bloom, he catches a glimpse, a couple shots gonna go ringing through, but unable to find that contact. The shock dart not gonna go deep enough to get the damage.
Nice.
The reveal, and Ethan's able
good
to
drone.
Noman, however,
30 seconds left.
gets himself another elimination as Kiko will
4v3, no plant, half life for Ethan.
He gets that in play, but 3v4 to try to hold the line low.
Triple fighting secret.
It's gonna be Brock and Scuba able to collect a couple kills, but now Scuba just down to his lonesome. Some damage gonna be found. Through the corner, isolates it into a 1v1.
Uh-oh.
Big
on the pistol.
Other side, the swing and the shots whiffing. Tucks back, wanting to try to get concussed through, but Scuba is ahead.
Nice reposition.
It,
wow, okay, Scuba's online. That's bad news.
To rescue the round.
This is a really nice call. And
That is a
nice
huge pistol. I did not like how XLG called that.
Ethan, though, being patient, understanding the map read.
Really did not like the double in street. I think that was a huge mistake.
And he still has this drone. Huge there. You know, a nice little timing for Leo, but he's not really able to get much out of it. And this is one of the problems with NRG when you're going up against them with this composition is they're so disciplined with the drones.
Yeah, I have no idea why they triple held here. This makes no sense to me.
A lot of teams might kind of overcommit them early. NRG very patient with this double
Okay, NRG has
leaning in towards the stack. It's gonna be
a
Leo
96% conversion rate on these types of rounds.
Only able to spot out one. Meanwhile, Mata just going for a quick entry through
They're
street.
splitting B on an eco round.
Push up, swing in the corner, Scuba. Not done yet. He's able to find that kill. Collects a weapon, but two.
That's
nice
Spike.
Nomad. Will allow for those weapons to be recovered.
That's the Spike.
And suddenly, this starts looking all the more rocky for NRG. Down a player
Yeah.
again.
How do you take this?
Now your firepower pretty weak.
Please don't give up the Spike here.
Trying to get back there. Get to that Spike, which is down in the back corner, and XLG can just hold the line here. You have a little bit from Kiko to maybe try to help you clear this, but it's going to be tough.
Just tossing that weaponry around.
Yeah, this is really good for them.
Sure that they have.
They're pinching and spawn. They're going to have all 4 people here.
Leo slowly just joining in, ensures that there's not going to be this late flank coming through.
They do have.
And how are you meant to get back into this one for NRG?
Oh, they can't even get the arc row, so they just have to dry swing this.
We'll find out.
This is all going to be aim.
A 3-2-1 go, swing in this corner. Jump peek going to be leading the way. Kiko the first to fall. That's going to be the Vandal down. Ethan is able to find No Man, finishing off that low HP Jet, but they are no closer to finding this round, to finding this spot.
Okay.
It has eluded
that
them
is huge.
Rally back. What a response.
That is huge for XLG.
For XLG to tie it 1-1.
This is just crazy good stuff from No Man.
Yeah, big shots from No Man.
Getting onto that entry duelist, some questions about it. How is he going to be able to thrive on that Jet? Well, if you're hitting shots like that with a Sheriff, and this team loves to get on their feet.
Come on! Let's go, baby!
Okay, so just a little bit of
feel good for No Man.
a little bit of insight.
Around, but NRG are still buying into this. You see the weaponry full half.
When teams win pistol, lose anti-eco, they average
That's a big commit from NRG.
4 rounds per half.
Maybe a little over-eager to take
So that's the number. If NRG can get 5 or more, they've recovered pretty well from that.
Players from XLG in the previous round, but still a lot of damage can be done.
It's pretty fast.
Mata, one of the best waylays in the world, looking to try to squeeze his way forward. XLG willing to give up a little bit of space.
Pretty heavy buy for NRG. Yeah, they're trying to steal the momentum back.
Up and over the check in the dugout. Will just take that refract out the safety. Gets a spot on the 1. So Raga going to be noted, but he's going to be able to find Ethan at the same time. Kiko going to be answering back. Raga now going to be taking down Lysa.
Okay, 2v2.
Eliminated as well. So we get brought into a 3v3.
Ooh, huge kill for Kiko.
Kiko, a solid shot. Displaces
Oh my god, they're going to get...
they're
going to lose.
Going, but now you start becoming less favored with this outlaw in play.
Wait, that's good.
Mata, if he's just going to give you an angle like that, then hell yeah, you can find value.
Oh my god, he's not even aware. Okay, happy way. Wait, Spike is down. Why was the Spike there?
Minor damage suffered here by Brock. Quick clear of the recon.
Brock versus Happyweight. This is like Titanic clutch. Another clutch for NRG. Oh my god.
Finds a 3K, and we're just going to be ping-ponging back and forth as NRG once again get the lead.
And what a call here. To go for the force up.
Yeah,
and the
that's rough for
really
XLG.
Nice. A great bait and switch from Mata to tee up Kiko there over at Flowers. That was really nice. Use those sound cues a little bit against XLG. And they fell for it when the smoke dissipated, but No Man will have his Blade Storm coming into this round.
Okay, it's going to be another scrappy buy. I mean, whichever team comes out with the momentum is going to be in a really good spot, but right now, both econs are terrible.
XLG over in China. Scuba and Ethan as
Okay,
well.
it's a
just
fake.
On the submachine guns. A little bit of a spot there, but that's just
It's a
Ethan trying to
fake. They're
sell a bit
double
of a fight, trying
droning.
to open up some space, but this is what makes this energy
Gonna try and speed up B because they're giving up everything here. So
you're not entirely sure which way they're going, so XLG just going to stand pat with their 3-2.
I mean, he's got the line. They should lead.
He was also able to spot out at least the 2 players.
It's gonna
on
be
that ace on the
fast.
map. Given that the molly had been invested, Mata just trying to dive forward over towards
Good
Halls.
stun.
Gets slowed up by the concuss.
Lysor turns around. One shot kill. Wow, it's a nice clean one.
Going to be good for 1. Vice is going to be traded out on either side. The cards now going to be called in from Scuba. Trying to make this site retake
and
on a
flood.
sample. Quick peek in. No Man unable to find anything. Burns
Waiting
that
for
tailwind.
Rarga. Okay. Being watched by Brock.
widely, just have to wait this out. Meanwhile, Raga around the back looks like he's
got
going to
3
be
people you can one-shot kill.
Jiggle peeks here from Brock. Now they have the full confirmation. Dodge the
Okay, stun is used. Raga really needs to speed up here.
Raga getting closer and closer, but it could be Ethan striking out, finding No Man. Leo now dead, and it is all on Raga's shoulders, and he cannot bear the weight.
I mean, that should probably be the half for NRG.
Expanding this lead up 3-1.
And this is really nice stuff from NRG.
Yeah, clutch, thrifty, clutch. I mean,
some of their opponents
very much like
that against them a little bit. So here they're going to split the initiators, get the info that
that's
the
a big
Phoenix
shot.
is over at A. So far, XLG has been showing that they're going to stack their heavy side with the Phoenix. That allows NRG to.
It's very much a
steadily forward
sort of like a championship
rely on Mata.
approach for NRG, forcing up, continuing to force up, making sure that they don't lose the momentum here. First Phoenix ult is on an eco round. It's definitely not what you want to see for XLG.
Doubt they're going to quite commit to it the same. They're going to be taking their time, looking for an early pick with Mata's rifle. Got a little bit of backup there to help him just in case. No Man will have the Marshal in his hands. Otherwise, it's just a couple bandits, couple sheriffs. Raga does have his ult.
Okay, we'll be a bit off on that one. So Lyso just skirt away over to safety. We'll rewrap back up in towards that tower position. They continue to scale forward here. Happy Way getting himself a kill, would have the Steel Garden online. Bringing us back to parity between the weaponry.
Reclear A is a little slow.
Either of these thorns. So full setup from this defensive vice, still going to be intact.
Brown gets one tag. They've lost all of their space. They have to commit B.
Things down. They once again start backpedaling.
These players,
they've given up so much map control
need to
for
go.
this though. So this is going to be a real mess. XLG, a great counter setup here, anticipating that
they're pushing out
NRG
again.
is gonna be forced
I don't like
over
this.
towards
They need to get 3
again.
people here quickly, or 4 people here.
Pushes players out into the open.
I feel like, oh my god, what a, is that a dart? Ow.
Brock just lights them up. They collect the eliminations very swiftly after.
How did that happen?
Be in play, and Steel Guard be damn no longer available, and Scuba is watching the flanks.
Okay.
NRG are looking to get this
ends up being a clean round. It was a little scary,
in flawless fashion.
But it's a clean round.
We will have Mata positioned forward, and they have a very strong idea of where Leo is at.
Just gonna have to wait him out here, but my word, what timing there from Brock.
Don't want to give him the freebie weapon. Would love to get that conversion pass online, but Mata will just go ahead, slowly slink away back over towards B long with NRG looking very on point here these last 2 rounds. Very concise. They now have a 3-round lead up.
That's crazy. This is going to be like the first actual rifle v rifle round.
I think this might be a good time for Havoya to call a timeout because you're going to have a lot of big ults for both teams coming into this. So a really pivotal round in this half is looming already, where you're talking about how there's, you know, one away from a convergent pass. Well, guess what?
Man.
Brock also one away from his ult.
Wait.
From the Hunters.
Oh my god.
He has the Armageddon, so
it was low. He didn't know where the dart was. Land sound, couldn't figure it out.
But on your side, you have the Vice ult, you have Rarga's ult, and you have Lysor's ult. So you've got a bunch to work with. And I think this is a really opportune moment to take a pause, talk about how you want to play this round through, because I almost am a little bit worried for XLG in that round because I think they might have tipped their hand a little bit with some of those setups. It was a really nice counter to what NRG was doing. They just couldn't get any value out of it because of a well-timed recon dart.
Yeah, the double scan cooked them. They had done a lot of good stuff in that round.
Just elated here for this squad, but so they'll not be able to string anything together off the back of that. It has been rough. Let's go look at the Coinbase win condition here, and my eyes are going to No Man. He's continuing to look
operator
that he's
gets
the top
bought
rider at
up.
the moment for this squad. Now he's going to be having that operator online, so he needs to be getting into solid positions, avoiding this double drone, so they can actually get set up on hard
Phoenix
lines
ult has not been used yet. We're 5 rounds in.
And it's going to be
Phoenix ult needs to be used this round.
Going to be aware of, keeping track of that economy a bit, thinking that, all right, well, we can use that drone. So is the idea here for XLG going to be kind of ping-ponging the op around the map? Show presence early, clear a drone somewhere. You know, you'll see players jump up on top of that box on long B. I'm pretty sure that's kind of where No Man's thinking right now. To get that early.
This is dangerous.
So you can clear
dangerous,
those
dangerous.
Who tries to cut through there.
Big ult coming up.
Take control of that space early, and then rely on the combo on the other side.
Okay, they don't. Ooh, I mean,
he's able to avoid the molly.
Just barely.
Not going to be able to come away with
the
that.
combo is good, but
here.
a little bit too
Getting the
slow.
spot out and talking about it, that ping-ponging back and forth, and already it will be the
big mid pressure. Got Phoenix here.
Meanwhile, scale forward.
He's not going to use ult. He's just going to flash and swing. Oh, it's so bad. Dude, what are they doing, man?
Lysor able to peel back a single kill as Brock will fall. Just quickly trying to scale in around the back here at Art. Goes into the cosmic form though, and the timing is just so catastrophic. Kiko finds that third. No man trying to stay dialed in on this angle. The Thorn's going to be popped. Smada's just boxed into the corner.
No, he's going to get too aggressive here. They know where he is.
Now, NRG still with that player advantage, but they're looking to take it away as Happyway starts to try to
nice jump up.
Kiko taken out. Snowman finds him on that stair side.
Oh, they're worried about the flank through water. Yeah, they're double. Oh my god, they're giving it up.
Going to be in hand for Scuba.
They're in such a good position to win this.
Even the numbers up, so
but now they're giving it up.
Cautious here. Have to be a little bit smart.
There's no way NRG is going to push this. They know there's an op just holding. Zero chance they push for more.
Now they have to commit to it. Mata just looking for that timing swing out of the nebula, shifts away.
Okay, bad timing for Mata.
Be able to collect the kill. XLG looking good to secure
contacting
this.
into this angle.
Red Bull clutch to peek in and now
big from Happy. Okay, they had to win that.
Solid shot into the defuse. XLG double up.
No, this
they had
really
to win that round.
Stuff for XLG.
I'm still really worried at the fact that that was the play that they called with the Phoenix ult. Maybe they're trying to save the Phoenix ult to retake if they lose the site to the big ults.
You're forcing the hand of NRG
potentially
to the,
the call.
And even though it looks a little bit shaky here for a moment, because No Man is able to get there with that operator in time. He's able to hold the line and stall NRG out. So I'd say, if anything, it's a little bit concerning here for NRG at times because they're dropping that spike early. They're having a tough time like finding their footing to get those plants down, to get the post plants sometimes.
3 big ults for NRG.
Oh boy.
Still need to see the Phoenix ult used.
Brock is bringing out the Odin. Let's see what kind of value he's going to be able to get out of this. It's something that he's not been leaning into quite as much so far this year.
He just had to prove that he
in
could
middle.
do it with anything. He's literally
fast group. They're just
going to
go B.
He has been absolutely stellar.
They're going to
One
ult
of the
here
best players we have at this event so far.
and pop B.
Falling shy of the mark.
I wonder if they ult here.
This Vice util. It's just a bit of a change up here from
We'll
Happyway to try to slow down the approach. Initial bait out on the wall.
This double flank is very interesting.
Garden for now. XLG going to be zoned away as they look to try to get their players in position for a swift retake.
Yeah, you got to be careful. He has not used. Okay. Run it back, it's used.
In play, Raga gonna try to see if he can swing the corner, clear anything out. Meanwhile, the Armageddon's gonna be called in. Over
Raga, you gotta get aggressive, bro.
Ethan eliminated Happyway, able to find that headshot, but look at the lurk forward from Mana. He's able to intercept. Obviously, Theo turns back.
Big from Lysor.
Strikes him down as well as Kiko. The defuse now going to be interrupted. Nearly taking a half. Counter concuss gonna be sent through.
Half.
They're gonna look to just try to stick this one, and Lysor's got him covered.
Big round from Lysor.
And XLG with 3 players surviving, nipping at the heels of NRG, just 1 round away from tying.
Yeah, I am not liking how Raga is playing this Phoenix.
Massive
not gonna lie.
round from Lysor. And a massive round for XLG.
He is not playing aggressively enough in that ult.
A lot of ults into this, and they're the ones
huge round from Lysor.
With the victory. Yes, you're going to use that. Finally use that Phoenix ult, and it gets a ton of value. You got Lysor's ult for the post plant, and he makes the most of it, nullifying that Odin by getting it stuck behind that wall.
We'll see if they switch the setup now.
Through. Really, really nice stuff, and able to absorb the pressure of the Armageddon hit early. That's a tremendous round here for XLG.
Well, we'll take a look at the coin maze win condition now for NRG. Those coffers are being emptied here. Cash
the money is still not great for XLG.
Buying down to 0. Brock at 150, unable to bring another Odin into this round unless Ethan wants to pass
it over. They're gonna buy here. Buy here, looks like.
Felt like NRG were starting to run away with this map after breaking free. XLG showing,
I mean, if XLG can win this half, like 7-5 after what happened here, is pretty good. I think they need a 7-5.
If you can find the victory here on NRG's map pick, you're going to be very well slated with Lotus on the horizon.
Well, it almost feels like it should be their time because they've been here so many times. Yes, they got through one time at Champions in the playoffs, but in general, they've struggled. They've been grouped every other time. And this is a team who's got shooters, they've got fraggers,
These
they've
guys
got
need
a
to
good
step
coach,
up.
they've got good ideas, but when they get to the big stage, in my opinion, it felt like they weren't playing with that same gusto, that same confidence that they had in China. Just a little bit of control here. Ethan doesn't want to mess with it too much. No man trying to find
what's the plan
as
here?
deep of an angle as he can.
They're just
That
going to hard hold
operator
A.
will be given that space, so
They are. They need to keep
XLG
3 people here.
have a pretty good idea of this. Prowler not going to find anything. Sararga.
Okay, they give it up now. I don't like this.
To scoop up the orb and back off, but that's NRG's.
Well, they do have to worry about
okay,
here.
let's get in there.
They're going to go back out? No way.
Salvo out. Ethan just going to be caught on that. They have the reveal, but just unable to get onto the angle fast enough to really find a punish.
Okay, that's good. They challenge them. Drone gets out. Force some more utility. Heavy stack.
Wrapping around box and will not be able to
Makes
find much of
sense.
anything.
The wall hasn't been tripped. They've got the deep line with the operator. Macro's really good.
Over at B long with that operator. Is NRG going to try to up the pace here, but pretty decently favored for XLG.
Yeah, macro's really good.
Initial volley of util, nothing going to be found. Saturate, chucked into the back. Mana facing forward, trying to take that fight. Will end up losing his life.
Oh my god, they win
The rest of
3.
the team picking up the pieces. Leo needing it to deliver, but he cannot. Will just get picked apart, and now that operator saved the timeout call. Looking good for NRG, who managed to persevere.
I hate how XLG is playing some of these rounds.
Crazy good coordination here from NRG. The read is there.
They have 4 people on site.
Are thoroughly countered.
There's no
about as well
exec
as XLG
ults,
can manage in
and
that
they
round.
give up the site and have to fight back
It
in.
did not matter.
Why?
I mean, again, Mana
Why are
giving
they
his
doing
life
that?
for the cause. That's why you have to love him as a player. He'll just walk in and absorb some of that pressure to tee up the others behind him.
Why
for
did they do
success,
that?
And they knock it out of the park this round. No man, just going to be trying to hold on to this op. Looks like he's going to be given the opportunity. Scuba was kind of trying to suss him out over on the defender side of the map, but
4 people and you
to be
give
found.
up the site.
Scuba will be one away from his ult. Leo will have
It's really
Nightfall
bad.
coming in to the next round. Just everybody there knows their job on NRG. Ethan's right there to back up Mata. Brock's watching their backside. Kiko's got Ethan's back. That's just beautiful setups there. Great protocols.
Still though, these 2 key figures on XLG that have not been able to get the ball rolling. Leo got his first kill on the board in that previous round. Finally has his first Nightfall of this half. But Raga's right there with him. 1 in 7. Take flight. For a player who should be dominating on this global stage. I need to see that activation sooner rather than later, as Lysor will just catch that straight dart through.
Okay, they get tons of space and art with the drone there.
It's always been the tragic story of Rarga, is he's slow to start at internationals. As good as
Again,
he is,
I mean, they're playing the early macro so well. They're getting a ton of space. They're able to stack, and then they just are not fighting for sight correctly.
Hopefully he can start getting it turned around
It's
here.
very weird.
As that operator, I was thinking, oh man, once XLG got that in their hands, it was really starting to turn around, but NRG able to flip things around a bit in that previous one. Getting a big win, getting the spot there is Scuba, but
get
not
over
able
here.
to find any damage onto Lysor.
But here comes the exec. Saturate out, Mata just gonna go diving forward once again. In towards Halls, clears it, doesn't see anything, but
Big from Happy Way, big from Lysor. Ooh, big from Kiko. Alright, Rarga, you gotta step up and do something, bro.
Bringing it back into a 3v3. The Nightfall now to be invested as Brock is.
They're wrapping him, he's not aware.
Still have that spike in hand.
Maybe he is.
Not willing to go for the commit
Big
yet.
kill.
Mata trying to get this rewrap on tower, but Rarga does shut him down, and he's anticipating this second layer from Kiko. He cannot stop him.
Kiko maybe wins them the round here.
Should be dead on his swing, but he still comes away with a 4th. Brock gets the finisher in NRG.
Wait, what?
Now moving up 6-3.
How did he get the kill after he died?
Was instrumental for
Big
NRG
round from
in the
Kiko.
run. Yes, Brock has been tremendous throughout all of stage 1, but Kiko came alive as Americas went on. And this is him. He wins this round for them. This is a great read in some ways from XLG. They get a couple early kills and they want to try to just shut the door on the round, but Kiko had other thoughts. And then they use that Nightfall, and Rarga reads that really well. He understands that that Nightfall didn't hit anybody. There's a possibility they get behind me, and he reads it, but then Kiko just there to clean up the mess. Blade Storm again, but a crunch being set up in towards mid, and nobody going to be knocking for NRG. They're taking their time. That Vice Flash again, set up to counter that Phoenix Flash if they try to push through. Kiko, though, starting to feel the heat.
And just a slow drift back around the corner, looking to join in with the rest of the team. Taking firm control over this A main position. That flash going to be getting the confirmation, so the wall now going to be set up. Will be a quick trip from Raga. Is Mata nearby enough? Will start going his separate ways. Double back through Art. NRG considering a pivot. No, looks like it will just be a quick check around behind on that flash. But XLG now
5 on 5 for the site. Are they going to fight for the site, or are they going to give it to NRG again?
Done a great job dodging.
I mean, they have to go here. It's too late to go anywhere else.
Here, but Leo down to 1 HP. Have his work cut out for him there at Secret.
Still does have that haunt available, but he sends it out early before the exec has really come through. Saturate
30 seconds, they're going in.
Gets the spot out here, wants to try to go ahead and pick apart this final kill.
Big entry from Mata.
Gets taken down. Swings back into the
Hello? Any communication in the back?
Lysor Nomad able to peel back a little bit of the pressure, but now it'd have to be a monstrous clutch from Nomad with these knives in hand. Swings out, finds the first, gets back around the wall, looking for that kill in Mata, but he cannot find it.
It's tough, man. Again, another round where they have the correct macro read and they just can't do anything.
7-3, potentially could balloon this up to 9.
This wall here just doesn't really give a lot of space. The Cosmic Divide sort of cuts XLG off. They don't have much information. They're just trying to flood through the choke. And
he can't hit me when I do that, bro. You can't hit me. You can't hit me.
I don't think he can hit him.
I'm not so sure.
Bro. 3 kills between the 2 players I have on VFL and stuff.
2 more rounds to be played. Steel Guard and to take away these fresh weapons that XLG going to be trying to cling to. Another convergent paths available.
All right, again, they've got deep line. They're doing a very good job macro. They're going to have 3 or 4 people here again.
Towards the back of that Art box. Doesn't see anything.
Can they hold? They have guns.
Storm forward,
but
this space
3 ults for NRG.
Activation of the Vice Wall, and they're just going to
keep pushing plan here.
Forward. Gets collected, Ethan 2 away from having an Armageddon. That's going to be the convergent paths sent through. That's right around that corner, but Mata
okay, big coverage from Raga. Happyway steps up. That's what they need.
Quick kills found from Brock and Kiko both will get eliminated, but Ethan able to peel back a little bit of that pressure to dive for the full flash connecting.
At least he used the ult early.
Ethan at 13 HP, as good as he is, I don't see
now just play together. 4v2. 4v2. Spike has not been planted yet. Goodbye, Leo.
But Leo counters through, finds it, and XLG looking to try to fight back.
Finally something.
Secure a 5th round win in this half.
Finally, they actually fight for the site.
And again, I feel like NRG kind of committing a little bit ahead of where they need to. Yeah, you have the convergent path, but Raga dodges it and is there to back up his teammate. Oh my goodness, Happyway.
Great shots from Happyway.
That was pretty nasty.
Yeah, he's got to play really well if they have a chance.
Show with their flicks.
Doing pretty well so far.
Time and again in China. Now you're getting to see it here on the global stage. See if they can get another one. Make this 7-5. Then you make me a believer.
Scale forward.
Ooh, this
is
checking that club
boy.
side. The counter swing comes in. He will be absolutely
He's
dead.
So...
Nomad continuing to try to scale, and there it is. It's just a matter of time before they find him. And Mata will quickly connect with his skull. Peek in, sees Happyway on the other side, but just cannot get
Happyway has to get like 3 here, or Lysor has to get 3.
Steel Garden now to be invested
he gets
here.
Scanned.
Happyway
Oh my god.
Pedal out, survives with 15 health. NRG able
okay,
to push
Leo.
forward, take control of this site, but WS Leo, he's got that over. He's using it against Brock. Brings it back into a 4v4, but the spike now in play. NRG.
You gotta get out there. They have to push out into an op somehow. Kiko takes street. Nice reposition. He wins in the round probably.
But if you're just gonna continue to spray and be rewarded for it, then hold down M1, Leo.
Yeah.
Push out over the top, but Kiko.
Yep. As soon as he takes that street position, it's obvious that he wins in the round there.
Looking for the 4K.
Okay.
Now needs it. Flash set up the swing it from Raga. And he will be able to see
okay, a little confidence.
XLG.
Little confidence. Finally a clutch for XLG.
I mean, this is so encouraging to see XLG shooting their way out
that
of some bad
big.
situations. The early pressure that NRG
that
is able to
big.
create there, really brilliant. They know that they've got Happyway isolated in back alley, so they throw the ultimate. They throw the Tejo salvos.
That's
at
a
the door
huge
to try
clutch
to keep
for him.
Pinned in. He just
Oh my
barely
goodness.
squeaks through. They give up some space, but it's the confidence. This is exactly what you want to see from XLG.
Rescuing this half in a pretty big way. If they can find the opening pistol, then who knows? Maybe they can just get themselves right back into this one. NRG, though, for the moment, still going to be out in front. But let's go ahead and send it over to
Okay,
Frankie.
yeah, NRG getting 7 there after losing the second round is huge.
G2's Trent and Valen, and first of all, I've got an incredibly important question. Valen, tell me about the English breakfast you had yesterday. How would you rate it?
Fry up?
Yeah, the fry up, man.
Actually, beans on toast wasn't too bad. It surprised me.
How did it surprise you?
It was like a little sweet, like the bread's good, you know. I don't know, much more than that.
Well, listen, you guys seem to be scouting out NRG because you guys sometimes get being accused of being region merchants in G2. Are you now determined to be NRG now we're here in London on international soil?
Yeah. I mean, we're just watching to see what they do, really. We want to see the atmosphere of the game and the arena, the fans, everyone here in London. We're just trying to scope it out.
How would you rate the atmosphere so far?
Oh, it's been great. I mean, all the fans are seeing us. They're all being friendly, so it's awesome so far.
Are you nervous about the prospect of potentially going up against European teams, given that we're in Europe?
No, I want to hear the European crowd. I want to face Vitality. I wish Fnatic was here, but they're not. RIP Boaster. But yeah, I mean, all the UK players I'm down to play. Benji, Fishy, it'll be insane on stage.
Valen, do you like being the bad boy?
50-50, you know, only on the dance floor.
Only on the dance floor. Gosh, we are a few weeks away from the after party. And now what's the plan? You've got about 6 days before we see you play on that stage.
We're just working on ourselves right now. We don't know who we're going to play, so we're just kind of fixing our own mistakes and watching our games back and scrimming.
Who do you want to play?
Ooh.
Are they going to leak?
Honestly,
who are they going to pick?
We're ready for everyone.
Oh.
Ready for everyone. Well, you've got the time to be ready.
Wait, sorry?
What did you say? Repeat yourself.
Oh, I said bring it on.
Bring it on.
Kiko,
you
Benji,
heard the man.
Vitality, bring it on. We want you and global esports.
Oh, all right then. Well, we'll see you in a week, boys.
All right.
I always love the vibes that they bring out here to the arena.
So
not playing on the
I
stage at the moment.
think XLG have to win this pistol. They're gonna have a chance here.
7-5, NRG out in front. But it was a bit of a rocky start into some stability, but a solid rally back from XLG.
Yeah, I mean, a few of these rounds, it just felt like maybe
They gotta start building up the Phoenix ult.
But XLG actually had similar scenes. You know, you saw great plays from the likes of Lysor, Happyway, No Man, and then there at the end, Rarga coming alive. I hope that's a sign of things to come here on this attacker side, because NRG, one of the best defender side teams we have in the world. So this is always going to be a tough task. The thing that always concerned me about XLG, watching them in the
NRG expected the A hit. They expected the A orb into A hit, so they have the Vice over here.
Scary. They're keeping you on your back foot. They're not making a lot of
mistakes. It's going to be a very delayed
give them a
re-clear, expecting to hold the rotation, and then they're going to go hit B.
And all of a sudden, things really start to slow down and start to shut down for them. And like the desk was talking about before, this is a very slow attacker side team. They really like to take their time. And NRG surely aware of it. This is kind of interesting, though. Leo trying to sell a little bit of a fake here.
Push forward, clearing out that Vice wall, the swing in.
Oh boy.
Dancing around it. They both get dinked, but
hey, they have to go.
Taken down.
This is obviously a fake. They're going to start rotating. You guys got to be faster than this, I think.
Corner check.
Maybe they were expecting a push up here.
Should give solid enough information to NRG that this is where the spike is intended to rest.
Good missile from Ethan.
Disrespect the salvo. Eats an immense amount of damage for that.
Great stun.
Flashed out, but on the
okay, Rarga gets one. That's good.
But loses his life as Kiko again.
Scaling is weird. This pistol's pretty bad from XLG, I'm not gonna lie.
Just sprint their way back into the site, and suddenly it's Happyway.
The timing on that was really bad.
To make it happen, NRG finding themselves
really poor timing from XLG.
This just felt a little too slow from XLG. I think if they're a little bit more pacey with this B hit behind the fake sell from Leo on the other side of the map here, I think they can actually get into a plant situation, maybe even get into a post plant, but this takes so long to formulate.
Yeah, the timing was really weird here.
No one's coming behind Leo. I think we can start rotating the other way pretty quickly. And like you said, they get a visual confirmation as well, and they're very fast to move to that B site and bail out Scuba, and they do. And their crossfires, their entries, that's where NRG is at their best, man. They're so well disciplined.
Let's see if they can work some of that thrifty magic again.
They keep getting scanned too by Brock.
Brock just trying to
little chip damage.
Will still find plenty of damage.
Just gonna speed up.
Dashboard,
They're gonna
spam
flash
back in.
through.
Mark are
Oh.
gonna be caught as he's able to find one. No man will be able to get the kill, but cannot collect the weapon. Immediately will get taken down.
Okay, at least they get the plant down, but
Like in play.
should be
It's
pretty
classics
simple
to try
for
to make a go of
NRG.
this, and Mata
4v3. Although they don't have Tejo. Happy Way.
the position and
Just
locks on
walking.
that second shot. Happy Way now down.
Drone spots default player. Lysor.
Lysor gets spotted, and he's
The
looking
smoke
to be
is
alive.
bad. They're just gonna
But
try and
not too much
refight
longer. Just
again.
managed to find a timing.
Crazy.
It's a little bit more costly. It's
Okay.
okay. Brock, bit over eager
Ooh.
there.
If he gets that kill, there's a
Jumps
chance.
forward, and that will be
Honestly,
3
decent
players
damage
dead,
considering.
but the round still goes the way of NRG.
Yeah, maybe, again, a little bit shaky here for NRG despite the round win. You're pretty happy with that damage as
Double
XLG.
pistol though.
You took 3 guns away. You're able to do a little bit of damage. I mean, this is...
I forget what the numbers were, but I think it's if you win double pistol, it's like 70% chance you win the map. Something like that.
And eventually, sure, NRG gets there. Kiko with another multi-kill round. He is going absolutely berserk. 20 and 10 right now. But it still feels a little off-kilter for NRG. It just doesn't feel like they're quite comfortable in some of their decision-making and some of their coordination between their players. At times, they look great. At other times, it feels like they're not all on the same page just yet.
Okay, they need to make sure that they have Phoenix Ult going into next round.
Sheriff and a Ghost
Like,
to try
super
to get
important.
a little bit more oomph there, but they're going to have their work cut out for them if they want to try to convert this one.
No trap. Okay, pick up the orb.
Rocket's going to be playing orb collection, one away from that run it back.
They're gonna come back into B. Gonna throw another
Away.
fake.
This is the lighter side, but no real scouting
Yeah.
done on
Or
this
they're
A
gonna
side
go
of the
into an
map.
A
So now they're
split.
going to be re-wrapping back across, but it looks like NRG are making a call for a pivot as again. WS Leo sending that Prowler forward gets NRG interested.
It's a really interesting round.
Good read on this here pretty shortly. Ethan saw enough.
Okay, they show middle
Kind of
again.
understand that there could be art pressure.
I kind of feel like this is like too many
Lining up,
steps for
try to defend the
XLG.
A site. Trying to keep XLG corralled on that side of the map as best as they can.
2-2-1 is not the strongest setup though.
He still hasn't seen anything, but they're confident to make this rotate. This is a crazy read from XLG.
Another fade.
Just to be rewarded, but you do have
Double
five
walk
balls
middle
on
is
the other
kind of
side.
nice.
Kiko has been holding his own this
Gonna
entire
catch
map.
him.
Now Mata looking
Yeah,
to play
he
intercept
hears
with
him.
WS Leo. He's making all the noise in the world. Mata just trying to find this timing. Will trip the wall.
Yeah. Okay, they gotta
Shot
go.
right to the back of the head.
What's the timing like? Oh, they're burning Phoenix Ult. Okay.
Committed to the up and over. They look to try to take this whole position. Kiko,
Dude,
however,
why?
lying in wait, is still able to
Why
find
is the
one.
Phoenix not taking that?
He's in with this one, but Rocket push forward over towards that street side is able to
Timing is
intercept
very
one. He
low.
killed
Ethan,
Mata.
no
Spike now.
missiles.
Committed to is Ethan strafing out, gets right on top of that Molly.
Okay.
Looked like, and still is able to find the shot.
Oh my god, they're gonna get
He is
bonused.
happy with
Alright.
it. Brock
Map over.
takes down Lysor.
Map over, probably
Weaponry
series
be
over.
damned, NRG once again coming out on top.
Dude, they are so
Completely
hesitant
outfavored
when they
going
make
into this. They will
plays.
hit
It
double
is
digits as
rough
they
to
convert
watch.
the bonus.
That could be the nail in the coffin here.
It is rough to watch them play. They are so afraid.
Nice read from Mata. Able to tuck himself into the window. Wait the players of XLG out. Catches the rotate. It's similar to the pistol round here for XLG, and NRG has a suspicion of it where it's going to be WS Leo all on his own. They've been trying to sell some fakes, but the thing about XLG is they like to play a lot of 4-1. It's not always the same players in that 1-4. That's kind of the trickery they're going to try to impose on you.
It's just like a
You can get the
complete
read early on
confidence
where that
difference
one is.
between
You
these
know
two
where the 4 is, and
teams.
you can
Like,
make good ideas
Ethan
with
just
the
runs
read,
out,
it rotates off of that.
insta-kills
That's
Rarga,
exactly what NRG's been doing here.
beats the Molly, and they're just not ready for a team to make an aggressive play like that, which is
A couple sheriffs, some bandits, and a stinger.
That's how you
for
win.
XLG to try to pull off what now starts to feel like a miracle.
To make matters worse, you used your first Phoenix Ult of the half there in that previous round as well for XLG. So now
yeah, I have not liked what I've seen from XLG so far. it's not been good.
In towards mid, Ethan going to be just doing a little bit of check of that, but it's just going to come down to timing and some shots here for XLG if they can clear some space.
Pop flash out, Ethan. Just trying to layer in that stun, has the salvo as well to intercept them and hold them at bay at stairs. So
Yep,
sees
good counter Molly.
Getting committed over towards dugout, but no one home for that to
Okay.
connect onto. Still slowing this approach.
they're
Just
just
spray and
so-
pray
they
from
know
Ethan through
they can
that
just
nebula, is
spam.
able to find no man, so Jet now eliminated. Stinger will get recollected.
Happy Way
Rarga
going
has
for
that
the
in hand.
wrap. Very
Looks like they
late
wanna try to
read.
fight forward
Bada
over
should
towards
have
secret
this.
side, but
Happy Way turns
be able
around.
really get a go of that.
Timing
Well,
is
Happy
weird.
Way, unnoted so far.
They gotta stay alive.
The rest of his team is getting picked to pieces as Raga gets taken down here on the site. Leo
gotta stay alive for him.
Low. Swing in the corner. Second
Okay,
shot will
he's in the back lines. That's good.
Go, but
Nope,
there's a
it's over.
lineup as Mana gets a collat. And now it is just Happy
Okay.
Way, and he cannot do a damn thing about it. A 3K for Mana, 11 rounds for NRG.
I'm not optimistic about XLG
Some of the
at this
wrinkles
point.
in the defensive setups we're seeing here from NRG, in particular in how they're rotating to counter XLG when they're going for their plants, and it's Mata who's kind of all over the map here. You're setting players, you know, that are trailing behind the XLG players as they're going for flanks, so they have kind of counter moves already built in. They're doing a really good job of tracking those extra players of XLG to make sure that they're accounted for. So far, a flawless defender's half. Now you're into the Odin, now you're into the Op, now you're into ults for NRG to make matters worse here for XLG. Challenging round.
Yeah, okay. Early operator. We said that NRG needed the early op. They got it.
Can rattle something together. They're gonna get underneath Mata's
So,
nose.
yeah, it's a good scale. Okay.
There's the kill, Raga.
Nice opener from Raga. Not going to speed up though. They're going to wait for the reaction. Double drone on A to re-clear. Leo or Happy Way should be calling out. They use drone at A. They use 2 drones at A.
Very much anticipated.
They use 2 drones at A. They should be coming back to A here, honestly.
Just waiting for that peak. And there it is, but what a shot. Quick clearance, Nomad.
Super patient though.
Keeping them in with a player advantage. Now the tailwind forward. Kiko still gonna be fighting back.
Do not let Kiko get 3 here. Yeah, it's a huge kill.
Flushes him out.
Happy Way should find this lurk.
Ladder Witch does have this read on the flank. Will be able to intercept and
yeah, they're gonna go for some damage now.
Now that it's brought into a 2v3, Ethan says
They have money. They might as well do as much damage as possible.
Got plenty of cash.
They've got recon and a stun. They can definitely still win this if XLG makes a mistake positionally.
Available now that Brock arrives on the scene. We'll just be the clear of that dart over at long. Shock dart unable to find anything, but it does get the push forward.
That's nice.
Leo. It's taken low.
Okay.
XLG gonna be able to clean things up.
Get 1 extra gun, which means
gets himself the 3K and keeps XLG afloat.
Mr. 3K.
This is really solid stuff. Again, they're using that little timing window they have off the back of the smoke to get underneath Mata. And this is a huge win for XLG because, again, going back to their domestic
Nomad's playing really well.
kind of appearances that they had, the operator was often where they started to stumble on their attacker side. Going up against it seemed to cause them problems. Here they had a game plan early to shut it down. Now, yes, there's enough money again
one
for
off the
NRG
Phoenix
to
ult.
buy into it. But signs of life and a few ults to toy around with as well here.
It's gonna be a fast B hit, looks like.
Quickly. They run it back nearly there. Lysor as well.
Nightfall.
One charge off, having
Happy Way being late with this ult is a little concerning. I'm kind of curious. They save it for post plant. Are they gonna rotate off? Yeah, I mean they've been too slow.
Make sure that they can get every
Okay, Phoenix ult.
last
Maybe
out of it.
maybe an A split Phoenix ult. But Spike is still here.
That run it back over now towards the other
Okay, they're
side
gonna
of the map.
fake the run it back.
So deep with that operator.
Ooh, what are they doing?
For all of NRG to continue to lean towards B.
Oh, they're gonna send. Oh my God, they're gonna do another 1-person fake with the fade. Is he gonna get picked here by the op?
Fake, but it might just end up costing him his life.
Please, please, Prowler. Let's.
Tuck away from this one. There's the peak, but no,
Ooh, he
Mata gonna be
whiffs.
delayed on the shot. In fact, eats an immense amount of damage. Will away at down to 39.
They do not believe this.
Now he's got to be suspicious. This flank is going to be coming through from that art side. Drone from Brock, however, will be able to find.
This is like the 4th solo fake that they've thrown with fade. Yeah.
Reveal coming through, and it's going to be the Thorns actually to be able to snap him back. Meanwhile, Steel Garden.
Oh, it's a mess.
We traded out here.
The messy round. 5 on 5 on site. You got to get in and plant the spike, bro. Hello? 13 seconds. 0 chance they win this.
No man able to find that knife through. Ethan gonna be struck down.
Are they even gonna
However,
plant?
Still continuing to try to hold
Hello?
time. Is it there? Trying to give it to it now. A shot that's gonna go layered in. Will be able to try to get that in play, but it's just not there. They waited way too long. XLG
No.
have absolutely shipped it up the river.
Oh my God, wait, what?
They just sink.
Oh my.
No paddles, no flotation, no life vests, and no
Dude.
round win.
Yeah, the boat's full of holes.
What?
Just barely, but that one's incredibly frustrating.
Oh, that's so bad.
They had a pretty good chance there to at least get the plant through and force NRG into
That
a bad
is so
situation.
bad.
Instead,
They committed so many ultimates.
Yeah.
Everything other than this Cosmic Divide
That's
used to no avail. That is a heartbreaker of a round here. It's XLG.
that may be one of the worst rounds ever played at an international. I'm not gonna lie.
Lotus, it's coming up next.
That was so bad.
this round. NRG just
what the hell was
out,
that?
Gives him a little bit of space. Happy wait. Finds the timing. Oh, he can't get the kill.
That could be a critical
tough.
miss.
That's tough.
Scuba staying alive means that he's going to be able to offer up that Astra util, and then he can still absolutely find damage. At the same time,
go next.
Nomad Lightstorm now
Go
can
next.
pick the pieces.
Go next.
A 3v5 to try to hold out, to keep this map going. But a peek in, it's going to be Happy Way eliminated. Scuba will be finished off as Zamali is able to find him. Mana up and over the top, maybe getting the spot of his players here at backside. But Ethan just puts his life on the line, sets it up for Kiko, who will be able to collect it. 13-6 NRG. Take the opening map over XLG here at Masters London.
First half looked a little bit shaky for NRG, but they came back with a vengeance on their defender's side, really shutting the door on XLG.
Dude, I mean, come on. Like, what are we doing? I gotta go back and watch this round again.
Blaze wall set up as Raga tries to escort them forward. They're trying to get the spike in play. It's 12 seconds remaining. They cannot lose this one to the clock. No man able to find that knife through. Ethan gonna be struck down. Kiko, however, still continuing to try to hold this. The time isn't there. Trying to give it to it now as Shockdev's gonna go layered in. He will be able to try to get that in play, but it's just not there. They waited.
It's crazy that the HUD like didn't like it allows them to plant. It's so weird. I don't understand. Shouldn't it immediately call for
that knife through. Ethan gonna be struck down. Kiko, however,
the round to
still
be over?
continuing to try to hold this.
Oh, he doesn't start until I'm so confused. It says that he's planting, but he hasn't started the animation really. I mean, that's just totally criminal. I mean, I just don't understand. They just seem to panic on stage. Like, they really looked so afraid to do things that map. I really wonder if I wonder if the pick caught them off guard. It shouldn't have. I mean, I was gonna say that they should pick the map. Like that was my veto prediction, is that they should pick the map. So they should have prepared Pearl. But it looked like they were just not confident in their Pearl, which is insane. And I mean, this is why it's very hard to pick a team like XLG, even though their domestic results are so good. They just genuinely are shitting the bed on stage. Like, we saw there's maybe like 4 or 5 different rounds where they just looked like they were afraid to win the round. Ooh, I hope that Mini blames them extremely hard on desk.
Win for NRG on map of Pearl now. Bonker, you guys are 1-3 on Pearl in Americas, but that one win really stood out. With some people still being surprised at the fact that you picked Pearl. What gave you the comfortability picking it today?
We've liked the map for a long time now. It works against certain opponents, and when we feel like we want to play Pearl, then we're just going to play Pearl, and it's a lot easier now with no Neon on the server.
Okay, thank you. And Triple Sentinels might be a potential pick from your opponent's next map. Are you guys ready for that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be fun. We played Lev again. We played against Lev in Americas when I played Triple Senti. We got some good information on them, so it's going to be a good match.
Right, thank you so much.
I'm so worried for this map. I feel like this map might be like a 13-2, honestly, for NRG. If NRG or if XLG is gonna play with that level of confidence with the Triple Sentinel, there is just no way.
We asked why Pearl and NRG answered on the server.
Yeah, but I think the translation there from Bunker is we didn't think XLG were that great at Pro, so that's why we picked it. Not because they were so confident in themselves. That's my translation of that coach interview anyway.
He said certain teams, and this is a certain team.
Yeah, a certain team, but not a very good Pro team is what he was saying.
It was more nonchalant than that, I think. I think he was like, oh yeah, we woke up today and decided that we wanted to play Pearl, which is the kind of confidence.
No, he was definitely flaming them for sure.
I'm just saying, that's the coach brain. I know that wavelength. I know what he's doing.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys can tell us what
I
you
agree with
think
Minnie.
there. But we were looking a little bit at round 8. XLG looked like they were struggling a bit. They were giving a lot of space to NRG there in the early rounds.
Yeah, I think one that we wanted to speak about was round 8, because we were kind of discussing like how are XLG going to play this map in particular, and one of the things that we wanted to highlight here was the fact that No Man was getting such deep positionings with that operator on the jet. We see it in round 8, we saw it in round 9 as well.
Yeah, this round was
positioning, but Minnie, it was
horrible.
actually the resistance coming out from XLG not actually wanting to play forward and kind of conceding all of that space to NRG's site execs.
Yeah, like here XLG had full information on the map. They stacked the A side of the map very passively, concede all that space, and NRG are able to just walk onto the site. And that was the theme of the day, was that NRG were, I think, quite obvious in their intentions, and it didn't matter because XLG weren't battling them at all. They let the red carpet roll out for NRG, and when you do that with a team like NRG, they're just going to take it every single day.
And not only that, I mean, sometimes you make
100% agree with that.
But they compound, and on top of that, Kiko, absolutely on fire. There is definitely a hometown buff going on.
Yeah, on fire, but we didn't get to see him on the Phoenix this time around. It was, of course, that Vise. And I think, as you kind of mentioned, being here on home soil, being able to have that home buff as well, I think that considering the numbers that he was being able to put up, considering we...
Yeah, I am definitely worried for this next map for XLG. I'm looking at the teams that they've beaten on this map, and the only 2 teams that are good that they played, they lost to. So DRG, not good on Lotus. TEC, not good on Lotus. Wolves, not good. Trace, not good. DRG again, not good. JDG, not good. They've played 2 competent teams on Lotus, and they lost to both of them. And they're not playing with confidence. this is going to be a very rough map, I think.
For XLG
for
here.
XLG, we're going on to their favored map. Like,
how many rounds do I think XLG could have gotten on Pearl? I think XLG should have won that
they
map.
were super dominant on this map, and I think that
if they played with confidence, they should have won that map.
I'm a little bit worried because, of course, Americans do play a very
they did not play with
well,
confidence.
but I think my hope is that, you know, XLG will be able to come into this one with a bit of confidence.
I think all the analysts I've spoken to are the ones rubbing their hands at this matchup. The idea of XLG's Lotus. When we talk about map pool, I think Lotus, XLG, they just go together right now. I have similar worries that I do really like NRG's Lotus as well, but I think that what that's going to provide is a much higher standard of play on this map. And Pearl was okay. I think Lotus now is where we ramp into some really world-class Valorant.
I think the big problem for XLG is going to be Brock's Odin.
What happens when they cut us out with the jazz?
What?
Going into the triple senti comp of XLG.
Yeah, I think that was something that I flagged when we saw the map, Peter, was how often do you actually get reps against a composition such as this, considering it's something that's a little more unfamiliar. And like, yes, we do see teams pick it up a couple here and there across different regions. And I mean, he seems as though he feels pretty confident going up against that.
So XLG's composition, triple senti, it's a checkmate type of composition. It is going to checkmate teams that don't have good theory on the map, but NRG do. And what I mean by that is they have the Sage wall, they have the Deadlock wall on that defense. They're going to put them down in the mid round. If you don't do your due diligence of breaking those walls, then they're going to stack sites. On attack side, lots of post-plant utility there. So if you don't fight them early, or if you don't hold the sites very well, then the post-plant is where XLG is going to shine with this composition.
Well, I'm definitely curious what XLG thinks, so let's hear
I think the Brock Odin is also going to be a problem for XLG.
Here with Havoya of XLG. Havoya, we see you guys sticking to that aggressive play style with
what are energy stats on Lotus?
Can you quickly tell us about the decision behind putting Rarga on the Phoenix and Noman on the Jet?
Actually, after the meta change, because Riot has fixed
they went
Neon and Whaley,
3 and 2 in America, is losing to Crew and G2, who are the best two Lotus teams, maybe in the world, but certainly in Americas.
I think and Raga feels fine on
overall,
and Jets,
they've played it 5 times, so
that's why we choose it.
Pretty good.
We could see that Rarga and
not the best, but pretty good.
Up to the stage towards the end of the game as well. You guys talked about the importance of confidence. Lotus is coming up next. It's been a strong map for you with triple Sentinels. What are your expectations?
To be honest, Lotus is the map that we are more confident than others. So I hope it's going to be a different result, and I just want to show our real potential on this map.
Thank you so much, and best of luck.
I mean, what are you guys thinking about that there?
Well, interesting that it was like they gave the option to the players themselves to choose that. Very interesting. I think that I personally would have expected the other way around, but I think that having No Man as that pure entry and then the kind of Raga to clean things up makes a lot of sense. It just didn't work today.
Yeah, I think it's nice because something that you'd highlighted at the start of show, Mini, was that you want to see these players loosening up and being able to just go in and take those gunfights. And I think allowing them to
Noman has
spot
always
onto
kind of
agents
been
that
like
they
the main
feel most
entry.
comfortable on, and being able to give them that freedom and that choice to do so is hopefully a good sign for them to perform well at this global event.
This is not the first time XLG is here on the global stage. They are an Ascension team, but they've worked on a lot of things now, so you can see how they're changing things up, giving the players a little bit more flexibility, and they are going to be going into a very comfortable map.
Yes, very standard approaches for both these teams, what we expected. Mada on the Raze now on Lotus, but the key thing here is XLG's triple Sentinel composition. As I said before, on the defense side, weirdly not as strong. If NRG do their homework and are going around the map slowly breaking all this utility, I think XLG will struggle. But on the attack side is where the composition comes alive. If XLG are able to get onto sites, they've got all these walls,
start defense,
yeah, I mean, everything to stop the retakes. And the question is, will NRG be able to
I'm curious to see. I assume NRG is going to play this like really slow. If they play slow on attack,
sticking with the composition that they played regionally,
they probably win this pretty easily.
They've decided to swap out that Neon for the Raze here from Mada. I'm intrigued to see how they utilize the kind of utility that Raze has to help break out that utility that XLG will have when we're speaking about the Sentinels.
The key player for me in this game is going to be Scuba. I think on this attack side, with the Viper. It's a lot easier now with the new Lotus to lurk out on that route. I want to see him being more confident in his individual form to be able to go out and break some of this utility. And when it flips on defense, he's going to have a big job of holding that C site down with that Vice utility and Viper Orb. He's struggling a little bit in Americas right now with that hold, and it's a crucial hold against this XLG composition. He's going to have weird Sage rules being kind of used against him, against his utility, and he's going to have to have done his homework and be very confident in that C hold.
Well, speaking of confidence, this is what we're going to be needing from XLG, that mental reset going into map 2 here. Of course, they want to push the series here to the next map, but can they actually do it at this point, or will they crumble once more, Billy?
I don't want them to be able to crumble right here, right now, right? Obviously, it's first series into your global event, but I think that they can definitely have a lot of confidence coming into this, knowing that it's a great map for them regionally, knowing that they are so great with this composition. And I think as well, it's just needing to see that excitement, that confidence coming through on the stage, not letting those nerves get to you. I think that we already kind of highlighted how good their composition is going to be if they manage to get into those post-plant situations as well. Raga, we already highlighted as well. Doesn't matter what agent you
that's the
put
thing
on,
is
yes,
like
he might have had a
they've
quieter
got
first
two
map,
agents that are wall reliant, and they're going against the team that uses the Odin more than any other team. So I really just think this is a terrible matchup.
I mean, I'm right there with you. I want to see XLG rally back.
I do not think this is going to go well for XLG.
Map 3, London, what do you think? Do you want to see this go to map 3? Well, let's see if they can deliver on that. NRG thus far dominant in these pistol rounds.
Playing it really close to the vest here. Our XLG haven't given up.
Interesting pistol. Okay, they advance the trip and they're just going to go stack.
They're just kind of playing like they did on Pearl here a bit. They're absorbing some of the pressure. They still have a lot of util in
Again,
the
meta reads are good, or macro reads are good rather.
The deadlock wall.
The nice wall. Energy's kind of stuck here.
Plenty of util going to be exchanged here on either side. As Mata just getting spammed down. Taken low, the jump beacon, yep.
Okay.
US Leo going to be able to find an opening kill.
Pivot to B, the wall's there.
Holding him in place, the net as well. Getting a massive grab, swinging the corner.
Nice.
WS Leo able to find a second now, and Raga getting involved.
Okay.
Okay. And that is a flawless pistol for XLG to kick off
They're getting flashbanged by the light.
Absolutely beautiful. They've got so many layers behind this that NRG is just struggling to try to piece together as this goes through. Nice hold by Leo. He has been stellar.
Show me the player cams. They got absolutely flashbanged by the light. They're going to call a check pause probably.
In the lower finals, but him and Raga going to combine, but it's all off the back of No Man's deadlock wall. That sealed the deal. That sealed NRG's fate. And that sealed the first round win for XLG, who now are going to commit a little bit more earlier here.
Yeah, I don't think that NRG is going to play fast rounds very often. Pistol round is fine. They got owned.
Just waiting this through. The one-way setup.
But I don't. I think that'll probably be like the last fast round that they play after this one.
Just going to try to brute force their way through.
Trying to get those taps going through. Tripwire will get cleared out. Quick pivot's going to be made from XLG as they shift 2 more players over to this C side of the map. Cage going to be disrespected. The wall now going to go up though, and that completely separates a lot of the players here from NRG.
Careful.
Trying to slide their way forward into this one, but it's going to be Brock and Ethan taken down. Scuba unable to find anything at all. Snowman just sprays and prays with that Spectre. And point blank is going to be favored every single day of the week. They're looking for back-to-back flawlesses. Won't be able to get it. Kiko will find one, but that's a 2-0 start for XLG.
Okay, it's definitely a very good start for them.
Gotta like what you're seeing so far. These reactive
But
plays,
now we get to the
that
actual
XLG
game.
has here. You know, Happy Way not going to stick around too long. Doesn't give up his life early. Waits for the reinforcements. Confirms that they're going to be coming his direction. The quick rotates come through. The wall comes in to cut apart NRG, and then XLG going to combine forces to seal the deal on that one. You only lose one player there. Just No Man in the rounds. You're going to be coming through with a couple Bulldogs, a Spectre, a Marshall, Sheriff for Happy Way. There's that Odin early for Brock. Could be a big difference maker here for NRG as this goes through. Going to be able to break some of those walls a little bit quicker. And with that heavy artillery, that is a really high trip.
That's a raise catcher right there.
Cage triggered.
for now, just a little bit of poke and prod, but no
real
Leo. The orb taken by Mata.
Leo is very aggressive.
Showstopper. Meanwhile, WS Leo, the lurk forward, the swing in the corner. He's able to find one. He gets some damage on the Scuba. He gets himself a second kill. Mata cannot stay alive.
Almost gets a third.
The help of the blind, they will finally take
that's a good. That's a good bonus play. That's what you want to see.
Well on this map compared to the first.
You want to see confident plays like that. Okay, they have to go break this wall.
Very much at risk of giving over this bonus conversion.
And these walls are always a little tricky. You got to be careful. Arga's not on top of him, so Kiko going to be double checking.
Okay, they're double walled.
Sure there's no possibility.
40 seconds left. Yep.
Another flank coming through. They're going to clear the wall as well to put some question marks.
They've got a trip here, so they don't have to come.
The problem is they have a
ton
of question marks themselves on the map. NRG,
I mean, this is nice. This is a super good bonus round from XLG.
On B, they can just completely leave that site alone. Tripwire into the double sonic sensors. Meanwhile, Lysor ready to try to shut this down. To the paranoia will be sent out. Kiko up and over the top, trying to get the spot out here, but Lysor has the read, has the
okay,
shot,
they're gonna get bonused. Yep, it's over.
And Kiko has absolutely nothing. The round is already over. Raga just gonna be trying to get a couple little extra charges here. Will get shut down, but that is a 3-0 start for XLG.
They should definitely go try and kill Brock, if possible.
Ooh,
nice.
And you're gonna get the Odin. That's huge.
Yep, that's big.
Huge value.
Really big.
Oh my.
A monstrous way to convert the bonus. XLG.
Yeah, the walk down from Leo was super good there.
Lotus. And NRG gonna have to start questioning whether they want to commit a very early timeout into this one. And I think if you drop the next round, yep, we'll probably will be able to see it ahead of the bye. It's just that one Phantom being carried over in the hands of Scuba.
And it's awesome to see XLG here just giving you so many problems on the map in terms of not only do you have to try to fight your way through some of this Sentinel util, but they're going to start pushing the map. They're going to start taking some of that extra space to try to understand what's going on. And I'm also trying to understand what's going on.
Well, it was a matter of time. Okay, never mind. This is actually a delayed timeout call.
Okay.
Interesting.
We're safe.
No need to panic. Pansy's not here yet. We can't be having tech issues, so will be that timeout committed going into what is going to be a massive thrifty attempt for NRG.
We got to make sure she's banned from London until, you know.
Interesting. I wonder if
once we're out of here, then you guys
I wonder if Bonkar didn't like the call that was coming through.
Well, I mean, I get this timeout very much. You really got to kind of figure out how you want to work the map a little bit. Are there ways you can break some util?
Yeah, so far
create some problems for XLG.
So far I mean, this is one of those things where
it's been pretty comfy.
If you
able to shut down NRG whenever they've been making any kind of
you can VOD review how a team plays a comp and try to anti it, but if you haven't actually experienced it in server, it can be a lot harder to deal with.
I don't know if that's what they talked about in that timeout because this is the eco, but I think as the rifle rounds start to come through again, you might be able to use that to create some more pressure and maybe, you know, have that B swing available from the baby door side instead of just trying to brute force your way up the gut. Instead,
they're spotted quite yet. Cam is still going to be situated. Prowler scouting forward.
Not going to be many question marks about this. The trip's back up there again. Last round saw the TP up and wasn't there, so this might catch NRG a little off guard.
Orb gets taken.
Okay, they're speeding up a little bit.
Reveal and Lysor from down below is able to find that elimination. Scuba going to be able to find one, but Noman quickly will trade it out.
We needed more.
Solid shot from Kiko. Gets rid of Lysor and brings it back into a 3v3 with some guns to be collected. Upgrades going to be found. Spam on that Spectre, not going to be too significant for damage, but does delay going for this plant. So for now, XLG have boxed in NRG. There's a Brock taking this fight.
Okay, yeah, they needed to win that one.
Will lose it. Raga with the outlaw finds Kiko. And now it is down to Ethan. And he won't
okay.
be able to get it started. A second for Raga.
Good hold. I was a little worried there.
This
I was a little worried there.
A little bit more uncomfortable because even though Lysor's got that
wasn't NRG kind of shake and fracture? I mean, yeah, kind of, I think, but also I have some faith in Ethan being able to call on that map pretty well.
And eventually, XLG fights their way through. WS Leo continues to thrive, as he always seems to on this map on the fade. Now, look at it, but XLG is expecting what I was thinking about. This A fight that maybe it was going to be NRG trying to create pressure that way. Instead, they're going to keep trying to test Happyway over here on C. This time, Happyway, no choice but to back through.
Yeah, this makes sense. Keep hitting the Cypher site. Definitely is correct.
For this round. Odin in play again for Brock on that Vice.
They have
the
res.
Available for XLG at the moment. If Leo is able to find an elimination, we'll give him that Nightfall. As Spike going to be committed to.
Nice spam. Really good spam.
Ethan going to be taken down. Showstopper is there.
Oh boy. Okay. Hold up.
Look at where the Spike is. I think Mata had collected it off the corpse and he
Wait, this might be.
Shipped it into no man's land. XLG.
This is not what I thought was going to happen here.
Once again, shutting
at
down
all.
NRG, who cannot even buy a round win thus far on Lotus.
Well, and it's a beautiful little setup they have here because they're going to get the information.
Super nice read by Happyway. They're trying to
the showstopper gets ripped and the
plant first
paranoia is perfect.
For mound.
Mata so he doesn't see Happyway up on the Raptors. Beautiful coordination from XLG. They look so comfy with this comp on this map. And NRG.
I'm still a little worried for their attack, honestly.
Well, seemingly.
But so far, so good. They're going to just hit Happyway again.
Time again, and XLG
surely
can start. I know.
Surely this is the one.
Fool me once.
Happyway. Looking to try to slow them up on this approach, but ultimately we'll have to give up some space. Just pulling back, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. Meanwhile, Mata going to be spotted out by that dart. He's trying to take a timing, but he's just
another. They try to go for that plant again. All right, they're getting nuked right now.
It is a flawless round as XLG move up 6-0.
Now you start to wonder if we're going to see both
okay.
NRG timeouts.
If XLG can get 9, then I'll feel okay. I genuinely think they need 9.
You know, you think about some of these Rargo walls on this map, like Minnie was talking about at the desk. A lot of it's these like kind of cheeky C-hit walls. Where is he going to come up with it? Is he not? Will he? Won't he? But then they've got some of these backside walls that are going to give you that height, to give you that extra little bit of vision. They're continuing to set this 4-1. I mean, they're happy to play this game.
Yeah, it's just going to be a C hit again.
Happyway isn't giving anything up on the
He's been
the
good
C side.
for 2 every single time at least.
He's playing it perfectly.
They're going to come back.
So this time appears to be a little bit more of a fake, but
okay, Leo playing aggressively here again.
Leo gonna throw the
They're going to come clear the deadlock wall. They didn't really insert anybody C.
So that allows you to lean in towards B a little bit more as that gets ready to time out. And get cleared. Will just be the repivot. So WS Leo getting into position, riding along this wall. Clears the haunt. The wall will
he is
fall.
out in the middle of nowhere.
As ult could be invested, is able to find
I really do not like that ult.
Out of jail.
The teleport behind them is crazy, though.
Is in spawn. He has killed one. The spike is now on the floor. The paranoia is going to go through. It connects onto at least 2 players. And answering paranoia back, he tries to TP out, repositions.
Wait, he actually gets out. Hello?
Gets himself up to do another corner. He is buying so much time and attention at the moment. As NRG, they have to flush him out. They finally will be able to do
How many does Happyway get? Oh, he gets 0. Okay, they're going to go C. 25 seconds.
24 seconds remaining as they frantically
It's definitely
push their way back
losable
towards C.
if they get spammed. Rarga's going to go get the res, maybe?
The Steel Garden even going to be invested into this. As there is the res. That gives information over to NRG. They know where WS Leo died. So they know that it's going to be a little while until these players are able to join in.
Yeah, good take of space by Mata.
Brock to watch around the back towards that flank. Still
Clears
has his
the opening.
Situated and in position. Leo gets out in front of this one, but Happyway trying to get the retake started. Pushing forward to the spot of the one, the spray down, gets the kill, but cannot find
doesn't kill Brock.
Like
Ooh, the timing is just slightly off. Okay, he's dead. 2v2.
Has other ideas. Shots going through the time, started the twin.
Timing a little bit off. Yeah.
Kiko will be able to find it.
Okay.
NRG at long last get on the board.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think if NRG gets to like 4 or 5 rounds, they definitely have a very good chance of winning this map still.
Don't let them get comfy in these setups. Ping pong around the map, clear out some of this util, and still XLG happy to throw caution to the wind.
I didn't love that rebel hold.
Everybody gets involved, and a little relief there for the IGL of NRG. A lot of ults there for them as well. If they can get into the post plant, they have the Viper's Pit. They have the Nightfall as well here for Ethan. On there early just to check. Nobody actually trying to take contact. That's all a bit of a fake here from XLG. Look at them, they're lined up.
Boom about to be cleared. Prowler at the ready. Quick clear. They know that they've scaled forward quite deep here. There's a net, and a C is going to be committed to this one, and that's going to be a kill found. And Scuba gets taken down. The Paranoia.
They get one. Now they reset. They drop the wall.
That further scaled forward, but XLG
I feel like they could have delayed the wall drop a little bit.
And get out scot-free.
And get a wall up.
It's good that it stops the scaling. NRG has to go A because they haven't explored C at all. XLG gonna come over here, have 3 to 4 ready.
TP outside the door for Kiko.
Cover going out.
Makes them have to be afraid of their back.
By XLG.
Plenty of info spawned on that jump peak. The Nightfall to lead the way forward, and Raga to try to lock them out. But the wall not going to last too long as the Odin will be able to burn it down. No man, however, tucked it into the corner. He's just not quite ready. He gets picked apart now.
Come on, Raga. You got to get more there, bro.
Smattering of damage. It's the player advantage for NRG. Slide down to drop. Kiko prepared.
Okay, yeah, they're starting to fall apart a little bit.
Well slated to win back-to-back rounds unless Happyway can come away with a massive Red Bull clutch. Looking for the shots, finishes the first, but falls down to 1 as the decay comes in. This would be a miraculous spray transfer as both players just play together.
Wait a second. Oh my god.
A swap of the guns. Spam the box. The damage not found, and Kiko.
Okay.
To come out on top, but narrowly so. 3 kills for him and a second round win for NRG.
That was close.
Even in these rounds where NRG is able to make some headway to be able to deal with the walls quick enough that they're able to get into some post plants, XLG still making them earn it. And it's so close for Happyway. 10-4, him and WS Leo topping the charts right now. Operator available for Rarga. And that Odin, I'd like to see more of this used to keep XLG's Sentinel util guessing. But Rarga trying to play the tight angle, and he's just done.
Hello?
Completely unread, no credence lent to that rewrap from Rubble.
What?
It's Happyway now to try to hold the line. Opts to go for the clear on the haunt. Re-swinging around, but NRG are just kind of dancing around this and able to avoid capture until Brock gets caught. Happyway able to find a second, finally will
Where's
be
the help?
Scuba.
3v3, this round is huge.
Going to be committed to. NRG know that they need to claw back every
This
single
round is
can,
huge.
but for now, the spike plant going to be interrupted as Ethan will fall.
2v2.
Kiko keeps it in with a 2v2. These players look to just try to poke.
They dropped the pit.
The pit will get
It's a nice call.
Kiko is more than prepared.
It's a really nice
and
call.
Now it is all on Lysor to try to clutch this in a 1v2 scenario. 45 seconds
They're
remaining.
gonna go
NRG
C.
silently look to just make their exit. They take the rope.
Yeah, they know he was behind
The
them.
defender spawn, but Lysor, damn close. Has the right idea, but will he be able to take them both down? Gets some damage through. Kiko surviving with 2 HP.
2 HP.
The spike will get shipped all the way over to the C site.
Well, there's a real good chance for Lysor now. This could very
Yeah, if you
easily
can
turn
isolate
into a 1v1.
Kiko.
Kiko being so weak.
If you can isolate Kiko, okay, he's not. He's gonna go back around, gives up his positioning. They're just gonna. They are gonna high-low. Okay, high-lowing with a person at 2 HP is definitely not good.
Situated around the corner. Kiko being as low as he is.
Makes it super
Still very
spammable.
risky. TP up and over the top. The tap. The spam now coming through. Lysor wheeled away at
Nice try.
on the peak. Will finish the
Okay.
job, but cannot get the round win.
Like I
Scuba
said,
comes out on top.
I think
NRG
XLG
starting to claw this
needs
back now,
9.
3 rounds in a row.
They need to end this half with 9. And if they don't, I think
there's
NRG
gonna be
wins this.
Timeout called from, I mean, that is ridiculous stuff there, Happyway. At the end of the day, they're able to hold firm, and Havoya will be looking to maybe take that time.
The fact that Rarga is just like not even thinking that they could teleport across with Omen is a really bad sign.
Countering NRG. To be fair, I think NRG maybe a little static in their decision.
It's like one of the most basic plays that you can make is teleporting across as Omen.
I think necessarily the game plan you want to play against this composition, because if you're just going to be hit and go on, you know, when you're thinking about this through the Coinbase win condition here on the timeout, you gotta cause
Ego's been insane so far this series.
Because you have all kinds of information gathering available as XLG, whereas NRG, you don't have that same luxury, so you have to be the one creating question marks. The impetus is on you to use that raise util to maybe clear a little bit, ping around the map, use some of that extra layers of deeper utility you have to gain some A control perhaps. Things like that is what I'd like to see.
Yeah, I mean, Minnie was talking about on the analyst desk before we got into this one. He wanted to see a lot from Scuba on this Viper. Like you said, you don't have a ton of util to gather information, so you just kind of have to put bodies on the line. And we haven't really been seeing too many of those lurks enacted by him. So curious to see if that will come to fruition a little bit more. 3 more rounds to be played out in this half. XLG still in a fairly comfortable lead, but that could turn around very swiftly. NRG look to try to go 4 rounds in a row. Happyway immediately just backpedaling. He's like, okay, I know this song and dance.
Yeah, okay, they're just gonna speed C. Double. This is such a nice call from NRG. I love this call from NRG. It's so good. Oh my god, it's so nice. Okay, this round is over. The reason that this is so nice is coming out of the timeout, NRG shows they're gonna run the round that sort of was like their catalyst for the comeback, which is like just hitting C. And so they show the fast C hit again, but it's a double fast lurk B, understanding that XLG is probably gonna overreact and be like, oh, they're just running the C hit again. And so they sort of like brain dead over rotate through B, not expecting this double lurk. It's genuinely like a perfect call in this round. XLG is trying to fix something. NRG says, okay, we don't really care what you're trying to fix. We're just going to go do the thing that has been working for us, which is the easy C hit. But it's actually a fake. I mean, it's not actually a fake, but it's like a fake distraction of the fast C hit for the double lurk B. It's actually perfect. It's a perfect timeout call.
Back here at home is looking incredible for the team.
Chinese fans are mad watching this. Yeah, they should be. They should be.
Faltering now, 4 rounds in a row. This is the kind of thing that you cannot allow to happen when you're going up against a team the caliber of NRG. They are world champions for a reason.
And the other scary thing is, yes, Kiko's playing amazing right now, 14-8, but behind him, nobody's really picking up the slack. I mean, 5-3-3-1 is the kill count for the players behind him. They don't even add up to what he has.
Bonkar best coach. I mean, he's definitely up there.
So you would expect that eventually
he's definitely up there for sure.
Superstar for this team, Mata, an incredible duelist. They're going to start picking up in that kill count department.
I'd still probably give it to Alex, really, at least as far as like active coaches. I'd probably give it to Alex or Josh, just because they've been doing it longer. But from what I've seen from Bonkar, they're like almost everything that he does is really good.
Quickly trades it back. Looks for a little bit more, but will backpedal through the stairs, sending out the Nightfall. Connections here onto the players, but
they're going to go into B.
They had this lurk forward, and Brock trying to bring them up into the B side.
Nice teleport from Kiko. I really like this position. And they're going to go all the way to C because they got the trip of the shear here. So they know that the Cypher's here. And now he's potentially pinched because he doesn't know if they're coming back this way or not. Okay. 3v3. This round is everything.
3v3, and Happyway looking to be rerouted. Will just push up, join in alongside WS Leo towards his waterfall side.
Well, Lysor's paranoias have been really good. Gonna have to hit another big one.
NRG trying to fight forward. Leo holding his own for one.
The wide swing from Ethan.
And now it's down to Happyway. Gets into a 1v1. Spots out Ethan.
Gotta run him down.
Backpedals away.
He knows he went that way. Checks camera. Time is very low.
Happyway needs to find this kill sooner rather than later. Goes
no
out.
time.
That.
Gotta stick half.
Coming through.
Dude, he doesn't even try to win the round.
His head continues to just pop out from behind the wall.
He doesn't even try to win the round. You have to stick half there, bro.
1 away from completely running back this half.
All right. This is what I was worried about.
Miraculous stuff, but able to
this is what I was worried about.
Trying to hide behind the wall. They do set up there nicely for WS Leo to at least get the trade. to at least confuse NRG enough, but those walls now not keeping NRG at bay.
Now,
they've started to storm over them.
This goes here.
The siege is on. XLG would love to get this last round to set themselves up for that potentially fierce.
And now they just go back to what was working. It's just the fast C.
Ethan does get a nightfall off that.
Happyway again, backpedaling, quick rotation in from No Man arriving on the scene. Will BDK down. Pump of the tracers, but counter
good
spray
spam.
out. No Man is
Okay, he's got ult.
Ethan gonna be eliminated. Happyway holding his own.
Okay, they should win this. They should win this. Why is he not using his ult?
Ulti invested. Brock will get caught by the annihilation. They just don't have the angle to really try to clear this.
They should win this round. 5v3 with a deadlock ult, by the way.
What is that shot? The Reds now bringing Lysor back into the fold, and NRG have had the
They're gonna go
in their faces. Good God, Leo.
5v3 with the deadlock ult, still losable for XRG. Now they use the res. 6 on 3.
Map, but he hits some of the craziest shots you'll ever see.
6 on 3, by the way.
Job's not done yet.
30 seconds left.
I still think that NRG is going to win this round.
3 Guardians. Leo low on HP. Lysor just going to go TPing over.
Okay, he tries to contain them.
Closer now arriving in the spawn.
It's a good teleport from Lysor.
One set out, checking towards that rubble side. Nothing going to be spotted yet. Leo waiting it out to heal, coming through, just jiggling on that corner. Before that kill, Mata tagged up but not taken down, still alive into the mix and just trying to sell this as Scuba lurks forward. Is able to find the transfer. Gets himself a 3K, but now into the 1v1. The paranoia gonna be sent. It's Johnny on the spot. Scuba completely blinded up. Shadows traveling. Smoke cycled in. Lysor trying to get this hold to Hap, but Scuba is so damn fast to rotate around the back. He's just gonna be sticking forward. He should be circling.
Oh my god. That's so funny. That's so funny. That was literally an accidental bad smoke. That
absolute insanity.
He definitely did not mean to smoke like that.
Kong-esque. Rolling back on split. Good lord. Well, 7-5. XLG staying up.
He definitely did not mean to smoke like that. He fucked up his first smoke and had to throw the second one. And it wins him the round as a result. That's so funny. Holy shit. That is so funny.
Who you think is gonna win? Is it gonna be XLG? You're on camera. Point to XLG or NRG, depending on who you think is gonna win. There we are. I love all these signs. So, what we want you to do is point to the logo of the team that you think is going to win. When you see yourself on camera, this lady's pointing at herself. She is the winner today. Hello, guys. Yes. Hi. Do you guys think XLG is going to win? Yeah, you guys. Do you think? Yes. This guy in the purple t-shirt. Is that a Clove t-shirt? Is saying XLG. And the guy underneath, I don't want to break your heart about Fnatic.
They don't have the logos up. They're supposed to be logos up. No logos. Can't really point at anything.
Yeah,
Unlucky.
Cat's Eye also not playing. Guys, who do you think is going to win?
JJ1, are you still here?
Pink Hair Lady, Fnatic fan, now switch to
What does the Kong thing, like, hand sign mean? Does it mean something? Is it supposed to be like a Chinese character? Do you know?
XLG 2-1 prediction. I like how you changed your prediction from 2-0 to 2-1. She brought her own pen. All right, guys. Let's make some noise for your teams.
All right. I think NRG wins this. If XLG is able to win pistol, they have a chance. But the momentum shift here was crazy.
right there behind him is a massive 5-round win streak recovery for them. And a hero defuse from Lysor to secure the lead at the half.
It's from a rapper.
Quite curious here. NRG, at least initially.
It's like a rapper gang sign.
Some kind of B hit early from XLG.
That's funny.
Do see early pistol scrapes in China over that space, but XLG slow to it this time. They took a little bit of a longer pause than normal. Start making their way forward. A little bit of a confirmation. The thing you're really looking for a lot here going up against this XLG comp is where is WS Leo? Because that Prowler and the Haunt and those kind of things are some of the best abilities that XLG is going to have in their kit with this composition to create that space, to create that pressure to get into post plants.
Interesting.
Sussing this out pretty
Okay,
correctly
very
here.
slow B reverse clear for Mound, and then they're just gonna go on to C, I guess. Energy is not moving. Energy is not moving.
To join in, Happyway gonna try to squeeze through the gap. Won't be able to do so. Oh no, he does. Okay, barely. Gets through. Wall forward. Raga ready to swing out.
Okay, I think we're gonna see a lot of flank
around the back. Tripwire gonna be found to start things off.
Well, this is exactly
from
what
NRG.
You don't want as NRG. It's trying to
I would expect them to do a lot of this.
They're gonna try to overstack.
They'll probably have Brock here or here
Right out towards that CT side.
most of the time.
No man, able to find that kill.
But there's going to be a ton of flanking behind to try and get past the walls.
Will be good for one, finds a ton of damage as well as Mana. Real way out down to 10 HP. Lysor at the same time able to find two as Kiko and Brock all eliminated. Mana to fall and XLG.
Okay, big pistol.
To give themselves another pistol win. Once again, a 3-round lead established.
This is exactly what this comp is designed to do. Give you bad choices. Oh my!
What? What is that?
Yeah, you are limited in the angles you can come from, and that allows.
He actually just John Wicked him.
And other things so
That
quickly.
was
And
not
pistol
okay.
Lost, both of them here on Lotus. So XLG on their map pick, looking to send this to Fracture.
That shot was not okay.
TP up. Sees Nade attempted, but XLG not far enough forward.
Oh, Lysor was really trying to get on that angle, but can't quite get the sight lines. Meanwhile, Happyway's just sprinting up into A.
Yeah, you know.
Gets a deep cage situated, and this has all of NRG's attention tied towards this side of the map.
Just trying to sell a little bit of.
Is that what they call him, the Chinese Asuna?
Using those sound cues to create some attention on the other side of the map, and just slowly but surely work your way forward. But again, for XLG on this attacker side, a lot of it's going to be 4-1s or just straight up deathballs. They love to deathball with this composition because they just need to create that extra little gap in front of them so they can start throwing walls
Okay,
up. So
I
they can start using some of
assume that energy is just going to die to Spike.
And then the post plants are just.
I mean, they're going to.
So.
Okay, they're setting the precedent that they are going to heavy flank. They're going to try and figure out where these trips are usually being placed.
Ethan is just getting tripped up the whole way throughout. Happyway.
And they've seen.
Up here. Scuba will force them to get off this angle.
So far, they have seen.
Tap at the door, and NRG. It does look like they want to try to play for some blood here. Time it dwindling, and with the util just being thrown at them.
They have to exit CC. So far, if energy is aware, and I think that they should be aware, there's been basically nothing in B. The trips have been behind. The trips, the camera, it's been behind. So this should be the best way through for the flank.
We'll have to see. I'm just very curious about this round, how they're going to approach it. You know, how aggressive do they want to get? What's going to be some of their protocols? Because
Austin has a weird cult following in China.
Yes, you have a little bit of extra kind of, I'd say, layers of utility and other options available as NRG versus a lot of.
I mean, he plays in a very unique and fun way, so I can see that.
Neon, not a ton of rays being played there, so you're going to have a little bit, and you have the Odin, of course, with Brock, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. I like what Kiko's doing here.
Flank forward, but Paranoia out will force him to retreat.
Ooh.
Safe enough to just back
Thought
away
he was
from
gonna
that
get scanned there.
And he knows he has the Vice util here to Give them a little bit of backup if they do commit to this. So Rock slides in.
Okay, they need to trip the wall.
Horns pop, C's not getting the grab.
You go through.
Go at the ready. Paranoia out, trying to find a target. Will be able to do so. No man's going to be struck down.
Okay, not the best attacking round I've ever seen.
Target still situated on top of the wall, but now you've got this 50-50 angle situated with an Odin on the other side.
It is just a bonus.
Be able to find any entry whatsoever onto this C site now.
See if Happyway can create a plan B. Not going to be given the opportunity just yet.
Ooh, spot out on the one, but it's going to be Kiko coming away with that one. Braga just a little too late to try to join the fray. Does manage to get the finishing shot, but
they're doing
keep his teammate alive.
A decent job opening up some opportunities. Happyway
Situated forward, clears the flash at the same time.
creates enough of a distraction to get through. Brock is going to spam default. So they need to start planting for Mound.
Leo will be able to commit to
Why
this
does this keep popping up here? This off my screen.
Before now. Was plan situated, no deep flank coming through. Door again going to be tapped. Scuba able to find a little bit of early damage.
Skuga.
Kills for now going to be eluding XLG. Is NRG just get closer and closer to trying to retake this site. Happyway with a shot, and now Raga able to find another.
Raga does have a Vandal, which is good.
Trying to scrape his way
That's
in,
big.
Leo has him outdone.
That's big. Okay. Maybe we go map 3.
A 3K for the Sage, another bonus converted and double digits.
Maybe we go map 3.
Even without the comfort, some of that deep post plant utility with the deadlock already being out of the round, it's just the discipline here for XLG. And it's Rarga.
This
3K.
This off angle, I feel like almost every pro is playing this off angle now, and it is so strong.
Just a great
when the map comes back
piece
up.
there from XLG. I like the way that NRG plays it, as they're going to take their Coinbase win condition timeout. They spread the map a little bit. I like the way Kiko plays it early. He gets pretty deep on Mound, has an exit strategy, has the Vice util there to stall out XLG so they can't get into that post plant nearly as comfortably. You're allowed to set up that crossfire, but Rarga just waits him out on top of the wall. He just stays there for forever. And they don't anticipate that he would be that patient in that position. And it's those little things like that that XLG does on this map that's so hard to kind of mentally keep track of.
Well, the final timeout call and just a couple seconds remaining to try to rally back into this one, but a 5-round deficit just
pretty much every single pro is playing this off angle now.
Everything in hand at the moment.
Like, it's so hard to clear this when you're trying to come in like this, because you're worried about people peeking you from here. You gotta worry about here. Everyone always forgets about this one.
Be able to catch a break. You look at the score lines here. I mean, Ethan, 13 and 5. Very close to putting up a high performance.
I've heard they like that.
That's funny.
They do indeed.
Boostio having fans in China is hilarious.
All right. XLG waiting this out. They love to do this against Ecos. They just sit and spawn.
Scuba is getting antsy. White swings in. Raga going to be able to find one, but gets taken down. Net now on the corner as well as that sees. Run away without a catch. And in the end, a 1-for-1. Weapon's going to be juggled away. Directly check off the side of the map, not allowing for NRG to get anything for free into this.
Okay, they're going into Brock.
Honestly, you'll kind of take that as NRG. You're at least able to do some damage here.
Oh, for sure.
You gave more than you took. You still have
Do I think Fukashu will live up to the hype? I mean, I think that he'll look good, but I don't think DRG is going to do anything.
I love this fake from Leo.
Because they're not a very good team.
But this has bought all the attention.
It's just itchy on that trigger finger. Ends up firing off a little bit too early, and now the wall going to be popped. Rock could go for reposition, but
okay, if I'm playing XLG in the next round, I'm basically just saying that wherever this guy is, they are not going. Like in the mid round, if you ever see the fade, they are going to the other side of the map. Because this has been 2 maps in a row where every single time they do a fake, it's always a fade by himself.
Paranoia still held. That gets invested. Mana going to be taken low. The Nightfall now.
I see, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean,
space and time fought here for XLG on this post.
I feel like it's pretty easy to respect somebody who's just like confident, has won the world championship, and is like talking shit for the sake of talking shit.
Doing very much the same.
Oh my god, do not lose this round.
It gets it into a 1v1, but the time is just not there. No Man will take the fight, wins it, and gets XLG up 11-5.
And I really like this round from XLG because it shows
you want to see all 3 Chinese teams in the playoffs? I have some bad news for you.
And how they can use that against their opponents because they're going to sell.
That will not be happening.
WS Leo talked about the key role that he plays here with the Fade in this composition. And even though they played the beginning of this round like they almost always do against ecos on this map, they just sit and spawn and wait you out. Having a little fun there. There's No Man. But then they're selling fakes and going in different directions. It's like a completely different team. They feel so comfortable with this composition. The duelist list. Lotus, Triple Sentinel. And they are putting on a show right now.
They're the architects of this composition. They know how to run it. And hearing from Bonkar before going into this map, he felt confident. They, of course, have an immense amount of tape on this.
The operator is nice.
Really been able to pick it apart.
Operator is a good adaptation here. And he has Rocket. Ooh, gets netted. Nice B-hop, well netted. That was super nice by Mata.
Not to connect, Ethan now to be spotted. The scale forward continues from XLG.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a pretty nice, deliberate scaling from them.
Considering that peek out, they will be able to quickly dispatch that wall.
Oh my god, No Man, you psychopath, dude. Going 1-for-1 there is insane.
Eliminated at the same time off screen. Kiko immediately scaling forward.
Kiko's gonna win the round again, though.
Despite the spam through the box, is trying to flush out Lysor, but will not be able to get that wall back.
What a shot. Dude, he absolutely deleted Rarga. Holy fuck.
Completely zoned out, will eventually fall. And NRG
he absolutely deleted Rarga.
So this is generally where this comp does start to struggle a little bit for XLG, is when you start running into those operators and things like that, because you don't have a ton to break them off of the angle. So you saw very early in this round that XLG had to commit a lot of their throwables to keep Mata off that early angle at Rubble.
Dude, Kiko is playing insane so far this series.
Set up for that post plant, plus that Odin still there for Brock.
I was worried that he might have a little bit of pressure playing in front of the home crowd, but he is killing it. Both maps, just unbelievable.
But it is going to be a weaker buy. Only Lysor with the rifle.
Kiko having to use both teleports just to get out to safety. Camera, same time, going to be situated quite far forward. Mata has the retreat path covered here, but Happyway is just scaling. He's just completely pushed past this, and now he's in behind Ethan, who is none the wiser.
What?
Here comes the shots, and no, Knight be damned. He just wants the kill, he wants the gun, and he's got it. What a timing, what a gap found.
Oh my goodness.
Potentially they're undoing.
No. You guys can't be dying to somebody when you have a person in spawn.
The shots will come in, and he cannot find the kill. Scuba.
Oh, what a troll from XLG.
Started off looking like an absolute catastrophe, will be stabilized as Leo able to get some damage but cannot find that elimination. Just Ethan dead as NRG continue to try to get themselves back into this. 4 rounds to go to tie it up.
XLG's Pearl was awful.
About it. For a moment there, you start to think that maybe Happyway is going to pull off the play of the tournament here on day 1, but Scuba able to suss it out. You can see there he's looking below him. He's like, he's not on sight. He must have gone into spawn, and it's great heads-up play there from the Viper. Brock's all in play. XLG,
okay.
3 available, 1 away from Happyway, 2
honestly, XLG, I think they need to change tempo here a little bit. I would really like to see them, and it looks like that's what they're doing. They are changing tempo. They're just gonna, I think they just, yeah, they just need to, oh my god, he gets spammed. I was gonna say they need to just like speed up with their deadlock ult, but now Oh, okay, they're putting the resin as well. This could get really bad for them.
Trying to catch a glimpse with anything that he possibly can. The Paranoia's gonna be flying, but it's gonna be NRG coming away with all the eliminations.
Kiko again wins them the round with the spam.
Kiko gets himself another 3K. He's 3 away from dropping a 30 bomb in this.
Okay, there's a very real chance that that round
exactly what the doctor ordered
is GG.
NRG have continued to amass their economy.
Well, I tell you what, if this goes to a map 3, Kiko's very much on pace to set the best of 3 record.
That's
He's
very
going
unfortunate.
absolutely crazy right now.
He's just an absolute menace. I mean, regardless of the result after this one, I mean,
he's going crazy.
Back brace, he needs it. Putting up incredible figures. All that key weaponry continuing to be held on to. XLG, no real way to try to put a dent into this economy from this point.
Yeah, I kind of feel like XLG.
Have to get a little bit more creative here as XLG. Trying to.
I think if they don't win the next round, this map is over.
Different parts of the map. Again, looking for some of that aggression early from NRG. Was starting to find some success from taking some of that early space, especially over at A, but so they get the deeper camera. Nobody at all on NRG has even thought about that direction, but they have a couple players at stairs. I'm gonna try to sneak No Man over there with that Marshall. The rest of the team gonna feel comfortable enough to try for the execute. They're just gonna be thwarted. Yeah. Mata found No Man on the other side.
Just trying to make something, trying to create some pressure on that side of the map, and ends up being punished for it. Very nice shot from Raga, just strafing forward, is able to get rid of Kiko.
So much damage.
Some of this decay, yes, but
Spike did not get across. Okay, now Spike gets across. They are going to put an ult into this.
XLG, they want to try to pull off this.
It's not coordinated well, though.
Offers himself up, and the kill is going to be found. Leo trying to poke and prod, but he's just eating the brunt of this damage. As the Odin will eventually find him. Shift the temp over to the sideline, so we're going to be good for one more, but the time is going to be gone. Ethan
just Brock things.
Putting a bit more, gets himself a 3-piece, and NRG are 2
just
rounds away
Brock
from
things.
tying this up.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be the timeout for XLG. You would assume you got to talk about ways to deal with this operator. Again, this comp is not super well suited to deal with that aspect of it. And that's why you're going to see them want to end up on C or B a lot. Why A is very... Now it's 4 in a row for NRG once again, who just like on the other side of the map are stringing rounds together.
Well, maybe the light's shining a little bit brighter in Ethan's face these last couple rounds. He's starting to find his footing, starting to put up some numbers. It was 3 and 15,
We're
now
back.
It's 8 and 15. Has that Nightfall ready to go. So
not dropping any more frames, hopefully.
XLG wanting at least to try to find
okay, I think we're back. I think we're back.
Get that runway to try to close things out. Feels like if this run back continues, if NRG are able to find their way up to 11 before XLG can get 12, they might just take the map from out under their feet.
I'm right there with you. It's starting to get a little too close for comfort. Both teams gonna have matching ults with their fades and omens.
If XLG doesn't win this
XLG
round, I think it's
convert. They're gonna try something
done.
Quite different than usual. 2-2-1, trying to keep NRG guessing a little bit.
I was gonna say, I think they need to start reverse clearing this quickly, which they do.
Trying to create that pressure, the Paranoia. Lob through. Mysore does not get caught by that one, and Kiko just gonna be using that ult to get out to safety.
Good reverse clear, nice.
Rock there for cover. That was a nice little setup for NRG, but still XLG scaling forward. NRG has committed.
But now they need to come back and push this guy off the line.
XLG doesn't feel comfortable with the amount of pressure with what they've seen from those two
This was good so far. I wish they had tripped this wall though. I think maybe not tripping this wall is going to be a problem.
Age up, timing shot attempt, but will not be rewarded with a kill nor damage. Nightfall, however, going
they get a lot. Happy Away's in a good spot.
It's the mark on the 2. US Leo, Nightfall of his own.
They are going to end B here.
Gonna get caught by that.
Like 99% chance they end B here.
Smoke's obfuscating for now as they look for this pivot into the B side. Happyway already going to be forward. Gets a backstab kill on
timing is rough. Oh my god, everybody is here for NRG.
Gets himself a second. It's just into a meat grinder here from XLG.
NRG was totally on this. They walled themselves off.
Immediately
Unlucky.
dispatched, and now WS Leo. A 1v4 to try to
Okay,
take
I
this up
think
to match
NRG
point.
wins this map.
Otherwise, NRG
I don't think that
one
they can
away
play
from
attack
tying
against
it up.
NRG.
Immediately forward,
Energy's too good of a team
cleans
to
it up, he hits 30, and NRG
get
just have one more
cheesed
to go. They look
on the
to
attack
steal
side.
this map away from XLG.
It's just great understanding here. Love Ethan's little micro positioning. When you give XLG that space where they can pivot into B through the breakable door, they love to throw that grab net in there to clear that space, and he's just far enough back where he doesn't get caught by it. And he's able to at least get that one little kill. There's little micro
I think
things
this.
that
I do
NRG
think this
doing
is
here on the
done.
map that are really impressive, really show the thought and effort that they put into this. Kiko up to 30, but for me, the real story is XLG right now. Can you muster
How many
the
3Ks
strength
from
here
Kiko?
to take this to
A
map
lot.
3? Can you right the ship? Everything looked so good.
A
They
lot.
looked so confident. They looked like the team that we had hoped they could be. And NRG has won a championship. And they're showing
Okay,
you
they
you
go
can
for the
really get
reverse
on
clear
with that
again.
stuff.
So the adjustment
Still
is
gonna give
good.
you fits.
The adjustment has been good. They definitely need to do this, but they need to trip this wall. If they don't trip this wall, then the whole point of taking mound control is being lost.
Not much further to go to claim that best of 3 kill record for his own, taking it out of the hands of Aspas.
Got to get to map 3 though.
Or a couple aces around this one out.
Or just a really long overtime? Is that
Again, they don't actually trip. Okay,
Now XLG just trying to find any gap in the defenses
I
here.
don't understand.
They're coming up shy.
Why are they even doing this if they're not going to trip this wall?
Toggle of the camera, not able to find the spot,
Like,
but
they're
been
doing
forced
the
it back.
correct thing, but they don't seem to
Silver on the
understand
side
why
itself.
they would do this,
Well,
which
double
is
trip
a huge
Around
problem.
the back of Rubble. Jump peek out. He's been spotted, and surely you just do not give this guy the angle. TP forward, going to be committed to. Mata have to backpedal away. Early shot.
I mean, they're going to just have to brute force
Line
this.
it up, swings out to his demise. His happy way is able to find that elimination. Scuba now.
If Scuba gets 2 here, which I feel like he's going to for some reason,
He wants his elimination,
okay,
and he will
that's
find
huge.
it.
Yeah, they essentially just have to brute force this.
Kiko, happy way considering that ride of that rope, but just decided to dip back. Kiko out with another
Ethan
kill.
with
Slicer
the
will fall.
backstab.
Puts it back into a 3v3. We're just playing that anti-flash, but Ethan,
The timing
1-2-3
is
swing
insane
from
from
NRG is looking too damn
NRG.
clean.
It's so
Themselves
good.
back into the player
They're going to
advantage
get Brock
position.
here.
But no tap of the defuse. Time still going to be bought. WS Leo on that swing is able to find one. But Kiko continues to dominate.
Oh my god.
The defuse to be stuck in NRG. Tie it up 11-11.
He is
Oh
just
my god.
single-handedly dismantling XLG. This is a great look from them. They're able to back Mott off those lines. They're able to get that operator out of play. They're able to get into those post plants, but it doesn't matter. Kiko's just too good.
Here.
That's it. That's all that is.
That's nuts.
It is just madness what he's putting together today.
That is nuts.
Lysor forced to reposition. Still eats a good amount of damage though. Smata again looking to try to set up that shot, but won't be able to find the connection. Boombot scouting this forward push. He's got the weapons to swap over. Immediately looks to just break down the segments of this wall. Will be able to do so.
Brock is
And
here
all
at the
of
Odin.
XLG now routed through tree. Happyway still a world away. No man not reading Brock's position whatsoever. He goes completely unread. Immediately finds some kills.
Okay, using the ult, little questionable.
He's got the Odin in hand, and he is
Little
right at
questionable to use the ult there, but it's all good. He won them the round.
NRG will continue to run this back as they run themselves into the lead and up to match point.
Just a matter of time, it feels like, before Brock just puts that Odin to great use, puts his opponent in the grave.
No good luck, Happyway. You are a player of class, but this is an impossible task. Is able to find the one, but of course it's Kiko to claim another victim. 34 kills found. And NRG now 1 round away from securing this series as their own, from taking this Lotus out of the hands of XLG. We're gonna feel like they got robbed in broad daylight. They want to see Fracture. They have to get it done in overtime.
Little bit to work with. Ethan gonna be close to his ult. Happy way. Need that kill. Oh my god, Kiko, he gets taken down.
Red ball's down.
Okay, that's big. They should speed up here.
The lifeline offered over to XLG.
Feel like they should be speeding up here. They had a chance.
But even still.
Oh my god, please don't go C.
Way to feel comfortable.
Please don't go C here.
Annihilation going to be online again for Nomad.
It's a huge gut check for XLG. This is one of those moments where you want to see them take that step forward to be able to force this OT.
What's my pred for DRG Vitality? Vitality.
To show that they in their region.
I know exactly where you are.
Still do some damage.
Well, the neural telling all. Annihilation. Gonna be set up, trying to bank it off the wall, and will be.
Oh, he grabbed him.
Pulling a player 4-2 there, demise, and rushes in. There's no way to rescue it.
Wait,
however, is gonna be
they saved him.
Able to find Brock. Lyser gonna be traded back.
Oh my god, they're gonna lose this round. They didn't commit. They didn't commit again. They're playing so afraid. They're playing so afraid. Make a decision. Jesus Christ, bro.
As Leo is just down to a sliver, 22 health on him, 55 on Lysor.
Hovoya must be losing his mind, dude.
The taps just a hair off. He's just painting an outline around him, but it's going to be Mata able to find Raga. Leo down to 1.
Dude.
Mata collects a second.
This has been some of the least confident Valorant I have ever watched in my life.
They are world champions for a reason. They rally back into Lotus.
That was...
And they take down
that round is just quintessential why XLG will never be good.
The best mental, the best
literally
on the planet. Doesn't matter what the score line is. Doesn't matter.
Literally, that round just encapsulates why they will never be a good team.
And they come back with a big one today.
Is unbelievable.
Not to be found on this day for XLG. London calling when they couldn't make it to the phone in time. NRG will continue to dominate, will continue to deny them these victories here on the biggest stages. That Lotus still looks damn scary. Teams moving down into the 0-1 bracket. Gonna have to be concerned about that from XLG for certain, but for NRG, I mean, what are you meant to do when they have Kiko on their squad? 34 kills on Lotus, 26
Kiko's
on
a beast.
Pearl. An insane run as he makes his way out onto the home stage. What a performance.
Just incredible. I mean, what a statement he's made here in his home country. He has absolutely shut the door on XLG. Tough run of it. You gotta like what they've got cooking on Lotus, but it's still just not quite enough.
An insane run here for NRG to come out on top. Let's go ahead and send it down and hear from Mata in the Verizon post-match interview.
I'm running in. I feel so awful about this, Mata. I know, let's take this photo. I'm so sorry, I'm photo bombing there. And turn around and talk to me, please, Mata. So, tell me about that first map, going back to Pearl. Do you think maybe at times you gave XLG
mullet buff?
a little
Maybe.
bit too much space?
Honestly, I don't remember about Pearl. I'm only thinking about Kiko's performance today. Like, wow, he's London's savior.
Yeah, I mean, dropping over a 30 bomb before you guys had even taken the lead on Lotus, that was insane. He must have been feeling himself on voice comms too.
I mean, clearly, he was different today. I don't know. He's something special.
And how did you feel not going to the neon on those maps today?
It felt good. I like when there's no neon. I like raids. I like waylay. It's a lot of fun.
I do want to ask you a bit about Lotus though, because normally we're used to Ethan changing things up and finding the solution very quickly. At some points it looked like we were going
Vitality
to
2-0 DRG is 100%.
Why
I mean,
did you need to change things up? What wasn't
what I'll
working?
say is that if Vitality struggles to beat DRG, then they probably don't make it out of groups.
So hard knowing there are so many incredible XLG fans in this crowd. Do you want to say some words to the NRG fans and get them hyped up?
Yeah, thank you for all the support. We hear you guys on stage, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Madda. Please go meet your fans. Let's head over to our coverage.
Okay. That was pretty disappointing. Pretty disappointing, man. Not gonna lie. There's definitely some insane heroics from Kiko, but holy fuck, XLG are scared tiny little mice on stage. They are so afraid of winning the game. They are so afraid. Unbelievable how scared they played there. That shit makes me so mad watching it. It's just like, I mean, I get it. Like, it's scary. It's scary, but holy man. Jesus. Jesus.
Sports ecosystem to keep expanding. So
even more disappointment to come. I mean, I hope
focus on the moment.
If EDG is disappointing as well, then it's over. If EDG disappoints at this event, DRG is gonna go out. XLG is gonna go out. And if EDG is disappointing, it's over for China. They need to fully rethink what they're doing in the region. Because at this point, they've had enough time. They've had enough time to learn the game. And if they can't figure it out, they need to make some serious changes to like the structures of their teams. Oh my god, Kiko went plus 31 for the series. Bro. That is nuts. $370 ACS for the series. Holy moly. All right, let's look at DRG versus Vitality real quick. DRG, for all of 2026, their best map, Haven. Lotus is number 2. They're terrible at Split. They're not good at Pearl. Their Ascent might be okay. Their Breeze and Corrode, or their Breeze is mid. So they basically have 2 maps. Vitality. The good thing for DRG is that both of the maps that they're good at, Vitality has not been great at, and they're also not good at Split. Stage 1, though, Haven has been better for Vitality. So I think probably what's going to end up happening, honestly, the map pool might be okay for DRG. We've got DRG, Vitality, DRG, ban. They're gonna ban. What are they going to ban? They probably ban Lotus. They ban Lotus. Ooh, it could be Ascent also, but I don't think they'll first wave ban Ascent. And if they, then DRG. DRG is going to ban Split. Okay. Vitality probably picks. Ooh, actually, do they? Maybe they ban Pearl. Yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna ban Pearl. Vitality's gonna pick Split. DRG is going to pick Haven. Then we're gonna have probably Ascent banned. Depending on who's A or B, they're gonna ban Ascent. And then I think DRG probably bans. Ooh. Forgot about Fracture. Neither team has played Fracture. Okay, this is probably going to be a Fracture ban then. Frac. They will ban Freeze. And the last map will be Ascent, I think. The last will be Ascent, I think. There's also a chance that one of these teams bans Ascent because I don't know who's going to be Team A or Team B. Whichever team doesn't want to start on attack Ascent is going to ban Ascent, probably.
And in the last match, I think I lost 6 clutches in a row, so...
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Who is the loudest after winning a round? I wonder who that could be.
Which one could it be? I'm not sure, but let's play for the points.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of already knew the answer.
He's the loudest when we win. I'm the loudest when we lose, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What kind of things are you shouting when you lose, Darka? Like, what is it that's making you so loud when you lose?
This was the worst call I've ever heard. What is this flash? What is this flash?
That's my favorite. What is this flash?
And who is most likely to whiff when you're trying to shoot at someone?
Ooh. To be fair.
Recency bias, I would say me.
Recency bias?
Just because on that Pearl game on the final or whatever, where I was on stream.
You take back your words? What are your words?
I
yeah, I
so
remember.
badly.
To be fair, like we need another side of Profek when he had that moment.
So badly.
Yeah.
Okay, last question that I have for both of you. Who is the better duelist?
Duelist?
Yeah.
Do we play for a percentage or do we play current form?
Get the points in.
Get the points, okay, we get the points.
Okay, do you want to tell people why you were thinking about going for yourself, Yampi? Is it the kickoff performance or is it the early career performance?
Yeah.
Because he has the biggest ego on the server.
Because all I'm saying that I play one time Yoru in my career duelist and it insta get nerfed. I can't remember Derek playing duelist and it getting insta nerfed, so...
I think I got jet nerfed a few times.
That's true also.
Yeah.
I got judge nerfed. People don't remember that, but remember the judge is
they
nerfed.
They Ascent judge on the first ever international on Ascent. Against who was it?
Vikings.
Nice.
Yeah.
Speak your truth, Kings. Either way, I think you scored points, 99, I think that was. That was pretty good going.
I feel like my entire opinion on the Chinese region is going to hinge on EDG's performance. Because, like, I really do feel like EDG looked pretty good. And if they are shit, then the region is super fucked. It's basically the way that I look at it.
Durka and Yampi there, and that's the weirdest looking fish and chips I've ever seen. It looks more like a chicken nugget. But I have to ask you, Minnie, you know, Billy asked about rage baiting Pal and Durka. You know, they both picked Durka. Was that the same for you?
A little bit, but he rage bait me more with his like play and practice rather than his actual, you know, the way he spoke to me.
Yeah.
A little bit of trolling practice sometimes.
Okay. I mean, it looked like a lot of fun, Billy.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and you're not the first person.
Oh, your wish of seeing 3 Chinese teams play out? Yeah, it's hard to feel confident about that now after that one.
Those two
That's for
are
sure.
part of Vitality's super team,
That is
and
for
they
sure.
are here in London after missing out on Santiago. So there's lots of experience on this team, but the thing about super teams is that expectations are always very high, Minnie.
Well, yeah, but I think a lot of people are kind of doubting them a lot right now, and I'm keeping my expectations extremely high. When I'm
Somebody was asking about how many 3Ks Kiko had. He had 8 2Ks and 10
3Ks. I expect them to be doing what they built
only
this
one
team
4K.
For, and that is winning, going deep into tournaments at minimum.
For sure. I think that we can definitely look at this roster and discuss how they have a wealth of experience.
He had
I think just
19 multi-kill rounds.
They played kickoff with a substitute because Sayonara wasn't quite eligible to play with the roster just
19
yet,
multi-kill
which meant that,
rounds.
yeah, they had an okay performance in kickoff, but they actually ended up dropping through each final
That
and didn't
is
make it to that first
insanity.
global event. They come in here after some crazy things happened back in EMEA where they didn't even have the power to make it to playoffs through
10
themselves. They had to
3Ks.
rely on an Eternal Fire win against Giant
shit.
X, I believe it was, in the very last week. So that power almost kind of went out of their control, and now they find themselves here at the global event after looking like a completely different team by the time we got to playoffs and compared it to how they were in that group stage.
Yeah, the Vitality in the group stage was the one that everyone was memeing on, everyone was laughing at, and then it got to playoffs, so they locked in, they started listening to Pal, listening to Yampi, they started adding some structure, all the stuff that I wanted to do at the start of the stage. It took them a little bit of time, and hopefully they've had time now to build on that, add some layers, and I think if they do, then they could be meeting those expectations that they had at the start of the year, which, again, deep tournament play.
Yeah, that's right. I think listening to Yampi and kind of collectively getting that communication in order was a large part of the success we saw from this team as they moved through stage 1. In fact, we got to hear from Yampi together with Jen Lee, so let's see what he had to say.
Jen here with Yampi of Vitality. Did you get taller?
Yeah, probably, you know, every centimeter that I didn't make it to Masters, you know, the stress, you know, need to eat a lot.
Okay. So you shot up with all the food and the calories. Well, yeah. Speaking of how you guys did in EMEA, you know, Shut Up and Yampi basically just got you guys here. You guys really found the stride that you guys needed by listening to you and also sticking to the plan. Is that something you guys are actively working on still, or is it basically just kind of drilled into your game plan at this point?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit drilled, but you know, sometimes in practice we kind of fade away of that, and then we don't start playing good. So we need to remind ourselves that, you know, it's my role to put the team together, I will say, because we have very good individuals, of course, but if we are not on the same page, it's chaos on the server. So that's my role to make sure that we are on the same page. So we should do it more.
Okay, well, hear that, everybody? Shut up and listen to Yampi.
Yep, good to hear from the taller Yampi, but they are facing against DRG today, and DRG are no stranger to globals.
Ridiculous scenes.
But they did get grouped last time at Champs 2025, and you know, they're going to be facing against the super team today.
Yeah, I think that the strength that DRG have is being that underdog. I think they need to embrace that today. They saw their brothers today in XLG losing in the first game, and they're coming in as the third-seeded China. I think that it's a contrast between Vitality's high expectations, a lot of pressure on them. DRG, I think that
essentially what you're saying is that the orgs that know tac shooters the best often did not make it into partnership. And so a lot of the teams are having to build like their structure of how to create a good tac shooter team from scratch. Is that kind of what you're saying? Because like Tyloo obviously had some Counter-Strike pedigree, and they made it, but almost none of the other teams did. So a lot of these teams have like no experience on like how to scout and develop shooting talent, I guess. Kind of what it sounds like.
Vukashu has to say. He has been a hard carry for DRG, like you were saying. We are definitely going to have a chat with him later on that. He's known as V-God over in China for a reason.
Definitely. I think that what we can say about him is he's so mechanically gifted, which in this meta is obviously super important because we aren't seeing much of that utility. And if you want a great site anchor, well, Vukashu quite literally is the answer to all of your questions. He is constantly being able to hold that site down, even when he's up against the Whaleys, the Neons that we're seeing so frequently in China. So yeah, I think the head-to-head as well, when we consider him going up against
I'll be right back,
Chronicle,
guys. I'm gonna just grab a little breakfast.
In our game here in Valorant, I think for me, that's exciting to see these anchors going head-to-head today.
Yeah, and DRG themselves know how good he is. They are playing their game around him, and I think that for Vitality's prep today, they're going to have to look at Vukashu and create a game plan around him. I'd like to see them come out, do some fakes towards Vukashu, make them rotate towards him, and maybe go elsewhere. I think that whatever it is, Vitality needs to have been studying him specifically.
Okay, in fact, let's see what the V-God had to say himself over with Jen Lee.
Here with Vukashu of DRG. Now, Vukashu, a strong start against a star-studded roster can and will set you up for a deep run here at Masters and any other global event. So against Vitality, is the feeling more pressure, or do you see this as a chance to kind of spark something in this team?
Hello, everyone. I think Vitality is for sure a strong team, and we all know that. They have like some big players with big titles. But in my opinion, they're afraid of losing more than we do. So that's, I think, I treat it like some kind of advantage for us. And I think we really motivated to show them that what is TCN capable of. So we're gonna do our best to prove them who we are. Jayo.
Jayo, okay. So the underdog mentality.
Underdog mentality.
Yeah, okay. Wise words from V-God. Preach.
So we're gonna conduct a map veto today, and Vitality has a higher C, so they're gonna pick their side. So let's start with that.
Start defense. Take Team B.
All right. Vitality picks Team B, so which means DRG is Team A, and DRG start banning first.
The first one is Pearl.
DRG banned Pearl, and now Vitality is banning.
We ban Ascent.
All right, Ascent is banned. Now DRG is picking their first map.
The first map pick Lotus.
Lotus is picked, and Vitality picks their side on Lotus.
Start defense.
Alright, defense it is. And your map pick, Vitality?
Breeze.
Breeze. And side for Breeze, please.
Defense.
Defense. Alright, so DRG is banning.
The second ban is Split.
Split. Split is banned. Last two maps are Fracture and Haven. Vitality is banning.
We ban Fracture.
Okay, Fracture is banned. The cider map is Haven and DRG picking their side.
Attack.
Attack. Alright, I will give you a quick recap. We start with Lotus, Vitality defense, then we have Breeze, DRG defense, and if we have the decider map Haven, DRG attacks. Everything correct?
Yes.
Alright, thank you guys. Good luck.
All the best. All the best. Good luck.
This is going to be an exciting one. Guys, real quick, your predictions.
2-1 Vitality, but ready for an upset from DRG.
2-0 Vitality, but the map pool for DRG there not looking too bad.
All right, well, I think it's going to be DRG's day today, but who knows? It's EMEA Super Team against China's Dark Horse. We have Vitality arriving in London with reputations to restore, but DRG is here with a point to prove. Guys, please welcome both teams to the stage.
It's DRG and Team Vitality.
versus the Ascension team. All eyes are on Vitality with such a strong and stacked roster. But DRG, last time they were here, they didn't have Bukashu, they didn't have V-God, and things could be a little bit different today.
Yeah, and I think as well, people will be underestimating how good Spirits is, and maybe Life going back to that Jet maybe, or some of those comfortable agents away from that Neon. There is potential here in this team to have players step up around Bukashu.
Yeah, and I think when we look back at the map, Vito, here, what I expected coming into this event is, I know that EMEA are dipped as this region that shouldn't play Pearl, but actually China probably should be banning the Pearl against a team such as Vitality. They have looked so strong on that when we think about their performance domestically. I think Lotus for DRG is interesting here, but I think also Vitality picking into that Breeze. When we get to that point, I think for DRG it's a question of what composition do they go to, because in my opinion, it feels as though they haven't been able to figure out their identity on that map just yet.
Yeah, DRG love to play the Waylay right now, and the question is, are they going to move away from that? I quite like it, especially on that Haven and the third map, and on Lotus early on. We're going to see a Skydog coming out, and the Waylay is going to be following it, dashing into these sites deep, and that Spirit's there. That is the player to watch on these maps.
And something that's a little bit different from Vitality this time is the addition of Sayonara.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of touched on the rookies of Vitality, but we've also got Prophet here, and as much as you can look at the numbers and argue that maybe they're not quite up to par, he was in some of those pivotal moments when I think about the later stages of their playoffs run to be able to make it here in the first place. It's definitely a big adjustment for both of these rookies coming into this event, but man, what a roster to be on.
Yeah, I think to me, Sayonara is the player here trying to show who he is at a global stage. If you don't know who this guy is, he is one of the best players in our region. He is flexing across multiple roles. It doesn't matter what agent he is on. He is a mechanical god. He has great comms, and his decision-making is pristine. He's going to be, this man on your screen right now, he's going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, Vitality, I think there were some question marks if the wait was worth it, but it's definitely, you know, been proven to here. And another player, Prophet, he has some words to say about DRG, didn't he?
What did he say, Billy?
Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head.
I think he said something like,
he was
DRG stand no chance. There's no upset happening at all. He had some big words for them.
Well, I think that's crazy because Ascension teams, there's also a good track record here. Not too long ago in Santiago, it was Pacific's Ascension team winning that trophy. This could be DRG's time to shine. And, you know, we were talking about the meta changes coming into London. Let's see what these guys are going to be pulling out for the first map.
Okay.
Ooh, Chamber and Cypher.
Yep.
That's a little bit crazy. I'm quite liking the Chamber. I think this is a bit kooky. It's the kind of thing, as a big underdog team, in my opinion, that you need to bring out. Something a little bit strange here. I think the Chamber is very strong in this meta. A very strange composition, though.
I mean, if you want to talk about strange, DRG were playing mix on this map when you look at their first games in groups. So yeah, I think that they definitely want to come in and try and surprise Vitality, and I think coming out with this composition is definitely being able to do that. I think one of the things I want to point out for Vitality starting on this defense is watching how much of a great site anchor Sayonara is. He's usually playing around about that C site, and the things that he's been able to do, he's never been getting overwhelmed.
And the question is, DRG starting on that attack, how are they going to attack some of these defensive structures from Vitality? They don't have the double duelist anymore. It's just going to be Spirits by himself with that Skydog going in. This attack side might be a little bit rough to start off with DRG, but once they flip things around, that's where the composition might find some power.
Now, both of you guys gave a 2-1 prediction. Just
2-0.
Oh, 2-0 for you. Oh, Minnie, harsh. Maybe a little bit of bias there. But Billy, do you think, which way is this going in the 2-1 situation?
I tried to give a bit of grace. I did try and give a bit of grace, but I think, yeah, after seeing this composition, I'm excited to see what DRG are cooking with this.
One thing from Yampi and his inexperience with IGLing is that sometimes he doesn't have the best reads on compositions, in my opinion. Some of the game plans do break down a little bit. So my question is here, is he going to be able to identify the weaknesses of that Chamber Cypher composition, or is he going to just go back to his default playstyle?
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see. We got DRG facing Vitality up next on Lotus, and to take us through that, we got Mitchman and Tom Biz.
Thank you, Victoria. Well, no doubt Vitality came here today expecting to be the hometown heroes, EMEA bias perhaps. But I've seen a lot of love for V-God and DRG in that crowd. I don't know that they're going to have them by their side.
No, honestly, it's going to be incredibly exciting. Of course, for Vitality, their first outing away from Berlin as a core. And on the other side of things, they've been going on those road shows. They've been moving away from maybe just a home center. But the question is, can they do it on a cold, rainy night in London? We'll have to wait and see. London, are you ready?
It certainly sounds like they are. Vitality starting on defense as they planned, and it's an immediate pickup. Durka goes looking on C and finds an easy pickup onto Flexen, forcing back that control on A as well. It's a very strong start for Vitality. A pick on C and control on A.
Lotus gets picked, huh?
Losing that controller early. It's going to make things that much more difficult. Trying to reaggress, hot flash ready, does blind up Durka, but of course there's two players on that side.
Ban Ascent, Lotus, Breeze.
They're looking for them. They're
completely
hunting,
different than what I thought.
But where that utility is to be found, and Spirit Z1 almost playing with fire a little bit. Of course, the goal is to try and bait the utility. Instead, he's baited Durka and lost his life.
Picks after picks for Vitality, and options becoming limited. DRG, though, 2 pickups. It is still a trade, and a C-site still defended with Chronicle doubling, tripling down on that angle. It's only going to be the V-God himself left in a 1v3. The world his oyster, and the A site, where he seems to be targeting, is wide open. But a post planned against Chronicle, Yumpy, and Profek will be far from an easy task.
Yeah, this was the man that many have hyped up coming into this matchup. Can he truly go head-to-head with some of the best players we've seen in EMEA, as a man that has started there?
They're early. They're going to run at him.
In that tier 2, already kind of trapped in the corner. He's going to be seized. No
done.
chance.
Nice.
Yumpy makes sure that this round doesn't get dangerous, and Vitality have their pistol.
Yeah, the crux of this for DRG, it's a tough round anyways when you lose Flex, and any re-aggression towards that A site, you're going to need those smokes. But this pick completely removed them, and as you can see, it's not like Durka could see a damn thing different on the second pickup. And from there, you're left to scatter and play the map, which isn't always a death sentence, but for Vitality, having full control over A at that point, that's what really turns this game. Life being forced off the early fight, and they had nothing to get them back into it. Vitality rotate to C, and the numbers are enough to secure a 1-0 lead. Now they come in with actually a pretty heavy investment. 2 rifles, 2 bulldogs. This should be one that they take relatively cleanly, but Vukashu, he loves this outlaw. It's been pulled in again on the attack. It will be the death ball from DRG, and some serious potential for that outlaw. Obviously 2 players on light shields, but with pistols,
I like the outlaw buy.
1 shot from him will be enough to make it an easy convert.
Yeah, good opportunity.
But they need to do something with it.
The favor sitting with Vitality, of course, coming in. I think expectations were that they were a fairly heavy favorite, but looking at the maps, especially map 1 and map 3, I think DRG would be quite happy with how the veto played out. I think they got the maps they would have been looking for. In fact, I could have even seen the switch of which one was picked. I think Haven has looked decent, and I don't think that Lotus has necessarily been the strongest map for Vitality. I do, though, look at this comp and think, okay, defensive side, I see where they're going. But how can Life play anywhere near how he played before while running a chamber instead?
To be honest, it might almost be a benefit. Hold on, this creep up from Flex, and it looked like he had perfect timing. He certainly thought he did, but yeah, Sayonara was tucked in. Yumpy dropping Nick makes this a lot easier. Not having that flash to break out of a smoke, and they are falling like flies. Expected with the weaponry so stacked in favor of Vitality. The Headhunter and that Outlaw do pose danger. And already we said Vitality, they come in with 2 rifles and 2 bulldogs.
Shouldn't get any more.
One of those is lost already. 12 seconds left. Finally, Life will be put to bed. Profek will be able to recover a bulldog, but there was a chance for that to get a lot more risky for Vitality.
Yeah, it seemed like they had a good idea as well, that there could be some more dangerous weaponry coming up on the other side. The fact that they do go heavier into those rifles, making sure that second round is converted. But as you said, it will still leave a hole or 2 for this round. I am, however, looking at Durka. 2 away from having that showstopper available. It's going to put them in a pretty good position. And of course, for Vukashu, buying in the last round means he only has a pistol, but this guy has been pretty nasty with the Sheriff.
Yeah, I wouldn't be counting him out, that's for sure, especially on the attack. It's not like he's playing the solo anchor right now. The Profek up on top. It's a nasty spot. Life's looking for space, but finds himself down.
Life is a silly guy.
Rifle makes its way into Vukashu's hands. But a man
He
down
plays.
already in the full buy.
He plays some of the worst
Vitality
Valorant I've ever seen of a tier 1 player.
And Yumpy having to play the pistols, of course, but the numbers on this
On a very regular
stacked
basis.
up, and it's the wrong read for Vitality. That C-site defender Chronicle could have some trouble coming his way, and it looks like he will.
Yeah,
He can
benefit,
shoot,
though, is
but his decision making is genuinely some of the worst I've ever seen.
Weaponry. That was what they were hoping to hunt, but obviously, with Vukashu not having a gun to begin with, they can now transfer that rifle to him. Here comes Spirit Z1. He's the man to watch in these entries into the site, dives over all of the utility, but they're a little bit more passive, almost holding onto that cross, waiting as Chronicle, and that's another pick coming in for Vitality. This bonus round is getting more and more dangerous as the seconds go on, and in fact, it is easy for the side.
It is not going to go well for DRG today.
For them in round number 3.
Yeah, I guess everything lost in the previous round didn't make that much of a difference. They come in with 2 pistols, out with 5 rifles, and a 3-0 start. Gloriously done. This here looked like they were trying to, on DRG side, give themselves an option to go back towards that door, play into the B site, trying to get a reaction on the other side. But as soon as they see Chronicle, they see their teammates' perspective as they're sent to spectate. A 3-0 start is good, but it looks like it's about to get better as DRG are forced down to pistols.
Yeah, also, Dirk didn't get any kills, so he can now look to farm up that ult. Other players have now started to build up theirs, so even coming into the next purchase for DRG, there might be a lot of ultimates for their opponent. Little bit aggressive, though, from Durka. A rifle on the deck, that was completely solo, and now Profec's gone up as well. A double entry for this side of DRG, and at least one of those weapons has been recovered already.
2 pushes up against the eco. It's a bold play, Tom, and well, bravery not rewarded this time. Yumpy alone on the A site. They've decided to reinforce Chronicle. The Sayonara sits by his side. It leaves this man, the leader, all alone, and he's hearing lots of noise. The door's open. You can see him just backing up, giving that space, acknowledging already the retake's going to have to come through. But 2 rifles now for DRG. They've recovered what was lost, and it looks like they'll get a plant out of this. For Yumpy, it might even be better for him.
His rank stats were bad too. That's crazy.
I don't think he can get involved.
Usually pro players can at least just like straight up carry rank most of the time.
So many players locked in on the angle, but a decent start from Sayonara. Even still, the trade is immediate, and both players have been spotted. That's good. It's difficult, but they line up for Sayonara. He now needs an ace on his debut on the international stage. 2 players stand ahead of him. The first already falls. The youngster to take over, and it is only 4 rounds in, and Sayonara already enters the international stage.
We talked about pressure for this man, and that was on the regional stage. Imagine how much more is in play here.
The lineup is gross.
Else made mistakes, they threw it away, but my
The
God,
lineup is gross.
Unreal play for Sayonara, and of course, in a round that DRG
He was known for getting farmed in high-elo lobbies. I mean, I feel like his playstyle is just shit, honestly. Like, I genuinely feel like his playstyle is pretty terrible. He looks like super unaware. He just like runs out, dies. Pretty common angles.
I genuinely think you could have called one for the Vitality side just to let him cool down a little bit. That's got to have him sweating off rip. You come in, that young superstar, and 4 rounds in already. And on the other side of things, it's been spoken about a lot. That Coinbase win condition of Vukashu, a man that, we said it, like we've seen over in China, he can be that #1 player. He can be the guy that takes over games. He can be the guy that almost drags DRG here at times. The fact is, though, he opened up that round brilliantly.
This might be a fast series.
For his troubles, they get into a post plant, and then they get wrecked by Sayonara. And I can completely understand why we've seen Nathan call a pause there, because okay, the first few rounds, they can slip away from you. That one's got to hurt.
Definitely. You saw Sayonara swing in, and look, it's hard to lose a round like that against the numbers. He did start it with a collateral, which definitely gave him a leg up. But for DRG, sitting in the coach booth, it's never going to be something that you just let slide.
Why is Fnatic not here? Because they had a stand-in for their entire stage 1.
Where they can fight back, op in play for life, shot fired, nothing found. Vitality playing much more passive in this early round now. Not as many aggressive stances taken, but showing that op early might deter them from pushing up on A.
Yeah.
And that has been a lot of what's
yeah, I
been
mean, I think as far as like tier 1 pros go, Life might be like the least disciplined tier 1 pro I've ever seen.
When they hit the C site on DRG's camp, that this is going to be much easier now. They want to Vimfo and A.
Life is like quintessential OG China in terms of like he's just only mechanics and zero idea of what he's doing.
Of course, Sayonara's got that line. You remember what happened last round.
You gotta chill, Light. That's not gonna happen. If Riot were to start reducing the amount of slots that China gets, the game will die.
Baiting out that wall is always going to be important, but it can just fall for the rotation. Instead, they go through it. They go swinging off, but Sayonara still stays alive. And they've managed to lock out everybody else. Spirit Z1, it's damage, but no reward just yet.
There's been no rewards for him. And it looks like they're going to commit to this C side. Vitality now having even more numbers here, protecting the door for the rotate back as well. DRG are locked in.
Dude, Life doesn't even have his teleport set up right now.
Seconds on the clock, and the spike not planted, not even attempted just yet. Time ticks away.
Now he does.
That could get them towards the site. That could get the plant in. That could get
Durka,
the
you gotta hit that, bro.
They could finally see a round fall to DRG.
Wait, he's gonna ult.
Durka, though, with the showstopper
Ooh, I thought he was gonna kill both.
But the numbers still even, and the HP so desperately low.
I thought he was gonna kill both.
Holding on for dear life. This is his site. Often he'll be the first to fall, but now he looks to reclaim it. But Nick stands in his way.
Okay, they got a round. Not bad.
On the board.
I really like the patience in this round. Like I think you can easily like get that little bit of space into the site, overphase, try and rush the plant, and then it can all slip away from you instead. They expect the flank to come in. They expect somebody to be behind, and they just wait. They just watch, and they clear out both players. A good round from DRG.
I think that's it.
And even with the showstopper being expended for the other side, the fact is, though, Vitality will still have a buy.
I honestly was pretty surprised that they replaced Aquaman with him. Like, Aquaman is not great, but I feel like he was kind of doing his job on this team relatively well.
We saw in the last round as well, no doubt. DRG are ready for that. Profec's taking a lot of risks on that long fight, knowing that AWP could swing back in any moment. And that's why he finally gives it up. Seeing a lot more of a fight for A main. A little bit deeper into the round, Vitality get the read that it is the majority of the forces coming here late. It's the right read, and the AWP is holding the right angle. A good call on those rotations, but they seem to think that might have been a fake. Look at the exodus of the A site. Profec's alone here, and despite going a man down, DRG have made this a little bit easier to take the site.
Durka.
A complete reposition from Durka. A second pick already in the round. That operator is going to cause trouble, and even Flexen, who's trying to make a play through the smoke, has been spotted. Spoke about the rotation prior, but now Yumpy is back in position. Profec's still waiting, though. There is potential for him to be isolated. His utility has been expended other than his ability to teleport out of there, which is exactly what he'll do. They're hunting him down, though, and Spirit Z1 will find
Teleport
him.
was not great.
Great paranoia from Flexen, making that an impossible fight, but the numbers still stand against them. The ultimate being primed by Spirit Z1 could make a difference, but look how far back Yumpy was. He can't be punished. It dodges it, in fact, and uses
that was optimistic.
As a signal to just stand and wait, but now an ult of his own. Info there, Spirit Z1.
Okay, Spirit. Wait, 3 kills.
Have given them another round. Sayonara again.
He knows where he is. Oh no!
May not have been perfect, but
if he didn't pull his molly out there, he probably sprays that.
You know, if you blind the other guy more than you blind yourself, that's absolutely fine. But this was the moment from Spirit Z1. This is what he has kind of been doing throughout his time in China as well, just being that little bit more aggressive, being a disruptor. And
yeah, I mean, I figured that they just got him because Nathan D used to coach him back on FPX, and it was just kind of like a, well, we need a guy that I know that'll just do what I tell him.
I like that he was highlighted on the desk as well, because I think it's easy to get lost in the brilliance of Vukashu. I think there's no doubt that this man can have impact. And the fact is, on the other side, I think that's one of the head-to-heads we're talking about. Him versus Chronicle. Obviously a man with a fair few trophies to his name, maybe more than
1 or 2, yeah,
anyone else. But even still, for Vukashu, this is a
pretty early timeout from Vitality.
Sort of
they don't want to lose the momentum too much.
I think this has been a running theme that, okay, maybe at times you'll get an EDG in form, but Can another squad come in? And even for DRG, can they win a map? Like that hasn't been something that has happened before. Obviously last time out, I think they had Demon 1 standing in for Vikashu, unfortunately, but hopefully this is the time. And we're already seeing those glimpses of individual brilliance, but on their map choice, you feel like that might be necessary. I think Breeze will be much tougher, and if they go in with a deficit, it might be another 0-2 start.
Well, one of the things we were talking about behind the scenes was for DRG, making changes, especially with this veto, it seems necessary. Vitality have the ability to play their comp here, maybe even on Breeze as well, but DRG had to make that change, and I love what they've done with Life here. Defensive side is where you get a lot of the benefit in terms of those rotations, but here on attack as well, having him with a bit more of a leash, aside from the early A fight, has been great to see.
Yeah, I was about to say, what leash? This guy is just swinging.
The early fights, first 30 seconds, yeah, he'll fight for space, but honestly, if I've got a Chamber not doing that, especially when he's not the solo Sentinel, then we probably do have some issues.
Well, they're almost playing off of each other as a Sentinel duo, like for that early fight. Like you're just putting the guys who can win a lot of those angels, like swing out with the operator. If he misses, Vukashu's there to try and just almost one-tap the guy instead. It's a lot of contact plays, which can be quite scary.
Yeah, they're kind of using Vukashu as like the drone. He's got camera to take contact first for the Chamber to then contact up. So Cypher kind of acts as like a secondary initiator on attack.
Yeah, you really don't want to see them taking those A main fights in a round like this, and DRG know they get free space as a result. Play towards A slowed slightly by a C's, and Yumpy tries to split the attack into two, but that's not worked out. Running right into Vukashu. He gets what was coming to him, and it looks very clean for DRG across the board. They seize that early space for free, utility for the push on site, and almost no fight where trades aren't possible, and no fights where trades were needed. Vitality with 2 left, it's not going to be a save in this situation, is it? Those weapons aren't really worth
Yeah, overall, I mean, good recovery from DRG so far.
Play for the exits, and presumably run right into that spike if no one comes their way.
Yeah, I think especially with how Spirit Z1 has been playing so aggressively in the post plant, you don't want to give him extra orbs for a potential convergence path later. They will just look to run into the spike. So a decent recovery. I think there was a definite reality, especially after you have that sort of 4th round crazy clutch ace out from Sayonara, that this game just starts to dwindle, slip, and maybe even start to panic. But it seems like after the pause, DRG have already readied and steadied that ship. And now we look to see if the pause on the other side is going to have the same sort of impact. Because we didn't expect much in that round, but this is the round that the pause was for.
Good entries.
Well, the reality is what's been working for Vitality
Let's
is
lock back in
whether
here.
it's that early A play to get the information around Rubble to contain late,
Viper Pit,
Prophet standing up on
no
top
ults.
of the box, catching life on the cross. There's been some surprises there for them. Chronicle having a second player in Sayonara on the C side.
playing
but once the surprise is out of the way, and DRG get to actually
broken
play
door
their game from the
angle,
they look much more comfortable and certainly more successful. 4-3, a chance
pit used
to equalize, but the full buy comes back up for Vitality. The op and 2 more sent towards A. Again, A main control's been working. Why not look for it? A 4th player comes to join the fight.
The Rubble
But
re-clear.
there is no fight. DRG have left.
Sayonara's kind of in trouble here because he has to watch this.
Will once more be called on.
Dirka's got the line though, so they should be able to stack quickly.
Punish that walkout that we've seen in the last couple of rounds. This time, though, a much more direct hit, and Sayonara has already taken out Spirit Z1.
I heard that Sufat was maybe going to go to Tai Lu.
The rest have to be a little bit more careful.
There's a bunch of teams that need an IGL in China, so I could see him going to Tai Lu.
Strong, and they can't quite trade out. Again, 2 players incredibly low, but not a single kill coming through.
Dirka hits the trip.
Them, but all 5 still standing for Vitality. It makes
Chronicle with
this
3.
Impossible task. Vukashu.
Chronicle with 4.
It's Chronicle with a 4K, and perhaps a lesson of pushing his site. A flawless round for Vitality. And this man standing strong has put them right back on the map, an end to the 3-round streak out of the attackers.
Yeah, I think you can definitely see that shot's so important because you got the flash behind it. Again, if that
they'd be dead.
Isn't landed, yeah, you get Spirit Z1 with at least an opener, and then the others can come in a little bit more easily. But
and the opener would have probably been onto Kron, so you lose all that utility. It could have been a big, but you also lose Kron. That's probably the bigger a bigger deal out of that. And now DRG need a reset, get back to winning ways. Again, I do think this comp is going to give them a little bit of a leg up when it comes to that defensive side.
Yeah, BLG is spending on their league team because they've been losing.
Much of a get out of jail free card.
That's tough.
Oh, he's a second late.
Gotta thank your lucky stars.
Would you say that Valorant is healthy in China?
They've spotted out
JJ?
as well. He can't get back to his TP. In fact, he can't get back at all.
Because like I know the viewership has been very high, and people are talking about it being like insanely popular there. But do you think that the Valorant scene is healthy in China,
they know as well that
or is it in trouble?
In the form of Fade has pushed this position. They're hoping that means there's more of a gap. Will it work out this time? Paranoia again has caught onto the back player, but although they've got rid of a lot of that utility, they haven't got into the site.
Sayonara being here as well, just not accounted for. The snake bite goes down. It costs more time. 30 on the clock, and they'll go back towards the B site. What's left?
Oh, just spamming. He just spamming.
Two through the smoke, and the spike's being left behind now. DRG in a 2v5, and on the road to recovery, looking long and perilous.
They're getting
at C
deleted.
site. Doesn't seem like they'll have any way into it. Every time they lose a main, they've been coming back here, Tom, and I think that's going to change soon.
Yeah, good
It is
adjustment.
starting to get worrying that each time now they've gone into, or the last couple of times they've gone into C, they've had a flash setup. The flash has caught at least one of the players, but there has been no entry. I think even this time it was just the call was made that Spirit Z1 just has to get out of there, like just immediately.
Well, they couldn't go
back, yeah, because the rest of the players are trapped. So
the orb, the snake bite, and then the spam. Like, what is Sayonara doing here? It's crazy impact for a guy that shouldn't even be on that side at that point. It's an early rotation from Vitality that got him in.
Well, they have been doubling up there a lot. I think they've realized that this is going to be the commitment, especially once they get that A control.
100%.
I want to see if there's going to be a split back towards the B side. Very common on this map to at least set up that opportunity, and maybe even a gap that's being left. This time, though, the defenders are pushing up on C, taking full control.
What do I think about Riot doing what they did with League and continually adding agents? Well, I mean, that's kind of the selling point of this game,
likely from DRG.
is to just have a bunch of agents. Like, it's supposed to be... It's supposed to be a hero attack shooter, right? So if they stop adding agents, then the game probably gets stale.
He's made the push at the right time.
They kind of have to keep adding agents.
Right around the corner, but not for long.
Blank watch is gone.
Is wide open. DRG have almost no choice.
DRG has to go. Look at Durka's line,
needs
man.
To be a fast hit towards A or back to B very quickly, but with a flank, a problem. That's well done though by Flexin. He's had a rough start, but you kill one controller and the second is still standing. A pop flash out might help a little bit, but no.
Doesn't even matter.
Yuppie and Durka clean up the two Finns to give them a minimum of a lead at the half.
Tier 2 academy scenes are flourishing whenever they're broadcasted. Sales are through the roof. There is good upward mobility happening.
I don't think we got one out of DRG, but I was waiting for a pause. This is somewhere that
the main problem with China Valorant is tier 1 competitive performances.
Because again, they made the right read here.
But like the game in China is in a good spot, like as far as being a popular game. If that's the case, then
there were more players ahead of them than there should be. There were certainly more players behind them than there should be. And a timeout is needed here because the game plan from Vitality is working too often.
How many agents would be too many? I mean, you're asking the wrong person. I came from Dota 2 where 150 heroes was not enough. So I don't really have an upper ceiling, personally.
On the defense, but
I think that they can keep releasing agents as long as they want.
It could be a little bit hit and miss.
I don't know how they're going to justify it from like a story perspective,
they got
but
obliterated, but we've already seen teams struggle.
We'll see. Maybe they'll get to a point and just be like, that's it. Like, there's no more agents coming out. But I think we're quite a ways away from that. I would expect them to get to like at least 100.
So the fact that this isn't working out, the fact that this is their map choice, I think DRG are gunning to try and get towards 5 rounds, but considering I think in that round was Flexen's first kill, there's a lot to be desired.
They've dethroned Crossfire. Interesting.
It's definitely been a tough attack side so far, but remember last time DRG called a pause, it was 3 rounds in a row right after. You have to hope it's going to be the same here, and B has been an underexplored territory in fighting for A main, resetting to C almost every round. Except the last where they fought A main and went into A.
I mean, we might get to a point where they start only releasing like one agent per year, and they just like release it at champs every year. I could definitely see that happening.
And look at Vitality already.
But I think they're still trying to build out their roster of agents so that they have more possibilities of stuff that you can do in the game.
Vitality are making the read, and if the attackers don't hurry up, they could be walking into numbers. Well, Vitality actually stopped.
But I also, yeah, and like I wouldn't mind them doing like one agent per year and then focusing more on rebalancing the game, like with more serious sort of like broad sweeping balance patches.
Put them in a great position on the retake if they get there.
Tweak the numbers a little bit here, a little bit there.
Fallback, just trying to hold on to some of the ground, but especially versus some weaker weapons, maybe not worth getting too far forward.
Paranoia to go out here for Profek, and it's landed just in time. Stops any convert on that dash in, and the spam in the smoke is good, but now he's under pressure, trapped in a corner. The smoke goes down to make it tougher to push, to let him spam through. He's not finding too much, a bit of damage here or there, but a plant now for DRG, still holding on to hope, and a lot of that seems to rest on the shoulders of life. The showstopper would have taken him out, but Profek got ahead of it. And now Durka alone
only
after
8
that
bullets.
trade. 8 bullets, 2 players swinging.
Nice double
him,
swing.
DRG. They get right back to winning
Nice
ways.
double
Again,
swing.
The pause seems to course correct.
Yeah, the more direct take in towards this A side of the map. Life also looking like he's having a stellar game. Overall,
Sayonara a little bit ahead of the team, maybe.
Ends up being
Spacing was not great.
It is just the solid fundamentals from the remaining two. Now, both teams still coming in with a 4x. A very different look. Dependent on who wins this round, DRG could bring it back to 5. A pistol would put them level. But now we start to see a couple of those ultimates expended. Though they do have some of their own.
Yeah, that's what I thought, JJ. It makes the most sense. They need an IGL. They have struggled to have an IGL the entire time. There's an IGL in the market now. They might as well go get him. I don't really know like how good of an IGL he is. Like it's hard to tell. They had the nice run at Toronto, but that's about it. But that team just needs leadership because they've got insane talent.
Good enough, and there's Gron protecting him. The pit stays up as players' HP plummets, and soon the pit will fall too. That's Sayonara's plan, to fight them through it, fight them around it. And Nick's all alone, a sliver of help.
Another 3K for Sayonara. He's looking really good.
The lead 8-4 at the halftime. This has been a great debut for that man.
Oh no, he's playing fantastically well. One thing you always talk about with youngsters, especially someone just 18 years of age, you go like, okay, when they get to the bigger crowd, when they get to the master stage, are they gonna crumble under that pressure? And it hasn't been the case here.
Oh, we'll find out if they can keep this going after the break.
What, 8-4 half? 8-4 half, pretty good. Who wasn't Ego like the original EDG coach? Am I remembering that correctly? I'm talking about like when it wasn't even out in China officially. Oh no, it was Attacking Soul. Okay. Yeah. Because I remember that name from way back in the day. How would I build my IGL's attack side pattern recognition in terms of how defense is playing or exploiting defensive weaknesses? How would I build it? I mean, you'd have to do just a bunch of targeted VOD review together. I'm not sure I'm answering the question that you're asking, but if you're trying to develop an IGL's ability to recognize patterns, you need to do a lot of like film review. You need to watch a lot of VODs. That's how you get good at pattern recognition in this game, is you just watch a lot of VODs. And then things become more obvious because you've seen a lot more.
Yeah, I think it's going to be that little bit easier having the option for Vukashu as that site anchor. It's where we've sort of talked about him being a true threat to any opposition, and of course for Life now having that sort of get out jail free card with a slightly more aggressive stance. Even still though, a pistol for Vitality might just put this to bed. And with their map choice coming up next, you have to hope for DRG's sake that if they are going to find a path back into this map, it will start here.
It starts with the pistol indeed. Vitality on the attack side seem to be taking a nice...
It's like in American football where the quarterback
right now. Yeah, the weapon they're talking about
needs to just be constantly watching film of his opponents.
Nice early fight by Spirit C1.
Because that's how you like figure out what the defense is doing.
Of course he should be. They'll look to refight towards C as well. The door open as they swing through. Durka stands there waiting. Flexen was reloading, he couldn't help out, and now he'll be dropped as well.
Okay,
such a good start for DRG, but they forced the issue, and now Vitality are miles ahead.
God, it looked like that trap was gonna put them in prime position.
Spike planted.
But now they only have one lifeline left. Man, to try and fight in an awkward
Interesting.
spot as
You've
well.
got so much good lore, JJ. I appreciate it.
Like
Appreciate all the lore drops.
Shots anyway. It goes the way of Chronicle. The pistol goes the way
Helps
of Vitality.
put a lot of
and this map now starting to look a little bit out of their hands.
It definitely does, Tom. You had those two pauses. The first one with a nice resurgence from DRG. They got close within punching distance, 4-3. And since then, it's been Vitality running away with it. Some tight rounds, but
we didn't need this.
The shots just aren't landing on the other side.
Nice shots.
I think we might have muted the wrong bit there.
The mute was a little late there, but that's okay. 9-4. That pistol round really hammers home this lead for Vitality. DRG decide not to go for the force bite, the right call most likely, but it does mean double digits coming into play for that attacking side if there's not some big mistakes. But the thing that DRG do that I like is, yeah, it's a pistol. It's not one where we have a great chance. But they group up and set a trap.
For example, I struggle with seeing a defender's pattern if they keep rotating sites.
And that's where I think Vitality are going to immediately give that space up, go towards A where they've seen no contest.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is just like spending the time to feel out the round too. If you're just like guessing and rushing a site, then it's going to be really hard to actually use your read. And it's going to be much easier for the defenders to just kind of like
at least a few of them will make it over.
Gamble onto the right site. But if you start actually doing, you know, like information seeking at the beginning of rounds, then you should start noticing patterns of like certain agents are here, which means this. Certain agents are not here, which means this. This piece of utility is being used, which means this. Like,
bear in mind, they bought quite a few rifles into this round, but
you want to look for like little triggers, basically.
I was gonna say no opportunity for the ace, but maybe it will be a second ace for the side. Oh, Vitality, I don't think Flexen's going to give them anything here. Doesn't want to add another death to his tally. He's going to try and bait them in. Maybe make them question that he had enough time to defuse that, but not quite. We'll go down to the spike, 10-4. A hefty lead for Vitality. And for DRG, this next round, it's win it or bust.
Yeah, I mean, esports in general is just like filled with leaks.
The white noise pumped in
People
here.
are really bad at keeping secrets.
Sometimes you doubt yourself. Look how composed Vitality were there. He taps that spike and
I reckon someone goes, no,
it's not even close, bro. It's not even close. No mistakes made, and what it leads to is just one extra rifle carried forward. It's a little
yeah, I mean, if you're trying to have like really good game sense in ranked, it's kind of hard just because people do random stuff all the time. IGLing a team in ranked is like almost impossible.
Albeit, you know, Breeze, not somewhere I expect to see them lost. If it's this dominant, it's certainly not a good sign. Great start for Life there, dodging the flash from Kron, taking the pick on A, and with all that space still in their hands, now the C site remains well and truly reinforced.
Nice shot.
What a shot from Spirit Z1. And now there's 3 attackers about to run into 3 defenders.
Yeah, they've got the read, they've got the openings. Everything's looking good in this round. Early damage to Bukashu. Second player actually dropped instead. The UMP in position, and they're still trying to catch
weird
them
round
from behind,
now.
But again, maybe a little bit nervy, not wanting to overface, not wanting to
This
give
is super
anything
losable for
over.
DRG. Kashu,
Bukashu
21
has to be very
HP.
careful. He's kind of not being. The early contact being taken by him, flexing at the back of the site. The
Life should win this round. Oh, it gets jumpy. Okay. Ooh, nice shot.
Perfect though. Wanted that 1v1 and he's
now
lost
it should be done.
3v4, someone's got to take a risk, but Life does really well to shut that down. Plan's going to at least be secured for Vitality, but they are surrounded. All DRG need to do is push at the same call. And a great stun on backside already. Seems to lock it in. Yumpy the only one left to deal with. Low HP on Bukashu. It does get a little bit spooky.
There's,
they want to push
yeah,
it
there's,
together,
okay.
but time
I was going to say, their spacing is really bad.
Mistake, and Yumpy's timing around the back seemed so good. Dodging that peak as it
Oh
goes
my
in,
god, the
like
timing is crazy.
Wait
a second.
Yumpy,
Oh my god. There's no way.
Deeper and deeper by the round.
There is no way.
2 aces already.
There is no way
In the
they
day
lose
about the
that.
fact that he was excited to be back on the stage. Jim was asking if he's grown taller. He's definitely looking bigger in this match. A crazy clutch. In a position that it almost felt like it wasn't necessary. Like they are so far ahead, but it's no surprise the coaching staff are over the moon with that one.
Bro.
You've got to be.
If the game wasn't already dead and buried, it certainly is now.
11-4.
That
2
is
aces
gross.
for Vitality and the map pick of DRG. It's not a pretty painting for the picture we're going to see on Breeze, on Haven, and you have to hope for a bounce back. And the best place for that to start is here and now. For DRG to feel like they competed. Right now, they've been shut down. And this round, let me be clear, is not the round I was talking about. Saying they want to start the comeback on this map. Too many weaknesses, surely. Sayonara will slip out of here. No punish on him.
At least we got to see the Bukashu buy.
Around a little bit more than I'd like to see, and because of that, Spirit Z1's wrapped up.
No
right
shield
him.
Vandal, the
We could
classic.
see Sayonara fall, and then a 3v3. It's so
The
important
classic.
that Viper makes it out.
Ooh, nice shot.
But that pick for Spirit Z1, it has given them a chance.
Gonna group up with a teammate to get that rifle as well.
It's the Outlaw.
It's not gonna be an instant
Ooh,
kill.
they're gonna
onto
clear
anybody,
Durka
but
here.
An opportunity for damage.
Showstopper.
Showstopper should be
No,
able to
that's
eliminate
nice.
him, and well,
Oh.
it left all onto Bukashu, but he's not going to be able to get anything. The last man
Durka
trapped
with the
in the back,
reposition,
of
gets
course, the
behind
spike already
mound.
being planted.
Yep.
Durka looking to try and clutch us out around that should have been easy.
Ooh.
And it won't be around for them at all. There should be plenty of time for that defusal to come back through. And the crazy thing as well is, yeah, you said
Nice
the
shot.
back needed to start now, Mitch. I don't think you expected it to be just then.
Well, no, I quite explicitly stated this was not the round. Getting a thrifty out of this one, Bukashu really earned an assault on that fight. But still, it looked done. I thought when Dirk is able to make it to Mound that Nick had given him too much space. But that has worked out nicely.
Ooh, that's a sick cosplay.
The MasterCard Thrifty. The first round that they found in this defensive side, and one that gives them quite a lot economically. A blip on the radar, maybe slight balance after the clutch ace we just saw out of Yumpy as well. But can they now build off of it? Even if it's not a comeback into the map, just gaining a little bit of additional confidence. We're yet to see that superstar level from Bukashu, but the last round was definitely a start. And also for Flexin, it has been...
How effective do you think hero buys are in
Massive
VCT?
again,
I
no
think they're
doubt.
very, very effective. I think it's maybe one of the most underutilized
Still
things
an
in the game.
opportunity to at least make this one a little bit more competitive. As you
Like,
can see, though, there
so
is
many agents can
no real
really,
trouble
really, really snowball if
other
you
than
just
the
give them
light shields, but
a small win
no
condition.
outlaw in hand.
This is what we talked about.
Like,
oh my goodness.
like when I see teams on their ecos just buy 5 sheriffs, unless it's Paper X, I'm just like, They're throwing the round.
Vitality run into the A site. It's free as can be. Ult's expanded as not even they
You should be trying to extract as much value from eco rounds as possible, in my opinion. And a lot of that's going to be like a stinger, you know, like some utility to set up the stinger in a play.
The economy's even in a rough state. In a normal round, you'd save, but Vitality are so close to victory now. You have to fight tooth and nail. Ult's committed. The fight back through, labored as Chronicle and Durka, but bodies on the floor and flexing. It's been a tough game for him. He'd more than double his kills to even come close.
Clean.
12-5.
Clean from Vitality.
And Vitality, they're dominating DRG's map pick.
Yeah,
Geoman, you should watch my most recent video. It's all about that, actually.
Easy fight for Sayonara, blast back across, easy
the one on this channel. It's all about why teams are really bad at utilizing eco rounds correctly.
Knowing that they're in that sort of position.
Have I ever been approached by a Chinese team? I have not. I don't even know how I would get in contact with Chinese teams.
Those ults. Or at least the ult in the convergence path expended for nothing. Now the tour de force. At least in play for this round. Maybe life can give them something once again.
The smoke is cruel. He's blocked out of it. I'm not sure if the TP on that range even lets him walk through. Instead, he's just going to sit shorty in hand, but teammates ready to fight Flash. And that's their signal to walk on in, but the shots don't land. Nick, oh, he is a faint glimmer of hope, but with bodies dropping all around him, the ult is, it's not going to help. It's going to tell you they are exactly where you thought they were. Some shots needed from Nick. His teammate miles away on the A site.
Good patience, good freeze. Now they're just going to go B. Yep. Alright, nice clean round.
This is going to have to be
Alex was supposed to go to XLG. No, he was on XLG, and he was supposed to go to
exactly where he is, and he was hoping to
DRG.
Where they are.
I think is the rumor that I heard.
A little further away, okay.
But I don't know.
From Chronicle. Now he has that information, but all three players grouped up. Paranoia just waiting to be thrown out. All that needs to happen.
It's raining like crazy outside.
From Vitality is buy time. They don't need to face him. They don't need to be aggressive. And he is still hunting and looking for just a single fight, and he will find it. The opponent's map choice dominated by Vitality.
Nice and clean by Vitality.
DRG, it is looking like more of the same at international
Not surprising.
events. They need to bounce back on the next one.
Big bounce back needed indeed. A 13-5 masterclass and a debut on the international stage for Sayonara, looking sublime. Will Vitality be running away with this series? We'll find out after the break.
Hello, guys. Hello.
BLG, yeah.
Hey, nice shot, brother. Nice shot. Finish duo. Me and you got 5 kills.
Absolute beatdown. Absolute beatdown. They went 9, 12, 14 and 4 in first kills. Yikes. I'll be right back. It's raining outside. I need to bring something in. Why would you leave a Masters qualified APAC team?
Solid game from everyone.
I don't think.
But Pal, we have to talk about Durko on that operator.
Yeah, I don't think he was getting paid that well.
He's already cleared aside, picking up a kill or two for you guys. So talk to us about the amount of impact that he had for you guys on that map of Lotus. Was this part of your game plan, and how much did he make things easier for you?
Durka makes everything easier for us, especially as coaches. Makes us look a lot better at our jobs and a lot better at planning. But no, we want to give him the freedom. We want to be able to give him the resources required. And if he's finding space, if he's finding advantages quite quickly, fine, we'll let him have it until people actually shut him down.
All right, thank you so much. And just one quick thing. What were the things that you guys talked about during the timeout?
A lot of it was just, right, calm down, get used to the nerves, get used to the fact that we're playing in front of a crowd here. It's a little bit different to being back in Berlin, which is quite nice for the boys, good fun experience. And then once we move on from that, just trying to make reads on how they're playing with this new version of the comp they brought out.
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese and the APAC team scream each other all the time. They're like, that's like one of the biggest reasons that APAC is so good is that you get to scrim against tier 1 teams all the time.
This is the kind of form we expect
even if it's just Chinese teams,
Vitality
like,
was collecting
you always get
clips left
solid
and right
practice.
from every single one of their players. It's been absolutely phenomenal from this team.
Yeah, I think something that I want to pick up from that Pal said there was, letting Durka having a bit of freedom. This man was in neon jail all throughout stage 1, so it's nice to see Durka taken back to that global stage on an agent that we know that he's great on internationally.
Now, we were talking about the highlights and how they were all getting clips there. They even got 2 aces, which brings us to our HyperX Reflex moment from Vitality. There were so many, but this is what we ended up with. We did not hype him up for no reason. He was absolutely fantastic here, getting a 4K very early on in the match.
Yeah, I mentioned it. Like, this guy, if you don't know who he is one of our best players in EMEA. He has been dominating, and he's been flexing across all these different roles, and to get an ace this early on, be playing this well is a great confidence booster for him.
Yeah, first global ace in the first 5 rounds of his first map, really incredible. But I also want to highlight Yampi here being able to pick up an ace of his own. It's obviously his return to the global stage. The last global
This
event
was such
that he
an
was champs in 2023,
such an
so
insane round.
Long time,
I cannot believe that he won this one.
Near miss moments that this guy had last year on that BBL roster with Pal, with Profek, and it's just so nice to see him here at the global stage.
It was a really emotional win for him in EMA not too long ago, just a couple weeks ago. So this is huge for the IGL, also collecting his own ace along the way. Now, we were Jen was talking to Pal about Durka on this map with the op, especially against Life on the other side. I know you're a big Chamber fan, but what do you make of it, Mini?
Well, it looked like DRG's game plan was to have Life going out, taking space with the operator, and time and time again, it was Durka just shutting him down. I think that this is where the experience of a player like Durka shines through. There's so many rounds where Jen highlighted, he was just pushing out 1/2 the map by himself. And I think that that is the kind of form and the kind of composure and confidence that I want to see from this team throughout this tournament, and not just in a game where they are the heavy favorites.
Yeah, I think
Durka's
when we think
so
about
good.
Durka, he used to be one of the best performing duelists in the world at one point. So if he can kick off this event with a really great start, like
It's not used to be. He's always been a good duelist. I feel like he got super underrated when he left Fnatic.
It's really going to make the
He's
whole
always
kind of
been
run
good.
effortless for them.
This is a really good sign for Vitality. When we talk about super teams, there's a lot of expectation, and often
Dude, I mean, Durka's numbers on Jet
really
are
met, and that's because
unbelievable.
when you have a team full of people who are
163
so
ADR on
experienced,
Jet
all
is
have their own
actually
opinions, they have their
insane.
own
Like, you
style,
never see
and
numbers
it
like
doesn't
this.
necessarily blend well all the time.
Well, I
Look
think
at
it's about
Ospas.
DRG making them sweat a little bit. The composition DRG ran didn't have that double duelist like usual.
157.
They didn't make Vitality have to work for it too much.
Look at
there.
Concon.
A lot of those rounds were a little bit individual. They had the space to just make some of those
164.
plays. I'm hoping on Breeze
Who
that
else?
DRG just come back to the drawing board.
Who
and
else
just
is an insane
send
Jet?
it to Vitality a little
Tens.
bit. Let Vukashu clean up these rounds once they've made it a little bit messy.
Yeah,
156.
I think it's fair to say that DRG looked a little timid
has
on
like
that first map, and we
maybe
had said that coming into this, we don't really expect much
something
from
would
them,
be another
so
one.
Come out,
Yeah.
surprise us, give us something exciting. You mentioned, Manny, that composition was a bit more strategic, which actually we want to see them being more explosive and throwing kind of curveballs towards Vitality, where they can just
Hopefully we see some close games tomorrow.
DRG
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, honestly, I'm just excited to watch the teams compete against each other. That's like, I get so tired of just watching the regionals because you kind of know what's going to happen most of the time. But once you get to internationals, it's totally different.
Bit of a frustrating start for DRG now. Nathan D, it felt like on map 1, you guys didn't really get to play your own game. How did you guys mentally reset after map 1? And also, how do you make sure that what happened in map 1 doesn't happen on Breeze?
所以图一对于你们来说可能是个比较沮丧的开局，看到你们确实有一点点没有打出自己的东西，有点不在状态。想问一下，心态上你会怎么样帮助？就是在图一之后，帮助所有的队员去重振旗鼓，保证确保刚图一的一些错误不会带到图2。
我觉得图一上来其实主要是就是 Dirk 确实上来发挥比较好，首张局跟第一个常胜局或者他几局都。
JJ, what's the perception of Nathan D in China? Because he's one of my favorite coaches because he's such a psycho. But I'm curious if he actually gets rated well or not.
Dirk was really amazing in map 1, no matter his in the pistol round, in the gun round, or when he has his operator, he's really threatening and he made us doubting ourselves. But I think it doesn't matter. We should leave all the things behind and just trust ourselves like that.
Okay, thank you so much and good luck.
With a map like that, that's all you can do is reset and get ready to go into map 2, which is going to be Breeze. And like you guys are saying, we want to see a lot more aggression from this team. This team, DRG, they have the fire. It's not just Vukashu. They have life. They have spirit. And we want to see that come out.
Sounds about right.
And the unfortunate thing here is that Vitality now go onto their map pick of Breeze, and they're very comfortable on this map. DRG on the flip side have not looked too comfortable, but they need to just throw that all out of the window and just think, this is just a map. We need to just play more aggressively, just run at them a little bit more, get the firepower going, and that's what they need for their first map win at a global event, because right now it's not looking great.
Yeah, I think if we do want to have a bit of hopium for them, I'm leaning into the kind of weaknesses of Vitality here. When I think back to that time that they played BBL on this Breeze, it was lost, completely lost in the sauce. It was the rounds where Yampi was like, can I speak? Literally asking for permission to be able to IGL his team. Of course, we have discussed that it's a very different team from that map to how it ended up looking at the end of playoffs. I think for DRG
games are always looked out for because of the randomness and surprise factor. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a decent chance that they win tomorrow. I think in my head they're favorites over Lev.
The scary thing is that Dirk is usually a highlight player on this Breeze, and he is already warmed up.
They could always be
Jet up on
super
Breeze.
troll.
That is his bread and butter. DRG are going to have to climb a massive mountain if they want to win this map.
They could always be super troll as well.
They have to do something here, and we do not want to let VCT China down. They did have that extra time to prep, and I do feel like what they prepped did not come through at all on map 1. There was something there, and it absolutely didn't come through, whether it was nerves, jitters, but we know Vukashu has way more in the tank than what was happening there.
But it can't just be Vukashu. It can't just... This is the thing, right? You have great teams, but then you have teams that are just above that level. And I think when you're at a global event, you cannot just be relying on individuals. We need to see the team cohesion come through from DRG.
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more there. I'm very curious what these teams will be bringing out on Breeze.
Looks as though Vitality are sticking with the same composition that they ran in EMEA, but yeah, as you highlighted there, Minnie, we're going to see life on the chamber again.
Yeah, I don't mind it so much on this map. I think that starting on the defense is going to be strong for them. I think once they flip to the attack side, not having that double dive might not punish them as much, but if they are going to play this, I just need to see them getting to the face.
What are the odds that XLG lose to DRG if they snipe each other? I mean, honestly, pretty high. Honestly, pretty high.
Play individually.
I wonder if this life on chamber is going to be a consistent theme across the board for DRG, because of course
I feel like after what I watched today of XLG just being the most afraid team I've ever seen on an international stage, I have zero confidence they will beat anybody. Like I don't think they will beat Foot. I don't think they will beat
faster on this map, especially when
Vitality,
you
I don't think they'll be GE. I don't think they'll be anybody.
I think the Harbor is the best smoker on this map. The pair of that Viper, I love Vitality's composition here. I'm hoping that they've taken some inspiration from other teams around the world, and on this attack side, once they've taken those sites, pushing deeper into those post.
This is the one weak area. Prophet had a very good Harbor game recently, but I think his Harbors look really bad so far. So I would be looking to target him.
I have to say, and bringing it here on the London stage is huge. DRG, they will have to bring it to the third map where we're going to have a lot of question marks going through the rest of the Swiss stage. All right, it's going to be Breeze. We're going to be sending it back to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Victorious. Vitality climbed over some giants to be here today, and now standing tall after that first map, a 13-5 masterclass on the pick of DRG. And now we move to Breeze, somewhere that they wanted to fight here today, Tom. The one upside I'll give you, DRG got to choose the start of the defense. And if they can get this rolling, show us their ideas behind life on Chamber and how this can work defensively, because it wasn't really there on Lotus. Well, then we could have a game on our hands, but definitely expectation here sitting towards a strong start for Vitality in Masters London.
Yeah, for sure. I think that going into a very strong map for them, aggression can be immediately read by the knife from KO as well, so they're going to get a lot of information. They're going to deny the TP back.
Nice peek from Durka.
Dash was gone immediately. A great start to the round from Durka. And already looking to put pressure on. The dart is good.
How is he alive?
Gives Nick an opportunity, but he hasn't managed to find a kill.
A good amount of damage, and Flexen's got a double. DRG not going to let this pistol slip without a fight. The Vitality are spreading the net. They're playing it slow as Profek wraps around the back. The spike is fleeing the site. Profek is a fake in this moment.
Oh my god, he gets a third. No way. No way he gets a third there.
An open B site. A plant to be found and a snake in the grass in the form of Chronicle. He's about
what are my
to
thoughts on Breach Neon Chamber? I hate Breach on that map.
By Chronicle. And a 1-0 start for Vitality as a result.
I think Breach is absolutely horrible on Lotus.
Splitting up and looking for clues in the 1v2, but it seems like there's definitely some competitive.
Is Breeze attacker side or defender side? I'm actually not sure this year. I haven't really looked at it.
One thing that's always quite funny is
I would guess it's slightly attacker-sided. It's definitely less attacker-sided than it used to be without halls.
That is one hell of a way to start. 3-1.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's sort of
1-0 for Vitality, but as you can see, the stage
pretty close to 50%.
Red, and that normally means technical pause.
Pausa technica. Yes, indeed. Well, for Vitality, I love what you heard from Profek in that replay as well. I'm going to stand up soon. You know, the 3K wasn't
in China, Breeze was defense-sided.
Quite a successful solo fake, though, I have to say.
In Pacific, it was defense-sided.
If you only stand up when you're far enough in the lead.
And EMEA, it was heavily attack-sided.
The cowardly type.
Yeah, I always respected teams like BBL, for example.
In Americas, it was heavily attack-sided.
I remember 6-0 down. They went around straight to their feet. LaRock screaming. And that's what you love to see. That energy from the get-go. Maybe we'll get that from Profek one day. But
I think it's slightly attacker-sided overall globally.
This map in general has been one of the better.
Yes, he came prepared. I like that.
Yeah, it's been one of the better for Vitality as well. Especially when they play versus both Heretics and Fnatic. Incredibly good starts. Especially in that Fnatic series, and I think it's definitely a scary prospect that them getting that pistol. We talk a lot about like Durka and still having very good statistics on the Neon, but it seems like his favor has always been elsewhere. Sure, we've got into the 2 maps initially that he didn't play anyway, but I wouldn't be surprised with everything we've seen from Neon at the early games as well that this might be a change which he's going to be very excited for. And on the other side of things, sure, he's been matched by Spirit Z1 picking up that jet, moving a little bit away from the Waylay, but I am really curious about this Chamber because if that's just like a hot fix, like them coming in and just going, we're just going to take Neon out and put Chamber in on every single map, I'm very worried for this team because I think they're completely different in the way that they have to be played. And again, especially when you know on this map in particular, you're coming up against a KO, it can deny him being able to escape in the moments where he can be cheeky, he can be aggressive, he can be in your face. Well, if that's denied, that's terrifying.
Yeah, when you talk about DRG, looking at last map, again, it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me to a certain extent why they make that change. I think they're trying to combat the issue that they were facing, where Vukash's utility gets hit, rotates come in, they don't have that anchor on the other side.
Which team gets to pick their opponent first in playoffs? I think it's randomized.
And taking uncomfortable fights. DRG try to adjust, they bring in that chain.
I don't think they like seed the regions. So I'm pretty sure they just
But what we saw on the other side was
draw
Vitality
randomly.
adapting to those ideas perfectly. Life tries to push up and get space around Rubble. Viper wall.
You wonder how much noise the headphones actually suppress?
Goes down, and now he's got a shooting gallery.
They do pretty well. So you've got the outer headphone, and then you have in-ears, and the in-ears are your computer sound, which is pretty high. The outer ones are pretty tight in terms of like being just normally noise suppressant, but then they also just pipe a lot of white noise into it. So like the whole time that you're playing, you just hear like that's constantly in your ears the entire time. So it's a little bit hard to hear anything. Like you can like feel the stage rumble, and you can like kind of hear like little bits of like crowd cheering and stuff, but it's pretty hard to hear anything outside of that. Especially because you want your in-ears like really, you know, deep in your ear with good sound, because you're trying to like be able to hear footsteps and stuff over the white noise. So like you have to have your in-ears pretty high, and then the white noise is like making it so it's hard to hear other stuff. It does hurt your head after a while. Yeah, after a series, it's pretty common to have a headache, honestly. Especially if you wear glasses. Like every time that I would go for a game, I would always wear contacts because I didn't want the headphones pressing glasses into my head the entire day. So I'd always wear contacts on match day.
But agreed that when it comes down to the 1v1s in the end, when he was in his fights, you want to see that little bit of a step up. Those are fine though, as long as the player's still working his role. Everybody has a bad map. Even thinking back to stage 1, Tom, we got to see what I believe was Durka's tied worst map ever. Yeah, that's not something I think he'd reached even close to.
Someone forget to plug in their mouse? What's going on?
So it's rare to see, but
yeah, I think that the worry for both DRG and for other teams in this tournament is what we saw in that last map. So you had Sayonara, the youngster, coming onto the stage and going, okay, is he going to crumble?
It is pretty uncomfortable. It's one of the reasons why it takes a bit of time to like get used to playing on stage, because it definitely is like way less comfortable than playing at home. It definitely doesn't feel super great.
He also had an ace later in the game, and then Durka was just consistently frying, and it's like for DRG that's a worry, because okay, can you even just match them man for man, pound for pound? If everybody's online, I think the answer is no. But for other teams as well, if they get what it could be seen as a warm-up game, just to feel out the stage, and well, the last map looked comfortable other than a few blips on the radar, that's a scary Vitality to see. And the Vitality we've kind of expected, like with the players that they picked up, even you look at like a Yumpy and a Prophet from last year and how they managed.
What's my hot take for this Masters?
BBL. And then the rest,
I mean, a lot of people were flaming me for my tier list.
Sayonara, a youngster that was signed before. Like
my main hot take is that Americas was not going to do that well.
Fairly well known.
Yeah,
I had G2 and NRG outside of the top 4.
See, some ex-teammates even in the audience.
Actually, that's not true. I didn't have any. I didn't have either G2 or NRG in my top 3.
But yeah, for Vitality, look, a 1-0 start and a dominant last map. It is somewhere that in the back of our heads, we're very keen to see if DRG can bounce back, and no doubt everyone else in that crowd is willing to get it underway. But unfortunately, we do have a bit of a tech pause. So while we wait for this to be resolved, we're not going to keep us yapping here all day. Instead, we're going to go and get to know the DRG boys a little bit better. I believe we tested their reaction times. Let's take a look how they did.
Uh-oh, we're cutting to shoulder content.
Hello everyone. I am joined here with the DRG roster, and we're going to do a quick reaction time little test. I've got a ruler here, and I want each player to try and grab it whilst I drop it. We're going to see how far up the ruler or how low down they are on the ruler to test those reaction times. Ready to go straight away?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Very slow.
Not a great start.
Okay.
Go next.
He's right here, right? Move fast.
Okay. Thank you. That was good.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, next one. Okay.
Oh.
That was pretty good, yeah.
Okay, I will troll for
You're gonna troll.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay, I can't.
Okay.
Oh.
I sure, bro. I sure.
Yeah, with the fingers, that
I like
was
it, bro.
good.
Very good.
Nice.
I'm so old.
Thank you guys for joining me. You did great.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go, Spirit.
Yeah, well, I somehow, I don't believe Vukashu there at the end. I think he might have said that he was trolling in advance. Just to cushion the results somewhat, but fair enough. He certainly does seem to have some good reactions regionally, and not a bad first map either, but definitely a lot more to be desired from DRG and from their camp as well. 1-0 start for Vitality when we left you. We're still there now. We didn't play without you. Don't you worry. But Tom, as we've said, when it comes to this defensive side for DRG, we have a lot of thoughts about what we could be seeing, what they could be bringing in terms of their game plan. Well, there's no better way to find out
we're back.
than
Nice.
to let the rounds play out. Let's get back into the game, folks. DRG looking to fight back, but this might not be the round. Last time I said that, they had a sensational one. But it is much weaker in terms of the buy. This time, you've got the Headhunter, you got some Sheriffs, and some Classics kicking around.
Only 2 bullets in the Headhunter, so hey, never mind. Not a bad start for Flexin. I don't believe they've spotted too much more on the Vitality side. Obviously, you're going to start to question how aggressive their opponents will be.
That one looked like it was just sort of a last second.
To the other side of the map.
Like that was definitely like some low budget shoulder content for sure.
Bit more careful. The drone utilized to clear any of those close and dangerous angles. It allows Durka to take the space relatively for free, but that rotation has just got here in time.
Pistols up close with numbers.
Okay.
It's dangerous and already one found, but
Sayonara. Sprays him down.
them
Nice.
out versus the Pistols. Something just clicks in Sayonara. Oh my. Any danger seems to be averted, and a 1 versus 3 clutch needed. Only 2 shots in the Headhunter. He's got himself a bandit as well. Let's see if he can steal this round away.
You call him an Eco Cobra? That sounded like a little bit toxic.
Opinion on Bandit?
he's picked up a lot of kills on him.
Okay, be a little bit
So
careful.
my overall opinion on the Bandit is that
Not a bad round from the side of
you should pretty much always buy at least one on your round 2.
Headhunter shots. That's a great round.
It's definitely better than the Ghost on long range maps.
Your round is probably going to be
no, actually I don't know if that's true.
Very happy with that as a second, and also Flexin.
As far as like the time to kill goes, based on fire rate, accuracy, the Ghost is essentially the same as the Bandit.
That performance is behind me.
So
let's hope it is.
usually you just want to have Sheriffs if you're against full armor people, but if you know they're going to be on half armor, then Bandit is fine.
Yeah. Pieces missing for Vitality, but still.
I would say Sheriff is definitely better.
To play with a fast uptick into middle. Gonna get caught out by the trap.
Oh.
Because of that, Life is able to catch the stalled out Durka.
He got owned.
Good start to the round. Tapping the orb, and
this is a pretty bad round from Vitality.
Attempt to try and sneak through. Instead, Yumpy's also been caught.
This is a pretty bad round from Vitality.
In the dirt, Prophet has taken space, but he's got to be
very
careful. He doesn't get caught while
uncoordinated.
utilizing his smoke. Nick is just around the corner, but Prophet wins the fight.
That was a complete jump scare. You never expect someone to be hiding behind that box. Life inside the cove. Good work done. Trading out those numbers, leaving his teammates with a chance, but Lukashu needs to dig deep and he won't land the shots.
Dude, not another one. Not another one, DRG.
So well for DRG, Life's control of the site was perfect, but Spirit C1, oh, he might be about to nail that shot.
Oh my god.
How has he gotten that? He was planting
No, dude.
when that player peeked, and sure, he'll go down,
45
but it's
damage.
on 45 HP.
One bullet.
No idea where
Yep.
Profek is.
Wow. They cannot
3-0
win.
blowout start for Vitality. That one's got a sting.
They cannot
like
win when they need to.
Mimicking the first map. And again, it started out strong. It's Sayonara that is saving them in so many occasions. Just let's go and instant.
What the hell?
Headshot. There might not be anybody quicker to get that connection. Sure, he goes down, but as you said, Profek's positioning it would have to go hunting the Warrior as well, as that Hunter's Fury it's been online for a few kills. But alongside it will be that reckoning. But of course, this round, expectation once again is not to need to use too much up against those pistols.
Looks like DRG want a bit of aggression in A main. Stepping in to take that control. This is the round for risks. You've got that low buy when you've got the pistols.
Durka with an operator or
Outlaw.
outlaw.
Hunter in that fight, but a clean pickup for Vitality and the patience on display here on the defense. Sitting back, waiting for the pushes. Even as Sayonara goes down,
gun
it's
on the
difficult
ground.
to get that weapon. It's a risk to step forward, but Spirit Z1 takes that risk and it's going to get him on the flank very early on, or at least with the rifle. Yeah, he just backs out. I like this choice from him.
Problem though is that now Vukashi needs to do an awful lot. Shots not connecting, bullets dwindling and immediately removed.
Good scaling.
Nick in position, but sectioned off by the harbor wall, and they even used the knife just to make sure that back corner is already clear. Diligent stuff from Vitality. And okay, the rifle is now just making its way onto the seam, but how much damage can it realistically do? There's a first, but
Another
an
one for
immediate
Durka.
trade out once again. 3 players standing for Vitality, 4-0 up. And it feels like either a pause from the defensive side, or maybe they're gonna see if this one can go their way now that they have the operator in hand.
Yeah, it very much feels like deja vu going back to that previous map.
Yeah.
A 4-0 start for Vitality.
Bonus.
Big play by Sayonara in the anti-eco to keep that win
Vukashi's
streak
been
going.
very
And
average
then a
so far.
pause
Yep.
From DRG. These are the same maps, essentially. And last time, DRG called this pause, and their Coinbase win condition was evidently communicated there. They had 3 rounds in a row, but they did finish 13-5. Let's hope for a streak here to get them back into this map.
Yeah, they've already had opportunities. Like, I think that Spirit Z1
I mean, the thing about Vukashi is that he shoots really hard.
That was the best chance
but
they had. If
everybody
he could get that kill
at
onto
Masters
Sayonara,
shoots
but
really hard.
we've talked a lot of ifs and buts and maybes so far in this matchup, and
Is the Viper Orb a mistake? I mean, it seems like kind of a bad Viper Orb.
terrifying thing. Like, this is a much
It definitely
better
seems
map
like not a very
for
good Viper
Vitality
Orb.
from what we've seen them play recently, and a much worse map for DRG regionally, losing 6-13 to XLG and 7-13 to EDG. So they are coming in to a weakness and having to try.
It looks like he's just throwing it on barrier
a similar case
instead
to
of
what we've
throwing
seen
it
from them
late.
so far at international events, where winning a map
Yeah.
has still managed to evade them.
I don't see it on the
Tough
map right
opposition.
now.
G2 and T1 incredibly
He hasn't
close
thrown
versus
it yet.
T1 as
Okay,
the champs.
now-
It's not like they were dominated in that matchup, but
Still hasn't thrown it.
safe
Okay,
to say
now he throws
Vitality
it.
have been
So
doing
yeah, he
that
is
so
just throwing it on
far.
barrier.
That was almost an
Weird.
immediate kill onto Spirit Z1. In fact, they are just running it down.
They've taken so much space already. It's so pacey on the Vitality attack side. Push to the back side.
Wow, really nice call by Vitality.
Immediately follows up with a second with flexing out of the round. This is looking like they were against an eco. They just ran over, washed away the A site. Spike is still in A main. There's a player in spawn. I mean, this was far too easy. And for DRG, this is devastating. Right after a pause into a full buy, big commitment. And you're, 10 seconds into the round, you're probably thinking about a save.
You want to know the worst thing? I think the player that did the most damage to Vitality players was Sayonara with his Hunter's Fury. I don't think anybody else even really landed anything. He was just trying to make sure he cleared the back side, but just a quick split. And we've seen the same aggression from Spirit Z1 again, which hasn't really had too much to follow up off the back of it. And even when you've got Vukashi just trying to take an exit kill, which, I'll be honest, it's a bleak reality when you are trying to challenge players as they leave the site. It's not like it was going to do any damage to the economy of Vitality, who've just been sweeping through these rounds. The silver lining here is, can they hold the operator? It is absolutely not. A flawless round coming through from Vitality. That looked way too easy.
It's round 5 and Chronicle has 4 orbs. I found myself wondering, did he just use his Viper's Pit recently? It's rare to see that. The slack has been picked up across the board for Vitality. They're stepping up individually in moments like that where they're challenged deep into the round. The pushes look good. The pace is catching DRG way off guard. And with a 5-0 start and the timeout coming out of round 4 into their full buy, there's almost no contest in this round. DRG, they have to save up their credits for the next. It should be a 6-0 start on Vitality's map. And this is the side DRG wanted to start on.
Well, the good thing is, tour de force. Oh no! One of the rifles gone. I guess, why not? Spirit Z1 has been playing that same angle in most rounds.
It was 2 bullets, Tom. It was 2 bullets.
It's pre-firing the same spot. Like, it's a nice shot.
It's looking a little ugly.
If you stand in the same place, I think they're going to start shooting that. Well, now walking in, KO, they've revealed both the players at the backside as well. They know where everybody is. One player blinded as well. And it really is just way too easy for Vitality. This is a stroll.
They're owning them right now.
And an absolute nightmare for DRG. Oh, Lukaku has at least managed to find one, but just even look at the rotation coming in from Chronicle. He's just making it into mid, and there's still 2 players there in case they manage that cross. It still feels like it would need to be a massive blunder, and with Lukaku already low, he does manage to get one back, but that time has been ticking so long. They would need a very quick couple of kills. The tour de force has been removed as well, so he's just sat in a corner with a classic trying to survive. 6-0. And well, when do we see a second pause?
I think
honestly, I mean,
I think today went about as expected.
Lotus, they were keen to use those pauses super early when they saw those issues. Nah, it's disgusting, honestly. I get why he spams it, sure, but 2 shots. The first spam of the whole round, it's straight onto the head of Spirit Z1.
This is cyberbullying.
You know, I would say that it feels like in these rounds, DRG's look is running out, but I haven't seen them get lucky once so far. This has felt like fate had already chosen its champion before the series began. And Tom, you asked, when do we see the second timeout?
Now.
It's here and now.
Yeah. Well, they say life comes at you fast, but it seems not as fast as Durka. Like, the entries into that site are just brutal. And I think Spirit Z1 needs to change up his game. Like, they're trying to challenge for that A main control consistently, and he is getting killed consistently. So do something else. Try something different, because it seems like Vitality are just very, very comfortable at this point. And as you saw mentioned, for the likes of Chronicle and Yumpy, they haven't even really had to do much so far. They're getting up to a point where they have enough credits to potentially even buy till the end of the half. So it really just comes down to, do you have something that can upset the rhythm of Vitality? And sure, you're coming in with 4 ults. Bladestorm will pad the gap of the economy. You still have an operator, you still have Viper's Pit. You have everything you could possibly need other than maybe a few shields here and there.
Don't worry.
If this round doesn't go their way, you almost feel like you have to chalk this map up.
It is still early days, but day turning to night for DRG as things start to look bleak. Viper's Pit put into play. If Durka killed him there, I think we just call it. But the one shot from the Sheriff won't land. And Vitality, without finding their free pick, they flee the A site.
Are you crazy to think AG would have done better? No. I agree.
Just went out on elbow, though, and saw no
I do not think that DRG was the 3rd best team in China.
Durka's walked into Life's operator, and he's walked right out.
He's just looking unbeatable. There goes the Bladestorm, though. Yumpy eliminated. That's the flashes. Durka has got a lot of space in middle. It's completely open.
No way, he shot him in the ass.
There are no eyes on that position of the
They shot him right in the butt.
After getting a kill already in middle, and now the player at the back of the site in trouble, hit by the Reckoning. Nick holding his ground. A first round seeming somewhat plausible, but they've still got to be careful of middle. Still players around that position. In fact, Chronicle has gone walking all the way up. It is seemingly being watched to a degree, but bear in mind, no, they're going to walk backwards into the position. A spot they know was abandoned. A spot they knew a player was in. And now for Lukaku, well, a 1v3 on the other side of the map.
I think AG would have done better. I think BLG would have done better. I think Tyloo would have done better.
Read you have there, Tom.
I'm very observant.
Yeah,
I think there's 3 teams that would have done better.
I'm sure I'm 100%
than,
with you yet,
DRG.
but I'm starting to be convinced.
99.8?
I'll say 92. It is climbing slowly as he sits in position. But for Vitality, it looked great work as well.
Has Vitality improved?
Masking that flank around,
Yeah.
just causing the distraction. And letting
It's hard to judge off of this game because DRG is really bad.
Wouldn't always work.
But
it's DRG
Vitality definitely has gotten better as well.
In their knowledge at that point, they did just lose sight of the of the gap that they indeed left open. And 7-0, as you said, Tom, that round not going their way makes us more and more nervous by the second. We are both pauses down for DRG with no results.
No, and I can't imagine whatever was said in the coaching booth has anything like this in mind. Like, that's an oversight of crazy proportion. The fact that a player gets killed from mid after Durka got an opener in mid, and then the fact that Chronicle is able to clear, and sure, Durka went back around, maybe he thought that, they've just given that up, but it's such a huge gap to walk backwards into. This is looking like a nightmare for DRG and for Vitality. But this squad, as a whole, debuting together.
UFG wins tomorrow.
I think they could have hoped for anything.
I think there's a pretty good chance they do.
Especially a young player like Sayonara. Confidence being something we talked about on the regional stage. We had to see him deal with that in the first couple of weeks and warm up, really heat up as the weeks went on. Getting a start like this on the international stage, I mean, it is impossible to overstate how important that can be for your run. For DRG, a start like this, impossible to overstate how devastating it is. An 8th round is what they're looking for, a full buy, and the A site is the target from Vitality. They take deep mid space, feigning that B hit that they went for before, but now walking into flex and judging, and then he gets nothing! The op sees one life in there with the pick, and he survived as well.
He's
Still
so
breathing
isolated
deep
though.
into the take. It's possibly the best DRG have looked so far after the first blow is dealt.
They tap and they're going to wrap him from two different angles. Oh, the timing is off. Nice shot.
Him a chance. He's been quiet so far. This is his opportunity. But Chronicle puts an end to that. And with
oh, it's over. It's over. Go next.
Vitality are giving
you should have just slept. I mean, it's kind of fun to see what the teams are like.
That was looking like
I don't
the
mind.
best shots they had thus far. But
I don't mind the games are stomps.
Levels on levels on levels to the depth of talent.
The XLG one was depressing though. This has just been nice to see Vitality owning.
But the space he was able to get up close and then just obliterating them individually. 8-0. The streak continues. Again, the pockets of DRG have run dry. Well, they definitely know where Spirit Z1 is. A hero rifle in the form of Vukashu, but
you credit DRG? That's insane work. That is insane work.
In droves on the other side.
Oh, they're being played as well. The eco round from DRG.
TMV's propaganda about DRG was shameless.
Play this B side after they see that pressure. They think they made the right read, and Vitality fake it out.
I know that he's doing it for content, but I was getting rage baited at how confident he was that Vukashu was going to be like the best player at the event. I was like, bro, I don't think you have any idea what you're talking about.
Flexen stands in their way on this A site. A sheriff in hand and teammates nowhere nearby that they're starting to make it to the outskirts. But he's the one that's going to have to deal with it if push comes to shove. Life's looking the wrong way. Profek with a nasty hold on the door and flexing. Oh, he's surrounded.
Dude, they are getting
it's looking
wrecked.
So clean for Vitality. Vukashu could be that spark of hope that they need.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
The swing's just too good, though. Chronicle was waiting for the contact. And now Nick, like, realistically. Maybe
I mean, the thing about XLG is like,
no, never mind. No,
like you can see with XLG that they could be good. That's the problem. The problem with XLG is you watch them play, and their macro is good, and the rotations are good, and their reads are good. But when it comes down to shooting the other team, they look like they are the most afraid team of all time. Their aim is shaky. They're afraid to peek. And so even though they're stacking the right side and they're playing the macro correctly, they don't go through the choke point. They don't swing together. They hide in corners and get shit on.
Can they get back to 9-3 and then maybe that will save them? I've got nothing else at this point.
You're going to have to start doing rituals, Tom. At this point, it's looking like...
Clinton was always good at those, you know, put the shot on the floor. He made some rituals in his time. Perhaps. He normally only did it for Pacific, though.
Yeah, but perhaps he won't be as keen to help other regions. Himself and Achilleos seem a little bit biased when we saw that prediction chart go up earlier on. They were quite pleased with themselves. I think 70% of people said this will be Pacific's event. And here, EMEA's #2 certainly making some waves. DRG, once again, on that full buy. It's been a very, very slow round, and now they start to hear some noise. The KO flash.
How this team can save China? What team? What team is going to save
he's
China?
Gonna leave, but he's covering in that mid space now, leaving only Spirit Z1 holding up close and B main. Vitality have thinned the herd. And now for the reward.
Yeah, the tag here might even be a death sentence. There you go. Hunter's Fury thrown out, just trying to be disruptive. Dirk has managed to deal with one, but Spirit Z1 holding on the site, and the rotation has come in because of it.
13-0, the dream.
They might be able to deny the 13-0 at least, but Chronicles caught one. The problem, though, is the time. 15 seconds.
Yeah, he's got to run.
This one has to be theirs. The swing out from Spirit Z1, maybe a little risky, but he makes sure that that spike hasn't dissipated. He makes sure that they're at least not going home with 0 on the board for this one. It will be the first round coming up for DRG. They're on the board.
Yeah, I think Full Sense probably will win.
It's on. It's on.
And I think GE will probably win.
Takes the first fight up close.
But I picked Lev and GE to both qualify.
Fights Durka right off rip and closes it out on Sayonara. The man
I'm a little worried about Full Sense. Like, they're insane, but I'm also worried at how young they are.
But we need to see it repeated again and again. 9-3, the best score. DRG can walk out of this half in the half that they decided to start on the defensive side. Maybe if we could go back in time, some things would change. Be it the side, be it the comp.
Maybe they ban this map.
maybe the map, but we'll see if they can still pull this back.
Oh, this is so aggressive from Light.
What is that?
Up top, able to get another bite of the cherry, and the reveal is sublime. They know there's 2 players stuck in that corner. Flash over the top, and that's another shot for Life. Finally, starting to see some of the players. And that DRG side step up. Okay, the Viper's Pit thrown in a 2 versus 5. And never mind.
Nice try.
It'll be a flawless round coming through for DRG. All it took was one, a small spark. That 9-3 is still on.
Fanning it into a flame slowly. The Viper's Pit commitment, I think, really a sign of the times now. There's no
you don't know why everybody has Cruz in their bottom 10? I mean, statistically, he hasn't been great, but
excellent work by Life. Both of those shots.
He's also the IGL.
More ridiculous than the second.
And he has a bunch of young kids stealing all his kills. So.
A second for DRG. It's not over yet. They need this third. They need that pistol. They are going to climb their way all the way back into this pressure onto Life right away. We've seen this fast hit from Vitality before, but this time Life has given the advantage to the defense.
There's a walkout of main they have to be careful of. Decent
nice
position,
flash.
But they're kind of stuck in the same angle. Nick has come in from behind though, looking like those last
yeah, they
3
finally
rounds
figured out how to
going
play
their way,
defense, but it's a little too late.
Can add another incredible round, but look how many players are rounding in on him. The first goes his way, but the trade is immediate.
It is very attack sided. There's definitely a chance that Vitality can
maybe the comeback.
Maybe get run over a little bit on defense, but it seems unlikely.
This pressure in the next half. Defeated.
Let's see where we're at after the first half. 13-9. Dirk at 12-7, 4 openers. Profik 11-7. Yeah, I mean, pretty dominant so far.
A week or so. Who do you think is going to be the strongest British player to step on that stage this week?
I mean, it's definitely going to be either Kiko or Benji, but I mean, after we've seen what Kiko do, I don't know, it's going to be hard to top that. He's definitely going to be up there.
Were you surprised how hard he went in his first game here?
Yeah, and he had to chill a bit because he'll save it for the finals or something, but yeah.
I was going to say maybe he's going to drop a 50 bomb in the finals. Who knows, Solkaz? So tell me, when you look at the different regions represented here, who do you think is going to be taking it at the end of these 3 weeks?
Ooh, I mean, it's definitely like
No,
every
he's
Masters
not.
is always very competitive. It's like towards like the semis. It's like every region has at least one team in the semis. So I'm gonna go with my boy Yampi. I'm gonna root for Vitality, my ex-teammate. So I want him to go all the way up to the top.
How do you think Yampi has developed as a player since we first saw him? Stepping to that IGL role, he's sometimes having to tell his team to shut up and listen to him. But when they do, they're flying.
It's nice to see him a bit more authoritative. Yeah, when he first joined like Valorant many years ago, he was a bit more like reserved, but you could kind of see like some kind of like hints of him being a caller. He always had like good ideas, and he played a lot better when he was talking. So it's nice to see him on a team like this and really shine.
It's fantastic to also see you here. Solkaz, free agent, by the way.
Hey, pick him up. I'll tell you, you might not regret it. For Vitality, though, I don't think they'll be looking to make any replacements anytime soon, so you might want to find
You have more faith in Vitality throwing than DRG playing good defense? Yeah, I think that's fair.
Special with an ex-teammate.
Sure.
No double duels today, yeah.
It's been a great
it
game
is interesting.
So far, of course, a creep back, 13-0 denied.
Not a single game of double duelists has been
But
played.
the question is there anything more that can come out of DRG? Of course, as said, it has always been a struggle for them to find themselves, even getting a map. For Vitality, it definitely seemed like towards the end maybe they got a little bit overconfident. Viper's Pit in a 2v5 was one of the boldest choices I think I've ever seen, but you can understand why. It was so dominant for them for those first 9 rounds. But a pistol here at least gives DRG a chance to turn this back.
Chance indeed, as slim as it may be. Up close, Life's the one to open it up. A good start with Vukashu trading out. The B site seems to have fallen. Sayonara slips in behind the wall.
Flexen going around the world.
I don't know what they want to do with this. Spirit
Okay,
going down,
no
sends
plant.
the spike fleeing towards this A site. A confusing round for Vitality. And will they put the pieces together in time as Flexen? Here's the rotations in the spawn. He's got a free. Oh, he's being spotted!
Oh,
he's been taken
no.
down! That was the whole idea of this round. The spike could be
Wait,
on
this
B
is
right
so
now.
weird.
Instead, it's miles away, and in fact, there's going to be someone taking
Uh,
on the other side. Sayonara. He's
hello?
going to challenge it. Well, he doesn't know that Nick is there. As I said, a confusing round from the Vitality side.
Oh,
They're left in the 2v2.
There's definitely no way that Sayonara thought that anybody would be there. Goes for the orb, ends up with 2, but not quite in the way that he would have hoped
Oh, that's
for.
right. They did play.
Perfect
Yeah,
still
they did play Jet Phoenix.
hot on their
It was
heels,
just
though.
really bad, so I forgot about it.
The defenders completely split. They're watching for that angle. And now Chronicle is all that stands in their way from a pistol round, a much-needed pistol round.
One shot.
But this man can be enough on almost
34
any
HP.
occasion. Nick is not going to be able to take this
Dude.
one home.
DRG cannot buy around, man.
For the side of Vitality. And another pistol under their belt.
That feels like the death blow, Tom. This had to be
They
where
cannot
DRG
buy
found the
around
round.
when
You
they
know,
need it.
last time they won an attack side half when it comes to this map, it was over 2 months ago, or just under 2 months ago, actually. It was the 9th. It's been a while. It's been a couple games. That said, I think they like 13-1 that game up against Wolves. It's a strong showing, but since then, nothing but.
Well, yeah, and the last thing you need right now is a Rebel clutch. The last thing you need is Chronicle going, okay, you finally had yourself an advantage, and I'm going to steal that away from you.
Well, we're not going to talk about that round.
She's going to go for this purchase
All
once
good.
again.
It's all good.
The Outlaw, and I'm almost surprised we don't just see them gamble all in. Like, I understand you want to make sure that you at least get a purchase, but they are so far behind at this point. Outlaw in for Durka as well. On this defensive side, he's only going to become more of a problem because he's no longer having to dive in first. And well, the lurker Flexen this time has been caught.
Flexen has to hate Chronicle at this point. Every time he tries to lurk, this guy just catches him. The second
okay, run away from the Outlaw.
Top mid immediately put in his place. For DRG, no space in that direction, but
they did buy another Outlaw and attack.
Problem that we can see,
but there's only 2 players that can actually be one-shot by it.
Off angle. They'll have to be careful, or he could get one and get out of here for free as well. First, the challenge seems to even be the spike. It could be huge information, but it looks like they might even be ready for it. Yes,
nice
they peek together. Nicely done. And
nice
that
peek by
connection
Nick.
Opens up B a little bit. Chronicle still stands in their way, but they've spotted him now.
Yeah, I think he realizes that doesn't want to overextend in this moment. Doesn't want to be open to too many angles, but a post-plant. That Outlaw still into the hands of Bukashu. This is
they get bonus of 4th time. Is that a record? I don't know.
Spirit Z1 trying to get aggressive. Bukashu, however, has been dropping his life instead. 2 quick kills. Profek a little labored.
That was not NA Stinger.
2v2. The close corner of Nick might not be expected, but now it comes down to just life.
Oh boy, they have the cove. They're just gonna stack in the cove with the shield on.
Hope, but instead they're just diffusing, and he needs to try and run into this. They're now just waiting with it already.
There's no way.
In the end,
you can't do that against the Harbor. It's too strong.
Sure, they'll be able to go in with a decent purchase for the next one, but again, look how many rounds in a row they need to
get. Are they gonna
get
bonus? Yes or no?
Odds are stacked against them. As we said, losing that pistol already puts you in a bad spot. And
nice
some great signs there of what can be in play for DRG on a good day, but this is anything but.
What are the chances they get bonus here?
Vitality with a huge lead, and as said,
I mean the buy is not great, but it's dangerous. It is dangerous. They've got a bunch of chip damage weapons. Outlaw, Marshall.
We're going to be more than comfortable when it
they
comes
got a Guardian that can one-shot. Vandal. Yeah, I mean this is dangerous.
Off the charts. Certainly
Bukashu, surely somebody gives your best shooter a rifle. Hello? Anybody give it? Flexen. Flexen, please. Please, give up the rifle here, bro.
I think it's going to take a lot of rounds in a row for me.
Please give Bukashu the rifle.
It's not going to go any better. Of course, Bukashu was the player with the pistol, but...
There is no way that they're not giving him a rifle.
Losing the man that has been talked about so much coming into this tournament. Being put in a fair few top 15 player lists, some even putting him at the top, which I wonder if it might be corrected after this game.
Look at the position Sayonara's in right now. DRG are feeling that presence on A, even after that pick. I think that's going to spur them to go to the B site. They think the rotations have come in. They think they've left B. They have left B because they've taken your spawn instead! Sayonara! Hammering nail after nail into the coffin of DRG. And all that seems left now is to bury them deep beneath the dirt. This has been a sensational series for Vitality, and even on this buy, 12 looks locked in.
Oh, it definitely is. Look where the spike is. Unless they all run at him, there is no chance. It was Yumpy just basically throwing away what was only a pistol to see if he could get an extra ore, but he does. Left. And now for Nick, it really just is, can I hold on to a rifle? Can I at least bring something into the next round? And he has been hunted by that young superstar, Sayonara. But honestly, he just doesn't miss a beat. A 3 kill in the round, perfect positioning, all the information, and then 9 series points. For Vitality, I think for many it was a question of how
there's
much
no,
dude,
there's no way.
Into today. Maybe hoping
there's no way that they just forced him to play that round with the Sheriff. Like, what is this, bro?
That's rough.
You hold your breath, you wait to see what
All
happens,
right.
and it's devastation.
Who's ready for day 2?
Time. The Outlaw ripping them to shreds, and Durka, he's going back.
Who's ready for day 2?
And he liked the last dish. Why not take it?
Oh my god, they're dying in the same spot. There's no way, bro. There's no way.
For Durka, and you bet your ass they're gonna give him the chance to take them all. For Vitality, a team who we questioned if they could even make it here. But who?
Come on, Durka, don't choke. Nice. 3 aces for Vitality.
With an ace, 13-3, 13-5. Vitality, they have come here not to play, not to compete, but to win, to decimate, and mission success.
God, that was just so clean to end it. 3 players in a single series coming out with an ace. If there isn't a confidence boost for Vitality, I don't know what
What's
is.
the worst international series map record? It's probably like when Crazy Raccoon played back in like 2021. I think there was definitely a series where they had like 4 total rounds or something like that.
Maybe some of the other teams they'll have to face against them. For DRG on the other side, that is a brutal defeat to take. Your own map choice going badly, and that one, well, they barely got started at all.
When we talk about debuts, we've had
This is definitely top 3. Yeah, it's definitely top 3 like worst ever, I would say, in terms of absolute beatdown.
To forget, but this entire Vitality team showing us
I mean,
a clean game plan from start to finish.
It was what, 26-8?
At the event, this is a top contender. And on home soil in the EMEA, they look exactly like that. They look at home. They look comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested to see how it will go in their next matchup, because it does feel like a Titan facing off against well, maybe someone not quite in contention at all. I think DRG were completely outclassed in that matchup, and they're going to have to very quickly reset before Vitality. That is about as good as a day in the office as you're ever going to have. A walk in the park.
Okay.
An easy victory.
Tomorrow, we'll be back.
And now putting themselves
GE versus Lev.
Away from making it to the playoffs. Nonetheless, let's send it down
Full
to
sense
Frankie on the
versus
stage
Foot.
with Sayonara.
Sayonara is just taking his
Should
first
be good.
pictures, signing his first international
Should be super fun.
autographs behind me. We're going to let this photo
But that,
happen. Hopefully
we've
I can
got,
put my finger in that one. Sayonara.
Vitality and
How do you
Energy
multitask? Can you sign that while doing your first
very
international
likely to go
interview?
through at this point. Only need one more win.
Feeling?
Really good. It was
Both
really,
Chinese teams look
really
terrible.
Fun to play. Really good entertainment. The crowd is insane. We hear them every round, and just fun. Very great experience.
I mean, it must be a fun experience when you get an ace in an incredible early round. Round 4 it was into this series. What was that like?
For me, it was calm. I was very confident. It was a nice boosting for confidence, and I loved it. It was just insane.
Everyone loved it. In the green room, we all loved it. Everyone loved it here. And the thing about you, Sayonara, is sometimes people say the pressure can get too much for you. It didn't get too much for you today. Why do you think that was?
I don't think the pressure gets to me. Every playoff game in VCT MEA I played good. The grand final a little bit unlucky, but I play better under pressure. I don't think I play worse.
So what did you learn from the grand final in the EMEA?
Trust myself more. It is just another game like the other games in playoffs. It is not much more important, and you just get a prize after a trophy. So keep enjoying, keep playing your game.
One more question very quickly. Did you shut up and listen to Yampy?
Yeah.
Yes, and now they've won. Thank you so much. Go meet some more of your fans.
All right, y'all. It was a fast day. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow. Got some bangers. We'll see you then. Have a good one.